just a here we go. Just so I'd see it.
Exist now.
Yeah.
Alright, BRB 1 minute. Alright, I'm back. You posting your thing?
I posted.
You have?
Yeah.
Didn't even realise.
Um.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to Project Blender. Ascension has concluded, Champions is now long behind us, and that means we're getting stuck into the off-season. I'm Hazard JC, joined by the very special Cairo. How are you doing, mate?
I'm doing very well, mate. It's been a good day, you know. Already got things kicked off with an absolute blinder with Project Blender, I guess. A lot of words there that sound very similar, but I'm looking forward to this today.
Yeah, it is all a bit of a blender, right? We're going to be explaining what exactly the format means along with everything else in just a bit. So don't you worry, we've got you covered. Because Project Blender is a very different competition, Cairo, the likes of which we've seen sort of attempted before, but maybe not on the same kind of scale as this.
Yeah, and I think it's like a throwback to how Valorant was in its early days, right? With like a much more open scale. I mean, obviously there's different phases to this, but it's one that I'm excited to see how it progresses and how different mixes, how different teams battle against some of the more established teams as well.
Yeah, and of course, we're going to be starting off with the Blender Spotlight. That is what today and the next couple of days are all about. But taking a look at the wider view here, Phase 1 has already concluded. Single elimination open bracket. We had 1,024 teams participate. We're now heading in towards Phase 2. And from that point onwards, things start to get interesting, Cairo.
Yeah, they really do. Obviously, we've got like some the Challengers teams, Game Changers Premier, VRC teams coming in. That's really exciting. You know, we start today with the Blender Spotlight, which is something similar to what we saw last year with the Spotlight series when it was ran there. So yeah, everything's looking pretty exciting to get into.
Yeah, it's the spiritual successor to the Spotlight series that you mentioned. We had it run in EMEA, Pacific, and Americas, so this is essentially the follow-up. And what the mission statement for Project Blender is ultimately bringing together every different corner of the pyramid and competing against one another. So right now, as you can see, we are in Phase 2, but the VCT EMEA teams, the Ascension winning teams, all from Pacific, are going to be joining, and that all culminates in a LAN finals for the top 4 in Paris in a month's time or so. So very exciting stuff to get stuck into, Cairo. And I think it's only right now that we take a look at what the format is for this specific portion of the tournament, which is Blender Spotlight.
Yeah, I mean the fact that we've got 8 teams who are going up against one another, like with different with different experiences on all the players, is one that everybody should keep an eye on because you don't know who's going to be the next player coming up.
That you do not. So let's have a little look here. The games that we've got today and the 2 opening matches that both myself and Cairo are going to be covering is Alcadzia Corals versus Falca, followed up by S2G Esports against Novo. These are all to be played in best of 1 by the best of my abilities. I believe that is the case. And then when we head on into the semi-final, the grand final to progress onwards, that's when it then moves into best of 3, and we get a look at the Blender Draft, which is what makes this format interesting. It's essentially Fearless Draft if you are familiar with the agent bans in League of Legends, or the Champ Select, I suppose you would call it. We have a little mock-up of that on screen so you can see here. But yeah, of course, we also have a second group running parallel as well, and that flashed up on the screen just a moment ago.
Yeah, I mean, we'll get into that more tomorrow. We get to see those teams in action. But for now, we get to see just the specific Group 1, Group A that we saw initially. So that's going to be good. You've already highlighted those teams. But as for the Blender Draft, I think this is going to be interesting, depending on how the veto will be drawn up, because coaches will now have to consider what agents will be available to them on Map 2 and Map 3 when they're picking their own maps, right? So maybe a team B on in the map pick ban stage could be pretty beneficial.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think you were saying earlier about how this tournament is old school, a bit of a throwback in some senses. I think we had an NSG tournament in like 2022. I'm bringing the skeletons out of the closet
Jeez,
here.
oh man.
With agent bans, that was peak chamber meta, if I recall correctly. So yeah, it's something that people have flirted with the idea of before, but maybe we've not seen it implemented to this kind of scale. So that is what makes things exciting. And it's the same with mixing all of these different levels together as well.
Yeah, we'll need to see exactly how it goes.
Well, let's get a look at the teams that we've got playing today. Starting off with our first game, it is Alcadzia Corals, a pretty much unchanged lineup from the one which we most recently commentated in the third stage of Game Changers, Cairo.
Yeah, and I mean that's the big thing, like the fact that there's so much faith put in from Alcadzia, the organisation, to like have that many Game Changers players in, because we've seen other teams like being a little bit more heavy on the like main circuit of VCT, you know. So
Sure.
yeah, I'm excited to see like how these players fare against others.
Yeah, the VCT players, the Challengers players, but yeah, 4 out of 5 Game Changers here. Shawata is the only one stepping in. Actually, the coach of the Alcadzia team usually. So we'll have to see if he's got a trick or two that he can teach here, or if it's just the rest of the girls carrying as usual. But excited to see how they end up performing. Their opponents in this first game that we're going to be heading into is Falca. But when it comes to Falca, the organization, they were inactive from the end of the third split in Spain, and there's only one signed player here. All of the rest are kind of free agents floating around, so ones to keep your eyes on, perhaps.
I 100% agree. There's a few players that me and you are aware of, you know, from our time casting in Northeast. So Shinnok, for instance, Chaddy as well, from back in the day. So everything looking like something to look forward to.
Yeah, absolutely. I think just on paper, this roster does have more experience, at least in terms of the tier of players
Yes.
as well, when you consider Challengers EMEA events that they've played more recently, even the history on some of these players. Looking at Annie Lider as well, main event experience in Game Changers, which counts for a lot, I think, against Alcadzia. Maybe not the most recent experience in comparison. But yeah, it should make for an entertaining matchup, and I think always having two teams thrown into the blender, as it will, is going to come up with some interesting results.
Yeah, I do agree. I mean, like, obviously there's going to be a favourite for people in terms of like the experiences you mentioned, but you've also got to be considering, like, people probably supporting Alcadzia. They got very far in that Game Changers split 3, nearly upsetting G2, or going to, like, you know what I mean? So yeah, I'm looking forward to this.
Yeah, for sure. So those are the two teams that we've got. You've seen what the bracket looks like. You know about the format. Kyra, let's discuss this one in a little bit more detail. Obviously, there isn't so much depth you can go into in terms of map pool, for example. I think Alcadzia are an outlier in the sense that of the 8 teams that we have participating, they are the only team that's actually retained a core, so there's something to sort of look at when it comes to those. I don't know what your predictions would necessarily be. I mean, it's a best of one. You're probably thinking Ascent, Lotus, Haven, something in that vein.
Yeah, I would assume so, right? It would be, especially with how like the format is with teams being merged together, and for instance, maybe Alcadzia, that's where they have the advantage, where they can go for a little bit more diverse map, have a more diverse map pool. Whereas you look on the other side, Falcon might have to be a little bit more puggy with their choices. So that's where I would look at. I mean, I guess like Ascent and Lotus, etc., as ones that come to the forefront. But I wouldn't be surprised if we start to see later in the veto, like I guess right now that the map pool right now is a bit puggy if you think of all the maps that are available.
Yeah, no, for sure. I mean, obviously, we can call back on Alcadzia individually. I would say that, yeah, out of the 3 maps that I mentioned there, Ascent and Haven, they have shown a lot of strength on. Corrode as well. I don't know if Falca would want to play into the newest map in the pool. I say newest, it's been in for a while now, a matter of months. But, like, obviously, they have an insta-ban of Sunset. This is all you can really lean into, I guess, in terms of what we actually know. One other aspect to that, I suppose, though, is that there is probably some sort of strategic breakdown that you can do on these guys, right? Like that you could potentially anti them to an extent.
If you really wanted to, and I mean, we do know Falca does have coaching staff, so I'd be interested to see if they try and do that. I mean, like, again, we don't know what stage the teams are in development, so that's one that you've always got to consider as well, because if this is going to be a fully fledged, or like for most part fully fledged team, they want to get the practice in terms of trying out those anti-strats and how they prepare for the future.
Yeah, for sure. I think I'm glad that you mentioned it there as well, right? People have got to be thinking in the long term now. We've got into the off season. Are there any teammates you want to be sticking with? Are there organizations here that are starting to field academy players perhaps and get them a little bit more experience against VCT players, depending on how far down the line they end up making it? It's all about those next steps. And even if you are just an individual, you're putting yourself in the shop window. So I want to just get you to hazard a guess, Cairo. We're not too far away now from match start. What are your thoughts and feelings about this one? If you had to lean more towards a team, are you going with the pre-existing Al-Qadsia team, or is some of that extra experience on Falca and the individuals taking your fancy?
I think if for me, if it was map veto, I would probably. It depends on the map veto. If we go for like something that demands a little bit more cohesion, then I'd naturally favour Al-Qadsia. But if we do end up on something like an Ascent, one that the individuals on Falca will maybe feel a little bit more comfortable, then that's where I'm expecting it to be a very Angel heavy matchup. And in that case, maybe I can feel the mechanics of Falca maybe taking control of that game.
Yeah, I think it'll also be interesting to see which iteration, which lineup Falca go for, because they do have 6 players listed, so someone is going to be bench warming for them today. I know that a few of the rosters have multiple players available to their disposal, so they are rotating in and out who it is that gets game time, which is always nice to see in these off-season events, I suppose. And yeah, I agree with you. I think one aspect to consider would probably be in-game leadership as well, because Al-Qadsia have Sandra, she's going to be calling the shots, whereas on the other side, Falca, I don't really see a player there that sticks out to me as being like an in-game leader. Well, Chaddy's a duelist, or at least he was on UCAM. Shinnok, info player, still very young, only just now VCT eligible. Would be interesting to see if he actually did want to pick up that mantle, but yeah, I guess it all remains to be seen.
And I think like that's the thing, like for these players maybe trying their IGL against, like, I don't want to, like, formidable, I guess, in the game changers scene, like to be proven elsewhere, like that would be the big thing for me. Like what actually is that test like?
No, for sure. I mean, like, yeah, it's few and far between sometimes that you see that overlap happen, other in, you know, open qualifiers and bits like that. I believe we do just have a moment before the veto here anyway, Cairo. So in terms of what the teams are actually fighting for, we can go ahead and talk about that. I believe we have a graphic for Phase 3, which is the direct qualification spot for whoever it is that ends up placing first in this tournament. Second and third go to Phase 2. But yeah, Phase 3 is when we're down to our last 32 teams, starting off with Swiss. That's going to be the week before we get the LAN stage.
Yeah, and like it's going to be it's going to be a bit intense. I think that's the word I would use, right? Because you do have 32 teams as a Swiss round, so you'll feel like every single day you're going up against some of the best. And as it says at the very bottom, right, VCT EMEA teams will be involved. So yeah, that's the exciting part from that.
Yeah, you can actually see the full breakdown here of which teams will be accessing Phase 3. So there are 16 slots from the previous stage. You can see the second item there is the winner of Blender Spotlight, which is what's going to be taking place over the next few days. The winner of Game Changers EMEA Stage 3, so that's either G2 Gozen or Twisted Minds Orchid. The VCT EMEA slots you were talking about, the 2 Ascension slots, so the additional teams from Ascension that are joining them for 2026. And then the 2 wildcard slots. I actually don't know what this one is. I don't think we were briefed on this.
No.
So, Cairo, mate, if you want to make a roster, I make a roster, like maybe we can just nepo our way to having 2 extra teams in there.
Yeah,
I don't know if that's
perhaps
possible.
I don't know if you'd want us to. Maybe we do remember the mini Sliggy matchup that we had before? Maybe we just get those 2 teams together and like chuck them in at the deep end. I would love to see Mitchman try and beef a VCT EMEA team. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, look, I mean, there's always the possibility. There is always the possibility. So I do believe there is a slight delay before getting in game here, as the match has not started just yet. So you know what? I was planning on waiting and doing it a little bit later, but I do have an announcement. Obviously, for everyone watching, it is actually Cairo's birthday today. So
there's no way.
I've got him a little cupcake here, and if you all want to wish a happy birthday to Cairo, you can. I tried to get 40 candles, but they wouldn't fit, obviously it being your 40th birthday.
Thank you, mate.
you old man. But yeah, if you wanna blow the candle out, be my guest.
Oh wait, I was on the wrong side. Oh,
There we go.
You got it there
Hey.
anyway. Beautiful. Oh my god, got smoke everywhere now. This is terrible. I hope the alarm
Oh,
doesn't go off. Imagine
jeez.
getting kicked out of my apartment in the middle of the
That-
broadcast.
that
It'd be
would-
absolutely terrible.
That would make my evening, do you know that? Like, you trying to do one of your bits and then it ends up backfiring.
I mean, that's the expected outcome, perhaps. But yeah, as you can see, we've gone a little bit off the rails. I hope it's entertaining at the very least. But yeah, we've also got a LAN final, Cairo. I mean, I guess we can talk about Phase 4 now as well. We're getting to that point. Looking forward to that, man. Trip to Paris. I wasn't there. You were there for Champs recently. How was that?
I mean, Champs was fun, mate. Paris is a lovely city. I really enjoyed it. Had a lot of fun there. Met a lot of new people. So I think like that's the best thing about going to these LAN events is that you do get to like meet new people that you wouldn't have be able to like meet before, right? It's a collection of like the community, which is lovely.
Well, let's not hesitate to get involved in the game and let's meet the teams. I mean, you already met them, but let's go into the server. The game is ready, apparently. I believe that the delay has ended, so we will be transitioning to the game now. And it's Haven. So it was one of the maps that we listed, and it's a preference for Alcadzia as well. I think it's sort of fair to include.
Yeah, I don't think they're going to be hating against us. If you're honest, I mean that's the big thing about Alcadzia. If they have favourability or they have like a home ground, perhaps is maybe another like we talk about. Like yeah, that's probably a good place to call it.
Yeah, if you look at their record for Game Changers EMEA Stage 3, it was 2-1. They took wins against Twisted Minds Orchid, one of your grand finalists, looking for that Phase 3 spot against G2. Carmine Core as well, back-to-back winners at the start of this year. The only loss was to SK Nebula. So I tell you what, Cairo, they are feeling pretty confident coming in here. And, you know, we spoke about there being puggy maps and what difference having an IGL, a set IGL could make.
Yeah.
I think this is one of those maps where you're quite happy to play those rotations and get the benefit of having an in-game leader.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, we were going to see here, right, is Chaddy that's actually missing from Falco as well, just for everyone to note. So, yeah, it's going to be good for Falco to start on the attack as well, in my opinion, just because like sometimes defensive reads can be a bit hard, and then if Alcadzia are able to use the advantage of their IGL to like call it a good game, then you know that could always be the other aspect. And we look at the two comps, one very puggy in its own right from Falco, the fact that they've went the traditional route, and then Alcadzia, they're going for something different, a wheelie in the mix as well as double controller.
Yeah, I think it's nice to see the double controller get a bit of screen time here, and actually it is interesting. This is a compositional deviation from Alcadzia. They were not playing this before. They were running the double duelist Heretics comp, old Fnatic comp, right, with the ISO and the Yoru. So this is something a little bit different. I mean, Anva was playing heaps of Yoru when we saw her last, after only just picking up that agent this stage. So we'll have to see how different the Waylay is going to function. In terms of players that I do want to quickly highlight as well, though, on the Falca side, ZT Monarch, man. This is a fairly new player. I don't know all too much about them.
Yeah.
Only a few officials on VLR, so in a server which is loaded with people that we have previous experience with, yeah, this is a chance to make a name for themselves.
Well, let's hope that they do. So with us now, 3 seconds left, barriers dropped, the players can begin their assault for Falco, dropping a smoke to try and create a little bit of pressure, a question mark towards that A lobby as the bullets fire off. Seems if this is going to finish C.
First kill picked up by Forkux, of course. 2 there for Sandra as well. Just keeping check of that, of course. For all those watching at home, Kamisek with a quick double. And for one back, but Alcadzia in the driver's seat here. ZT Monarch, what a way this would be to burst on the stage, but it's just the one and done.
Hey, Falcadzia get things started off right. Yeah, it was good to keep a check on everything, and there you have it, just in case you forgot. But hey, listen, it was a good start. Gets the defense off right. We know how hard it can be on Haven for the defense side to work, right? That's the big thing here.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm sure that we will see the scoreboard only when required next time. But in terms of what the round looks like, yeah, Alcadzia, potential to flood with this composition. With the double controller, you're wanting to keep those chokes limited as much as possible. Early outlaw for Anva. 4 players on the other side of this.
Yeah, Philippa ready to stand up, maybe not so much anymore. Sees to create some delay, but got to remember the Spectre can be extremely good at close range, although it has gone already, and it looks as if Falca have got themselves started off right, and even putting the wheelie under pressure, having to dash away from a disadvantage. The defense will have to try and come back in.
Yeah, quick flank coming in from Alcadzia though. And Sandra, with these toxins now running out, is perhaps expected here by Falca.
Oh, maybe Annie just seen something out the corner of her eye, but wasn't quite the opponent she was looking for. But unfortunately, the wall has been used against Alcadzia as Shinnok comes through to pick up a double, and Kamisek to finish it out. After a good start for Alcadzia, Falca are answering straight back.
Yeah, and it wasn't even a force or anything too out of the ordinary. A couple sheriffs in there, and I think you're always happy to make that investment in these kinds of games. Another kill for the Monarchs, so building up some early confidence here. Still nice to just keep tabs on each of the players. Shinnok getting good value from the corner as well. And these are always things that you've got to be cognizant of, right? The sweaty corners, stuff like that. I know, of course, Alcadzia, this is a full roster, so you're holding those comms to a high standard, something which they were very vocal about working on in the most recent stage.
Falca taking a much slower approach to this attack from what they did in the past 2 previous rounds. It was pretty straightforward.
Sort of building on what I was saying there as well from Alcadzia, they made a player change coming into this stage. Jada, their former player, current teammate of Lida on the mix that she was playing with, long ways in contenders, waiting on the other side of the bracket should they progress and face one another later on. But for now, ZT Monarch getting an opening kill on Anva. With that waylay, sometimes you have to be very proactive with your abilities. But just getting caught out, and now you can see Falca getting ready for another A hit.
And one where they're catching out players left, right, and centre. Philippa from the corner of Graffiti has absolutely zero chance with the utility sent her way. So this looks like a formality with 5 alive for Falca.
Yeah, just seeing if they can build up some early ult econ. You can actually see Monarch is just 4 off, so the potential to get a couple more kills here is the incentive. Currently watching the backline, but Alcadzia don't want to give away any ultimate orbs. They don't want to allow for that to be the case. Heading into, you know, this is kind of what would usually be the bonus, but because the economy is a bit weird, it's the round after instead. Oh, Sandra does find one with the Bucky and wants to recover this Vandal. Does so at the cost of her own life, though, so nothing saved in the next.
Well, fairly successful anti-eco round essentially for Falca in the end because of that anti-eco or the eco win on the second round, and that puts themselves in a very good position now to go and try and win the bonus round. I don't know what the economy will be like for Alcadzia. You'd hope it would be one where they have heavy shields, or we're going to see that Outlaw find massive value.
Ooh, there are 3 soft targets, Cairo, so players within striking distance, the majority of Alcadzia. Biggest thing I'm noticing so far is perhaps a slight lack of cohesion and the fact that there are a lot of 1v1s, but Anva does profit from the situation, Lida going down. The bulk of Falca are still gearing towards a C execute though.
Yeah, looking to try and challenge the 2 anchors of C. one of which the KJ, the other the Viper, which is two players you would want to try and stall out a push if it was to come this way. But that's a nice aftershock to try and push Sandra out. It works out, and they identify the KJ. Falca don't quite get on towards Anva though, and this is going to be a problem now, as there's only two players on site, one of which with the spike, but Annie wins both duels and puts Falca into a 3 versus 1.
Spike planted.
Anita is healthy though, coming back into this retake. But Falca prioritizing cleaning out backside control and looking like a unit right now. Anita spotted, I believe, so Falca ready for this.
More than, especially with the information onto Anita. And that shock dart is perfect from Shinnok. So Falca, this attack started off perfectly.
Yeah, Shinnok's always been so good with the utility usage from our time spectating him on Metasport this year in 2024. Residual from their previous investments. Someone who has had trials with VCT teams. Don't know if that's a leak, but always in very high regard, I feel like, in challengers and still very young. So it'll be interesting to see where he goes this off-season. But I sort of build on what I was saying earlier there as well, that there are a lot of 1v1s at the moment, but Falca do seem to have their priorities set, at least in terms of what space they want to take as a group.
I mean, yeah, we were trying to talk about, like, or theorize what it would look like in terms of the cohesion of Falca, and as you said, like, it does look pretty good from the outset. The fact that they've got effective lurkers, the pack is working well together, they're setting each other up, and they're also creating pressure points on the map that Alcadzia later on will have to try and clear, but they're trying to gamble with this 5-stack right now on C, and I don't think they're going to get much value from it.
Yeah, it's a hit and hope, but nothing going for them this round. The general attack macro from Falca up until this point seems to be a standard 4-1, where the solo player is Monarch on some of these lurks, as you've been saying, or just splitting away from the rest of the group, and that's how they will approach A, as they're going to have to deal with sewers here. But Alcadzia don't want to wait around for the whole damn round, so they do start to get proactive on C-Long, and that's when the penny drops. I mean, some utility used here by Falca, actually. They burn through the paranoia in gaining access to the site. But you're still not expecting it to get too messy with it just being Sheriffs for the defense.
No, especially not when you have the Rolling Thunder as a late win condition, the breach ultimate. Yeah, that's going to be kept in the back pocket. And when you've got players shooting like this, only seeing a pixel, I mean, that just sums it up. Monarch also identifies the flag, so Falca have all the information they need.
Yeah, alarm bot that isn't really needed there as soon as you see the Viper Orb go up. Monarch's actually found a double from this, and it's even going to get a third before the round is done. So flawless in the end. And you're just seeing in the sort of tight situations where Falca have so much quality. Even Lida there, back sight on A, just the way she positions herself. You see it here on the edge of that smoke. On the opposite side of the default box, it's such a strong off angle. And if you're just going to peek in one player at a time, she's winning that every day of the week.
Now, Shawar will bring out the timeout, not happy with how things have been going, and I think that's respectable, right? They lost the early momentum that should have been in their favour, and since then, there's just not really been a look in. Nothing in terms of real competitiveness, like in terms of the rounds either. I know it's 4-1, but sometimes the way a round is won or lost, like as casters, commentators, we would be like, oh, do you know what? It's not the worst thing in the world. Like, we have seen some signs of life. But at this moment in time, Alcadzia has it. For me, they need resuscitated.
Yeah, they do. I'm loving the Scottish dialect finding its way in there as well. They do need resuscitated, mate. But I think, it's interesting you get the timeout from Shawata, who is the coach, of course.
Yeah.
Usually the player missing is Schnell, previous experience with Ascend, some second place finishes, in-game changes, definitely a premium on experience there, missed out on, and sort of the assistive capabilities that she brings to the roster as well. I was doing a bit of research, Shawata. Actually, I'm not entirely sure, because we looked at the roster. There's someone else in the server. I feel like I've been lied to, actually.
Yeah,
It was the Project Blender website, so look, I don't know, man. I got my information firsthand. Who knows?
Maybe it's just a smurf. Maybe Shawata's playing on both accounts. You know, he's got the Coach Pov just in case he wants to watch someone else.
Look,
So
well, they have that neutral third perspective at least, so that is
Yeah.
a beneficial thing. But it's only Felipa on B, and she has borrowed time.
oh, yeah, it looks like it. I mean, easy trade all through the end. But over that, Spike looked to be investing. Still 4 versus 4 for Alcadzia to come back in with ultimates as well.
Anva with this op does get picked off by Shinnok. Falca taking the A-Link space, and with the spike planted for this position, the post-plant gets stronger by the second. Forcus is the player that we are on board with, or were moments ago. It's the enemy Killjoy on the Falca side that invests the lockdown, though. And this just means that time is even more precious, more pressing the matter for Alcadzia in their retake attempt. Kamasek is gutting out all of this mid-space in the meantime, but a quick Sandra snap will put that one to bed. The round is already done, though, and it's Falcas.
And the big thing for Alcadzia about losing this round is they do keep 3 alive, so the next round won't be too unmanageable in terms of being able to fight against their opponents, right, in this next one. But at the same time, they need to stop the bleeding somehow. And it feels like every single time Falca are able to identify weaknesses that Alcadzia haven't thought about.
Yeah, so to just follow up very quickly as well on the player we have in the server, it is Forcux. They are from 7 States Esports, a roster which they've been with since 2022, but they took a 3-year break before the recent Homeground qualifier. So, one of the players of all time. We'll have to see how they perform here. Sandra to get things started though, carrying on as she did the previous. It's the Rolling Thunder to take C-site control, but Alcadzia still in a position to keep back sight. At least they're trying to.
Yeah,
But from within their own smoke, yeah, I think Falca in a position to plant here.
Yeah, they're being denied the space, although they're out CT, 3 bodies away, and it's lovely shooting in the end. Big 1 versus 1 on the flank though.
Felipa has to win it, and will do. That's Monarch gone. And bringing the deficit
Spike
back by
planted.
just the 1. Forcux still roaming around this position. Garage does go cleared by the Prowler. Forcux in position, only getting 1. She's not picking that up. Sidestep of the Nightfall. So Felipa having to play this out, left to her own devices, and with Kamasek in front of the horn, not revealed, unperturbed, Falca have 6.
Yeah, there's no way to deny it, right? And Alcadzia overall, like, you can see that they're trying to hold on to backside like you're saying, but the layering of utility that Falca are able to do, like, just to stop players getting out is perfect. And then when that smoke drops and they're all standing there, 3 bodies, it would take something special to shoot them all down. A lot invested in that last round to get the win. I guess a Rolling Thunder combined with the Nightfall from Alcadzia. But it is another equal round for the defense. And Falca still have ultimates to burn.
Very quick flank coming in from Alcadzia on this round. A 3-player mid-push has very quickly turned into an opportunity to cause issues. Felipa finds the A-hold. All she's got to do is buy time. The turret is up, they'll know about it, but not if the smoke lands.
Oh, and the shooting just is so much better from Falca this time round. And you can see that they've identified the flank, so they're going to go and try and fight into CT.
But this is where Sandra's waiting with the pit. Little hesitation to use it. And it's the right call because she's not locked into position. A quick readjustment, she's ready for the C play.
3 players ready to swing. A great shot from Sandra, but the spike has already made its way on towards C.
Flank!
The double player flank comes in. You can see already Falca, they want to try and fight towards Sandra and will win it. So now it's 2 versus 2. 2 Sheriffs versus the 2 rifles of Falca towards CT. Ultimates invested. Alkazi, I feel as if they've got a chance here, but maybe they shouldn't have just done it. Spike half into the smoke, they try and go, but Anita doesn't have a chance. Falca get through this round, and it's an expensive round, even though it was just an eco for Alkazia.
It's the ultimates that we saw invested. And it's a noble effort from Alkazia. Felipe gets the first. Flank is duly noted. This shot from Sandra was unbelievable. But Falca's protocols, and I'm guessing just the vocal players that they have with the names that you're looking at on the score sheet, coming up with plans mid-round so quickly that, well, we're already into the next. It's a 3-on-3, Cairo.
Yeah, on barrier drop, there's been a brawl, and both teams end up equal to it. Monarch not wanting to fight through this Viper wall. As Falca still look to poke and prod through mid. I like that Monarch is taking it upon themselves to hold down on towards Garage. And even though they got dinked, it is Monarch who comes out on top, so advantage taken.
And just as we were having that discussion in the build-up about how Falca don't have a set in-game leader, building on what I was saying, it's this plan creation in the mid-round, getting active, moving as a group, as you've got 3 players walking up C long. Anva was checking on it, but they're hazarding a guess that it's the A rotation. The stun brings them back and gets them interested again, but the spike can go down, no trouble.
That it does. And the players having to respect the utility once again. A Hunter's Fury that can sit back in the back lines, which is exactly where the Silver goes. I mean, do you even want to invest a lockdown? Obviously not, and time is ticking away.
Yeah, there's the counter there, like you say, and that second nano opening's just brought more of it.
Continues on, Monarch looking to pull through the site. 19 points of health, finally gets felled by the operator. And well, at long lines of sight, you would typically favour this scoped weaponry, but there is the late win condition. The Hunter's Fury brought out. It will be 8 for Falca as Alkazia look to save the operator on Anva. And this gap continues to grow and grow.
Yeah, it's brilliant work from Falca. And Monarch, again, this 16-year-old Turkish demon is doing their thing and hanging with some established names in the scene, I think is the best way to say it. So, fair play to them so far. This was the opening kill. Nice attempt from Sandra. But the follow-up equally is nice. 8 already secured. How much better can it get for this attack side?
It seems like it can't get any worse anyway, we'll put it that way. If you're already hitting 8 on Haven, you're starting to get to that point where...
Yeah. Well, I mean, against the double controller as well, Anva trying to hazard an involvement early on, it amounts to nothing. Sorry to just sort of jump in there. Like you say, yeah, I mean, you look at the comps, Falca kind of good for both sides, Alkazia a little more in here.
Yeah, and I mean, the worst thing about Alkazia's comp is that it is the double controller with a Sentinel, so you're typically going to favour them on the defender side, and they've just not shown it whatsoever. Just getting taken off guard, it feels like Falca have all the read that they need. The lockdown buying a little bit of delay, but how much does it really buy in the end?
You're just hoping there maybe be a hinder, a molly, something to go into the corner, left uncleared by the lockdown, because that's where the spike currently sits for Falca. It's their own lockdown now invested to re-clear the airspace. Forced to be respected here by Alkazia as Forkux goes looking, but gets caught by Shinnok. And with the detain, this flood backside is unsupported. Sandra the only one to hold it down. And now Anita the only player with a gun in their hands. Only for a moment, 3-on-2. Shinnok repossessing the smoke second hand. Has locked out Anva in a 1 versus 3. Already tagged up. Brutalized with the operator. Should be lucky to get away with this one.
Yeah, hard to greet. Anva I mean, you saved the open the last round, didn't get the value this round. It just gets worse and worse. And that Rolling Thunder back up. And it continues to roll that way, right? The ultimate economy has been really spaced well by Falca. And for Alcadzia, they've just not found the value that they want. So this best of one could be over very, very quickly.
Starting to head that way. Vast majority of the first 10 rounds, all but one going to Falca as it begins. Taking a step back very quickly and just looking at this group in general in terms of the other teams they're competing against, Cairo, who do you have favoured to be moving on?
Oh, from this stage?
Yeah, I guess so.
Yeah, okay. From this stage, probably Novo for me.
Yeah.
I won't lie. Like, I just think that I really like the fact that like Mosey and Avova are back and on that team. You know, like they look pretty decent. FMCL not too bad either. Like Sevilla, a player who's been highly regarded amongst a lot of coaches, not understanding why he isn't, I guess, higher up in community's opinions, if that makes sense.
Yeah, definitely another one that should be gracing a tier 1 trial during this downtime. If I was to make my best guess, it's the eco for Alcadzia. The only real interesting part coming in was Anva's op, that footnote from the previous round, but gets nothing done here. And yeah, I think, because this is the first time I've been able to say it, Frick My Chungus Life in full, FMCL.
Yeah.
I'm feeling pretty good about them too. I just love that that's a team name that I can use. It's great.
Can't we really see it on broadcast? I mean, they are
The
showing
Frick, yeah, it's Frick though, so it's fine.
Well, that is a word that Alcadzia will be using right now, as there's so much utility being sent their way. And Kamisek, even in the corner, looks to take it one step further. Double digits for Falca, and this is a best of one, remember. We won't get best of threes later on, but that have to wait. In fact, maybe not wait that much longer, because you might be in it right after this, Alcadzia. Double digits found, and it will be 1 round left in this half. And if 11 found, Falca, all they really need is a pistol round and an anti-eco.
Yeah, it's looking fairly regimental for them at this point. You can see how efficient they've looked round by round. And it'll be an hour-and-a-half break for them from this game, should they go on to win it, to the winners match, which we'll be having a little later on after our other opening fixture, Novo SUG, coming up in a bit. But for now, it is the final round of the half, and Falca have been held at arm's length here on the C site. It has brought in a couple extra players, one of them 4Cucks, and that is Kamisek cut loose.
Yeah, maybe Kamisek being a little bit too aggressive there. And
look at the flank.
Yeah, but the thing is, though, is they're just trying to pin the players in and contain. You can see the players from Alcadzia haven't really moved further from this position.
Just playing to contain. Anita doesn't want to overextend here, but can smell a jewel in the air, and it's not one that she's going to win. Chinook takes it. And that opening advantage doesn't feel as concrete anymore, Cairo.
No, it doesn't. It gets even more worrying. Especially when, right now, Falca are waiting for a reaction. They're waiting for even more players to try and push the envelope, and you can see Alcadzia getting a little bit uncomfy.
Honestly, from this position, you've got to be thinking about rotating the Killjoy. They finally go for it here as the 30-second mark is reached for Alcadzia. Utility watching over mid, of course, and now it's all hands on deck, but Lider with the blades, dispensing with no discrimination. It is 4Cucks the last to fall. A good start in this round for Alcadzia, but not making the most of the situation they find themselves in. The opening 12 see 11 of those rounds go to our now defenders, Falca.
Yeah, now as they move on towards the defense, They definitely have the ability to go and win pistol round anti-eco, and it should be Alcadzia forcing everything into the mix. At least on the attack, they have the ability to get that spike down and get the economy rolling in their favour. So it won't be as bad if they do lose pistol, if they get the spike down. These are if buts and maybes, and uncharacteristically, I have not seen Alcadzia really dominate the duels in this map so far, which has disappointed me because I was excited to see how this team would perform in Blender.
Well, the best showing that we have from them so far was the previous pistol. 12 rounds later, and maybe it's an even playing field. The situation that they needed. See execution coming in, Anita getting caught in that motion, but Falke staving it off, and Alcadzia looking to the other end of the map.
Now the pivot through mid. Falke continuing to constrict, but Philippa stands up, tries to challenge Kamasic, does win out, and actually, that's a couple of duels now that Falke have given away once. Nice shots from Lidillo.
Yeah, the Killjoy Yuta was down, so Alcadzia get into the site no problem, but this post plant is only going to be helped by a flank, late from Philippa.
That's going to be big, the timing needs to be right, and I guess the sound can't be given away either, but as the players re-enter back in towards site, it's so easy for Alcadzia to finish out, and they will double their round count in the pistol round of round 2.
Okay.
Have to.
Cairo, I'm wondering, have we ever seen a map of Valorant, and for all of the armchair analysts in chat as well, please feel free to fill me in. Have we ever seen a map of Valorant where a team has won both pistol rounds, no anti-ecos, and lost 13-2? Because, okay, we're not going to get any kind of a force here from Falke. They're playing it tried and true, but they've got 4 players on A. I don't know, man.
Maybe there's a chance. Just maybe. Oh, the utility's looking good. That Molly does deny any space forward though, so with seeing all the bodies there, Alcadzia are making a Route 1 play to see.
It's a foot race. Echoing through defender spawn, Falke on the march. Alcadzia trying to follow it up to see as quickly as possible. That signature utility shouldn't be back up. We're on current patch, it's going to take a minute or so. Playing for their full retake now.
Paranoia is still being kept in hand, so Anita in a good position to really deny this space getting out for Falke.
Mid 1v1.
Oh, but Shinnok's identified, so it gets worse. Alcadzia now have a notice on the position through mid. And it still continues to get harder and harder, but through Garage to get another pick. Anvil at least gets one back, keeps the advantage towards Alcadzia at the moment. But I think with time starting to tick away, Falke maybe just have to accept their fate.
And that smoke being from the defenders is the statement of intent. Falke want nothing to do with the dregs of this round that remain. They're playing for exits. Shinnok's going to get one. Wasn't ready for the next. So Philippa will wipe him from the board. But yeah, look, I don't want to look like I was preying on Alcadzia's downfall there. I just think it would have been funny. But yeah, they convert the anti-eco. They stay in this one a little bit longer. And honestly, the execution looking better than what we've seen from them before.
Hopefully they can now start to like roll on, right? They look a bit more like themselves now. But the problem that I worry about is like maybe Falke being in the pistol round and anti-eco have been humbled a little bit, and now they just start to move on from here.
Falke leading into this A-heavy setup again. The lifting on the C side being done by Monarch, who had a stunning attack side display. Near faultless from Falke in total. But Alcadzia trying to loke up behind their own smoke on B. Not yet spotted by the defenders.
But Annie's the one who steps a bit too far out, gives Philippa the chance for the trade. The players now move into B, pretty much uncontested from here. Shinnok creating a problem on the flank. Well, it's Leader will go next. Can Shinnok get the next? Yes, certainly can. And now Grass fully in control of Falke, as well as potentially this B site. Unless Philippa had anything to say about it, Doesn't work out, and Falco convert.
Yeah, Philippa started things off nicely as Alcadzia found an advanced position in mid to catch Falco off guard, but couldn't finish what she started and go on in her teammate's stead. It stands 12-3, and it's looking dominant from Falco so far. A one-sided scoreline queued up to be posted, and that's going to send a message to the rest of the teams in this tournament for sure.
Oh, 100%. Well, Alcadzia, yeah, they have. I can't believe like how disjointed they've looked as a team compared to like what we expected, considering this is the well, 4 at least of the full 5 from that Game Changers 3 split. Expecting a lot better performance, and they've just not shown it. Whereas Falco, they seem like they have ideas, but maybe the ideas are rudimentary at best, but they're doing it together, and that's the problem, right? That kind of like micro is very well played off each other.
Yeah, in some ways, this Alcadzia performance to me feels like a scrim, I suppose, just because it's might be against a mixed team, but the quality is there. They're making the most of the experience, I suppose. That's the only understanding I can really see for it being a comp change coming into this, because it's not what they've played before. It's not the standard Haven that we've seen from them in the past. And there are player changes in their own roster as well, with Forkix coming in. So those are the differences that you've got to be looking at. And for Falco, they're playing a really default composition, the default composition on this map, with players sticking to their comfort roles. Lida on Duelist, as we know from her time on Heroic. Annie playing the Breach. Shinnok the Sova. It's just what you expect.
Ampere slowly making their way in. Monarch combined with the flash from Kamisek. Lovely stuff. Garage posted up for Falco. Looks as if Anva's got an idea here. Wants to try and go forward with the refract.
Monarch playing the off angle. Forfeiting the space. Drops a ping on the ground and can't quite reset in time, but goes back for the double dip. And that's Alcadzia down to their last member. It's Philippa versus the world, or it's Falco all the way to the bank, and that's exactly what we get. 13-3 in the opening game. The Portuguese org with a result to be proud of.
Yeah, they'll be happy with that, marching on forward, considering the group now looking a bit more interesting is the big thing off the end of this. So, yeah, getting yourself started off right, a little bit of momentum heading through the group.
Yeah, looking at the scoreboard there as well, it was Sandra, the in-game leader for Alcadzia, trying to do her best for the Corals. And for the first outing on Waylay, maybe not up to the standard that we know from her, but for the rest of Falco, pretty happy with that one from front to back. A top-to-bottom performance from them on Haven. And like I said, it's going to send out a warning to the other teams competing that is what the level can be already. We're seeing, you know, the ideas in the mid-round. They're playing like a team, even though that they're a mix. There isn't pretty much any overlap, I think, in terms of prior team history with these players. So, yeah, a very impressive start for them.
Yeah, and where do they go next, right? I mean, you've got like highlights from players like Shinnok, who touted is one of like the prospects from Tier 2 maybe for next year. I think like that's the thing, right? We've seen all the best from Tier 2 this year. We now start to look towards the next as we are in the off-season. Shinnok, one of those players, and maybe there's more to be highlighted from that as well.
Yeah, I mean, Lida unsigned as well, if we're talking about the GC players.
Yes.
Annie was with DVM Miss, but I think she's the only player under contract with that org anymore, which sort of not competing in Game Changers since Stage 2. So, yeah, definitely opportunities for sort of each and every one of these players to find themselves on a team, because that's the state of play with Falco. And like you were saying about Shinnok, so sure, we have some prospects in Tier 2 where you kind of expect, okay, they'll have 1 year, they'll make their Ascension run, and then next they're going to a VCT team whether they ascend or not. Shinnok was on the quote-unquote North Super Team with Metasport this year, but it never kind of really came together, so I think it'll definitely be interesting to see where he ends up going.
Yeah.
But plenty of promise, and
shout out to Monarch, man. I invested in them early in the map, and actually the ROI wasn't too bad. So I'm excited to see a little bit more from them.
Yeah, do you know what? I agree. Hopefully they get a good run in this tournament. For those at home wondering what the bracket looks like, it is GSL groups, so it's kind of like a double elim, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
2 wins and you're through, 2 losses and you're out in each of the groups. So Alcadzia with their first loss, and well, Falco with their first win.
Yeah, and the 2 teams that qualify from each group will then go against each other in the semis and the grand final that we have, all for a spot in Phase 3 of Project Blender, which is what we're going to be gearing towards later on. But for now, we have a break before we have your second game of S2G versus Novo. I'm going to go eat Cairo's birthday cupcake, and I'll see you very soon. So, oh, okay, no, sorry, I'm supposed to save it for you. Oh, I've dropped it. I've dropped it. Never mind. I'm going to save Cairo's Squash Cupcake. Go find one for yourself, and we'll see you after the break. Bye-bye. welcome back to Project Blender. I have eaten Cairo's birthday cake and we are ready for the second series of today. The second best of one, I should say. Cairo, how are you feeling? How did you spend the break?
I spent the break just enjoying myself, relaxing, scrolling Twitter, you know how it usually goes, but also looking forward to this second game that we've got.
That's right, we've got S2G Esports against Novo for you all. So let's start off by taking a look at the S2G roster. Some interesting names in there. It's a mix of their Challengers roster, their Academy team, which has had a couple of players promoted, most recently for the off-season, and their Game Changers team as well, and some familiar ones in there, Cairo. Leroy Sané included.
Jeez, the big man's come all the way. Who's he even playing for now? The last time I saw him, he was at Bayern. Is he still there?
Yeah, I think he's at Bayern. It is Leroy. If you want to know what the Riot ID is, it's Leroy Sané #Riazi. So it's Riazi who usually plays on S2G.
Yeah.
But he has called himself Leroy Sané. So we've got that on the roster sheet, which is fantastic. We've got Kachao as well, which I thought was another troll name. I'll be honest when I was researching it, but that is actually their name. Sorry, they're part of the academy team. They have been promoted for the off season. Alongside some staples in GC, actually. Rainsa, Xena, I think, is a slightly newer one, but looking forward to this.
Yeah, obviously you've not spoken about Jelasin either as well. Big player from the Tier 2 circuit, so that's another one to watch out for. So the S2G roster, I like the fact that they're trialling academy players in this kind of team. So yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing how the academy players do, more so than what I'm used to seeing from Tier 2 and GC players.
Yeah, for sure. Some of those other academy players, Risna, Ajaya, and Kachao. I think those are the main three from the academy. But on the Novo side, it's a little bit more household. We've got Avova, we've got Mulsi, both from Apex and VCT in last year. This year, I guess. I'm already thinking 2026 right now. What is wrong with me? Mixed with the sort of Novo GC team that they already had that plays in contenders, and with some main event experience in there as well.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, the Novo team, they had that Cinderella run and then unfortunately weren't able to repeat the same sort of performance. So hopefully in the future we'll see them come back. But as you've already mentioned, the fact that we see Mosey and Avova in this mix, I'm looking forward to seeing how they play out this fixture.
Yeah, for sure. I think it's a great opportunity for those Novo players to get some experience in a team environment with VCT quality players in an official game as well, in an official game setting, especially when one of those is the in-game leader, Mulsi, I imagine, because that was his role on Apex, and he's not replacing an IGL coming into this team either. I know that Ryota on the GT team is a second caller. Picked up a little bit from some of their vlogs. The Novo content machine is whirring. It's pretty good. So, even Mayusha as well, someone who we saw with Anonymo back in 2023 in main event, but only 16 at the time. And listening to what she sort of said about her career, feeling like she's matured, come on a lot. Excited to see how they do.
Yeah, where they go next, right? I think when you have someone like Mosey who has had so much experience as an IGL from this year, it'll be, and last year as well, I'll be excited to see how he does.
Yeah, I believe it's not long before we're able to get into the game now, and I'm curious to see what map we get, because when you look at S2G, you look at Novo, there's like a little bit of overlap, but I think in terms of map pool, it's kind of hard to really pin it down and say, yeah, this is where we're going. It's the maps that we were talking about earlier.
Yeah, I think so. I agree with that. I guess maybe you can take something from what the IGL preferences are, like for instance Mosey and what he would like to play on. We saw the Apex roster have great success on the likes of Lotus and Ascent, so that's maybe the maps that we could see prop up later in the veto.
Yeah, I was going to say, you said we saw the Apex roster have great success on maps such as, and then I was wondering what you were going to say, because it wasn't the easiest year for them, of course. Yeah. But jokes aside, you and I are both love the Apex guys. We've been following their story for the last 2 years or so. And I think, like the bounce back for them, or the individuals at the very least, coming into the off season is going to be cool to see, because we've already seen Mulsi succeed with it is Sunset, the map that we're going to get. It's like a DVD logo as it bounces around. No, we've already seen them in the off season do well. I think they qualified to home ground, so that's already a win for them. And they should be familiar with S2G actually, because that's where they took Batu from.
Yeah, 100%. I imagine they'll be well aware of the players that they have to go up against. And I mean, like, just to talk about it, like, S2G will have firepower behind it. Like, what's Novo going to have to deal with that? Like, that's the thing about the Turkish region. It's a guarantee. We've had a double promo in Ascension with Turkish teams. But for me as well, the other thing I want to touch on is, like, I feel as if Molzy, towards the latter end of this year, in the official environments, really proved, like, what is worth and what he can do individually. And then on top of that, like, the other aspect to it is that he even went further when it came to, like, the what's it called, the Pro 10 mans, the Pro City for EMEA, and what we saw. He was definitely a player that saw a lot of success there as well. So overall, like, genuinely don't think he's a player that you can really underwrite, considering there's teams looking for IGLs.
Nah, for sure. I think EMEA, it's a pretty well-discussed topic that there is an IGL deficit, dare I say, right now. So lots of players may be choosing, like, okay, I want to go in and actually become an IGL because I want to future-proof my career. And that's what Mulsi said. This is now his 3rd year as an in-game leader, if you consider the 2 years he's had on Apex coming into the 2026 season. So it's going to be interesting to see. I mean, we've spoken a lot about Novo here, but on the S2G side, it's a case of promoting up those academy players, because it's not too often you see academy teams in challenges, especially if those rosters are sort of tier 2 organizations anyway, you know? You don't usually have the resources to be putting that much in, but S2G as a product, as a scouting ground, I suppose, has produced a lot of players over the years. Even Rians, for example, the best initiator, one of the best initiator players we have in VCT EMEA, cut his teeth wearing an S2G jersey. So, yeah, plenty to be excited about.
Yeah, I think it's always funny to think about S2G and the journey that they've had in Valorant, because they were one of the teams at the very start who did find massive success in those open circuits as well, right? I think, like, if I'm not right, are they not one of the few teams that actually made an international way back when? Am I thinking?
No, you're thinking a bit wrong. You're thinking Supermassive, Supermassive Blaze. Like, we had, who else was it that we had? I'm trolling here. I'm trolling my general knowledge, Cairo. You're making me look silly.
I'm trying to think myself. I thought S2G were one of the teams that, like, made it all the way to, like, I can't remember. Do you know what? This is the worst time to ever do this when we're on broadcast, right? This is like a stream discussion between me and you normally.
No, they haven't. They haven't.
Yeah, I thought I'm trolling, as usual.
You're thinking of another team. But,
yeah, I can't. I love how that I can see you right now trying to find.
Mate,
exactly.
you've got me into you've got me on the ropes here. This is awful.
Because it was
carry the show. I'll fact check it.
No, because, like, Foot never really came into it until, like, the later stages of pre-partnerships, so it wouldn't be Foot for anybody at home wondering if it's them. And then, like, there was another Turkish team back then. It wasn't, like, obviously Supermassive Blaze. It was back then, but I can't remember who the second Turkish team was.
Mate, I've absolutely forgotten. It wasn't BBL either, was it?
No, it wasn't BBL either.
Come on, hang on. I've nearly got it.
Come on.
Berlin 2021.
Yep.
Come on. Scrolling. I actually don't know. But yeah, there is Turkish talent. There always has been. There always will be. That's VCT.
Yeah, that's VCT. Yeah, there we go. That's the consensus after that discussion. So, but yeah, I mean, I guess, like, Turkey as a whole, it's hard to really move away from that discussion. It feels as if the two big regions, I guess, like, in Valorant, is, like, obviously the number one is obviously Turkey. That's the one that everyone thinks of. But I guess, like, one who doesn't necessarily get its flowers is the East region, who overall have always been strong in Valorant as well.
Yeah, I am still looking. We had like Oxygen at a point in time, Fireflux.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know, man. I mean, obviously CNED was always a big player on Ascend, but that wasn't
Yeah.
that wasn't too big of a thing. But yeah,
Yeah.
there you go.
Lovely.
VCT 2021, man. What a time. What a time.
Yeah, it was definitely 2020, 2021. I know that JT was in the chat earlier. He was. I wonder if he'll remind us when he's.
JT.
Yeah, exactly. Like 3 minutes.
Save us.
3 minutes in the future, mate. So if you can remind us, that would be fantastic. I don't know if
Because this is the thing. It's always one of those teams that just sort of doesn't exist anymore, or something like that.
Yeah.
And I think that's actually a broader conversation to probably have about Turkish game changers. I saw a post sort of the other day saying, look, we have all of this Turkish talent. We have unsigned Turkish talent in game changers as well, like your Jada, Lida.
Yeah.
We've seen these players play just moments ago. The quality is there. They're looking for teams. Sign them up.
Sign them up. But for us, let's focus on what we're going to get on Sunset, because already players are starting to lock in. We're actually going to get our first ever Veto Hazard. Are you excited?
First ever Veto? Oh, right. Yeah, sorry, you're not talking about maps. The agent, that was a really great decision, I suppose. I don't know, it just makes broadcast life difficult. But yeah, no, I'm interested to see how he plays, because I think I've seen both sides to the argument,
Yeah.
but we've not actually seen him played yet, right? The Senegalese agent, if I'm not mistaken. And yeah, it should be interesting. We've got Mochi playing him. She is a Sentinel player that we've seen quite a bit of over the years. Few different teams that she's been part of: Rebels, Velvet, Focus, Sakura, but never in main event GC. So if there ever was a time, it would be now. But to cap off what I was saying, that there is the feast or famine aspect.
Yeah.
If you don't play into the util, it doesn't do all too much, and then the ult can individually be very, very strong, especially if left unchecked.
Yeah, and I think like that's the big thing, right? From Veto, I think like I always thought it would be a strong Sentinel paired with another. Like for instance, if you were to stick a Cypher down on that B site, right, and you combined it with the with Veto and the little like trophy system as it's been coined, overall, like I think like that utility becomes really hard to break. So that's the other aspect to it as well.
Yeah. It's also the audio on the TPs is actually quite quiet. It can be difficult to listen for if you're not expecting it. And the fact you can place 2 down really cuts rotation time. So
Oh yeah.
that's nice to see as well. But heading in, it's S2G on the attack side. We've got a Deadlock in there, playing slightly like an initiator. I think there's no real... I was going to say no real set Sentinel on either side. I guess it would be the Veto for Novo, because you have a trap, and that's going to be active pretty soon because it's on the B site where the Turkish team will make their first move.
You can already hear the utility that has been set up on B as the Veto takes position through market.
It's very noisy, and that's one aspect to the counterplay. But it's active, and actually S2G have played into it.
Well, the Interceptor already gone off the board. Jalarson actually getting rid of the Veto entirely. So as Mosey tries to keep his duelist arc going, it'll be ended very quickly. And Novo left at a massive disadvantage.
Yeah, 4 versus 2. As soon as this Deadlock gets in post, it's very strong. But no sensors up.
Nothing whatsoever, but Jalarson ready to get this Ghost working. 3K already on the round. We know how good a Vova can be, especially in a clutch. And that was insane.
Yeah, that was pretty exciting stuff. And I think seeing Jellison in an official, it's nice, man, right? Like, we had him Ascension 2024, one of those players who maybe didn't have the same kind of star power as your Larocque, Loiter, and has been team hopping all this year, basically, you know? Which is kind of sad to see, and it makes you wonder what it's like inside the team for that to be happening. But
has always had the talent. So this is another great opportunity to prove it. But you can never count Novo out in those moments, and Avova showing you why.
I think like that's the big thing that everyone needs to consider, right? Is that when Kreven came in and announced himself, it cast a big shadow over the legacy that Jellison had.
Jellison.
Jellison. No, I just tried to more words. Thank you very much, mate.
No, it's good. Sorry, my bad.
But the point I was trying to make is that Jellison kind of fell away, and a lot of people forgot about him. Like like kind of heralded that BBL Pacific roster.
Avova first player down in this round. It is just classics. Nothing really to get too excited about. In saying that, Mayusha has found Jellison, but just can't recover the weaponry, and Rainsa will farm them up. Couple more ult points towards the From the Shadows. Still on 20 points of health, so Mulsi gets the next. It's only a 2v3. Scratch that 1v3. I think Mochi's going to struggle here.
Yeah, you'd expect them to. And S2G doubling up. Sure, a couple of losses in there in terms of weaponry, but overall, they'll be happy with that as majority get through. And I guess a conversation to be had about Novo and more so Molzy and Avova, because realistically, right, if there's any two players in this server that should know how to play against a deadlock, it's them two, because it was a staple in their year.
In their Sunset comp as well. So, yeah, it's interesting seeing Molcy on the duel list, though. Wondering what his partnership with Mayusha is going to be like. Of course, it was Kayak that we saw on the Yoru of the Apex team way back when. The common ranked duo of Mayusha. And for here, Molcy's been cut out the round early. Unk is caught sleeping. Ryota has found Riazi in the meantime. It's just so hard to focus. The Interceptor getting a little bit done, and so is Mochi. 2 kills in the feed, and it was an advantage for Novo, albeit a fleeting one. Backside control trying to be established by Jellison's ult, but he has to fight this out solo.
Well, spike down, and difficult to try and win back, but repossession looks good.
And he gets his third. One more required. Another quad kill as it was in the pistol. He's up against Ryota. Nightingale waiting in the wings, but it's Jellison to win it out. A bonus round converted for S2G, the perfect start for the Turks.
That's the perfect way to get started for S2G. Bonus round, 3 rounds in a row, and now this economy state's going to get even more harder. And you can see the value that the Vito does bring when a site hit is coming through, and it's fairly easy to tell. But overall, when it comes to the shooting department, you can never count out the Turks there.
Oof. And yeah, even just looking at the replay, feels like Ryota missed an opportunity there. Positioning was good from main, Jellison checking on it, but not catching. Molcy was spotted early, as was one of the Vito TPs. Mochi's repositioned and taken the B main space.
Yeah. Oh, hello, Avova. Pistol shot certainly not missing from his locker.
Yeah, even, I was going to say, at the start there, it's a little unfortunate because Mayusha gets caught through the top mid smoke. So you're wondering where Novo are going to get their advantages in this round. It's just got to be through clean shooting, I think, especially now that Avova most likely will be left solo on A. Ryota has arrived in the nick of time. And Molcy is also taking the long route, so SCG might just have to wait out this next one-way first.
I mean, that's the thing with the new waves of utility. There's a timing to be hit. That Paranoia has certainly done so as well, but Agia, and Leroy Sani coming through at the perfect time as that spike goes down, and they end up finding themselves 4-2 up.
Leroy! Well played from him. But as you say, I think you're seeing it in the mid-round with how teams really need to force themselves to be more proactive. They can't just sit as static as you usually would and rely on that extra surplus of utility. The timings are key and you have to hit them. Novo have missed an opportunity here, albeit one stacked against them. S2G come in with the guns and they walk away with them. 4 players left standing, 4 rounds on the board.
And it doesn't seem to stop, especially in this next round, right? Because for those at home wondering, what's so important about this? This is the next buy for Novo. Yeah, that's the other thing that has to be considered is for every 1 round that S2G will win now, they've got a good chance, or like a 90% chance to win the next because it goes down to an equal round. Especially when you're on the defence, it can be very, very difficult to get economy running and maybe have that and get the biggest value out of your max loss bonus.
Big investments early from both sides into A main, but it doesn't last long. Quick pump fake, S2G turn the wheel, swerve their attention towards B with this Omen ult. Rainser is getting cleared out by Novo.
Oh, and is able just to wrangle the rifle under control, but after some quick trade, Novo have unfortunately lost the B site. So S2G move in, ready to get that spike down. And Novo have to collect themselves and come into a retake with a player disadvantage.
Spike planted.
Yeah, Zena dropped down to 47 in transition by Avova, but the full retake for Novo coming in from Boba. Drones traded. It's initially blinded, but gets good info on the site players. Not a Gia.
Certainly not. Still has that stun, and it is good as Miusa can't quite get out. And while S2G have already dealt with the majority of this push, just Avova in the corner with no way out. And as I said before, if you win the rifle round, you have a 90% chance in the next.
Yeah, it does seem to feel that way. Of course, these kind of tournaments can always facilitate strong individual play when the rosters are shuffled and people are just starting to get to grips with the situation. And you understand the rationale from Novo coming into this tournament with the Apex core and the pre-existing players that they have from the Nightingale team, that they want to make Sunset their home ground, that they can innovate in the comp a little bit by bringing the veto in. But S2G's game and their pure exec power right now just looking really strong with the Breach and the Sova. So a timeout called by Spitzer, the traditional coach for the team. He's had his first 30 seconds and 30 more to check in.
Yeah, he's going to have to, I don't even know how to adjust the setup, but something needs to be adjusted for Novo. As for S2G, I mean, you've got to think about their history as well. Like, they would be watching this year's Ascension, thinking what could have been for them in 23 all the way back. Remember, we were talking about that Turkish super team, and they've always been good at building rosters, and obviously the fact that they're introducing academy players already is a good sign of things to come for the next year.
Yeah, no, that's always one way to keep your pockets lined and keep the process ongoing if you are a feeder team, quote unquote. And they have been able to spin out some talent. As we had already mentioned, Rians was part of that 2023 play-ins team, which made the grand final against Focus. Something to be addressed, of course, in the setup, though, I think is just Vito not having as much stopping power as most other agents. Sure, in terms of actually blocking that utility, the Interceptor's great, and you've seen it get value here as well, but the stall, once you walk out and break it, it is one shot. There's not all too much.
Take flight.
Continues to get worrying, but a 5 versus 5 retake is going to still be difficult for Novo to try and get back into, considering the weapons they have.
Nice shot from Avova, that gets things started. Flank is an issue, and Sane has got plenty on his plate.
S2G ready now, with all the players identified and time starting to get low. That's the big thing the S2G need to do, is buy time, and they do that through just taking the kills that were sent their way. Ultimate invested when maybe not needed, but Agia will happily escape, and S2G finds 6.
Hey, say what you want about the ult. Aegea didn't have the refresh on the Neon High gear. The overdrive gives it to them almost infinitely, and they actually escape with the Vandal. So I don't completely hate it. Yeah, that's some top tier cope on my behalf.
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah, 6 from 6. I don't think you're really minding if you're spending one here and there. It's good damage from Novo, but we need to see that turn into results now. Malsi's got the op out. And layering that on top of the veto util on B is a problem, but it's the A execution that comes in.
Oh.
And Ryota has found that first pick to set up for the retake.
And all the players off of the site, letting S2G set up and knowing that Novo can come back in with an advantage.
With the Yoru ult, the Sova ult if they need it. Perfect way to break the ice. Flank in from Mochi, and that's where first blood is drawn. Into this retake situation where Novo are beginning to thrive. Mochi looking for more, given the peek by Zayna, but can't quite digest, and so S2G still with half the members, but not even half a chance, or so you'd think. The ult comes in from Zayna. It's not going anywhere though. And so Novo have their first.
Thankfully, they come back straight into this conversation with the third rifle round, and off the top of my head, fourth rifle round, something like that. But at least there's some resistance, and we've seen teams come back. We've seen the halves ebb and flow. But is there anything from here that you think that that's going to make Novo start to kick on from here, Hazza?
I think more than anything, just the adaptation from Novo in terms of their setup. Not leaving the veto solo to watch over B, because as I mentioned, that util probably not strong enough by itself. And then playing a heavier stack towards A where, yeah, you've got Malsi just floating around with the op. Looks like the right improvement for me. S2G have raised the question mark, applied pressure here many times. Not always followed through, but they will as 5. Oh, Avova.
Great shots. Paranoia just to delay some more. You can see Mayusha still holding on towards shot with a judge in hand. The players slowly scale up elbow though.
Ryota, her teammate, trying to instigate a little bit with the owl drone. Doesn't connect to anything. Jellison just wide of the mark. Avova will stay on his perch for a little longer, but it's not long lasting. Mayusha breaking through the barrier mesh with the ult in kind. It doesn't get anything. And that death feels frustrating now as it's 3 on 3.
And how much time realistically is left, because we're starting to get to the latter stages of that now. Still, S2G have so much utility to hold on. Still a Sonic Sensor there.
Yeah, but Mochi, it's an empty belt, and they've got to push in by themselves. Ryota trying to set up the rest of the team. The stun connects to Malsi on the way back through. Info on the backside player who's holding it down. The net in the face of Novo just forces them to continue respecting this. And it's too little too late. Malsi with a chance to strip the guns off. And Jellison is the first casualty. His opponent, and of course, the loser in the Ascension 2024 final. But there's only one winner this time, and it's S2G again.
Of course, yeah. That's a big thing that we've not really spoke about, is
Yeah.
I guess the players are familiar with one another. But it does go 7-1, and Jellison ready to, Jellison ready to get his revenge for that pain caused to him. Advantage at least for the next half for S2G, and there's a mixed buy-in here. One rifle on Ryota, and op still kept by Mosey.
And that's exactly what Novo have to do in this round. Play through that operator, use it as a conduit. He is the sole custodian of the A space. Focus on middle. That's where S2G are executing from.
Stun hits as well, does the utility. Ooh. A good ultimate from Ryota makes this competitive. Remember, 3-3, op and Phantom still in play.
Reinter has ulted to default, has the spike and a chance to plant. Mayusha pressuring, but it's Zena that's been overlooked in market, and Ryota only good for one back. 1v1.
And it's Ryota that comes out on top. So we do get a second round from Novo, a double up of round count, and they keep on fighting forward. I think as well, S2G are a little unlucky not to come out on top there, Hazza.
Yeah, perhaps, but for Novo, they're going to be happy that they've picked this one up because you were only really playing around the op, like I said, but that early control gave a little more safety in the setup to the B players and those coming through mid. Trades there or thereabouts. Mayusha finding 2 with the Sheriff. And yeah, Ryota making no mistake in the 1v1 against Jellison that time. So 2 on the board. I'd say 4 is your minimum. But starting to put them together now.
Starting to get to work, and the utility already being used, and it's only audio cues that's made them use the utility early, which is worrying because X2G, you just walk away and that utility is already used up.
Yeah, the Interceptor offline, but Mulsi still on this line in A, and will find Rainsa as she crests the corner of the phone booth. 5 versus 4 situation. Novo not often finding the advantage, but when they have, the system in place looks regimented.
And already a player back in their favour, but not considering where the Neon's positioned, and Mosey trying to get in on the action as well, but he's now all alone, and it should be easy enough with the utility combination, and players are just being hemorrhaged left, right and centre. S2G look to march on towards E unless Avova could come up with a prime time clutch.
Oh, and he always gets you excited, but it's this second player, Aegea, that is the most problematic. An advanced angle early, and Jellison cleaning up. 3 on the round again. Another multi from him, Cairo.
Yeah,
Been very impressed with this reprisal that we've seen against the Apex boys.
Yeah, and I think that's the big thing about Jellison, right, is as you already mentioned earlier on about how he's kind of went into the exhalation, right, like exile, whatever you want to call it.
Just, yeah.
Do you know what, that's probably one of my worst, but we'll keep on going. But the fact that like we've not really seen him have the same sort of return to the big time, right? We've never seen him in an EMEA Challengers tournament, which is pretty hard to believe.
To be fair to you, exhalation is a word. It just means breathing out.
Yeah.
But we can use that one later on. It's fine. We'll recycle
Well,
it.
maybe he's on the bottom of an exhalation. You know, he's at the bit
yeah.
where there's no air in.
He's just taking a big deep breath out. He's going to take a big deep breath in, as Ryota does. Steadies the aim, finds Zena in the back of the head, but S2G collapse the B hold and can move into post yet again.
See Riazi ready for an engagement off the back of the drone. How does he get that second kill? I don't know. But Ryota now left. And a 1 versus 3. We were expecting Avova to give us a clutch, but this would be a massive one. Has to break a crossfire. And of course, our main man in the server will not allow that to happen. So at 9-2, S2G have the opportunity to grab double digits in the first half.
Yeah, Jellison is the boss right now, but Ryota is playing second string and honestly looking pretty sharp. I've been very impressed with her performance so far. So yeah, it's nice in these events sometimes to be introduced to players that you otherwise perhaps wouldn't see. Not often do we get a stream of those contenders matches. I know that regionally they play the Italian as well, but yeah, quick ends to the half from S2G here on another B play.
Oh,
Unfortunately, Mayusha's been caught.
Yeah, it doesn't get any easier. Aegea doesn't consider Ryota's position and gives herself away. So with that being said, oh, it doesn't get any better. Lovely stuff. 3 versus 3.
And she has ult up as well.
Yeah, pops it straight away. Avova now looking for an engagement off the back of it, but it's all up to Mosey on this flank, unconsidered. Has the opportunity to win the round here, but does get the start boy in the server, as well as a second. Where's Rainsa off to? Does able to get the spike back, and 50 seconds to play with.
Yeah, Mulsi getting all of this information, which is going straight back to Ryota. Rainsa with the plant, gets the ult, chance to reposition. Time on her side. Plenty of options in this 2v1.
Yeah, Mosey looking to play forward, and there's a lot of utility to play with as well. Both players basically having a full belt of utility. You can see Rainsa looking to try and bait something out, but Mosey, with a little bit of movement, gets in the face and denies the spike.
Yeah, it's unfortunate. I wasn't a massive fan of how Rainsa chose to play that. She had all of the tools, but never really committed to the plant. Wanted to find that first pick to make it a 1 versus 1. But yeah, just never bringing it to post, so difficult. But another great round from Ryota as well. So continuing to impress. And as soon as Jellison's dead to Mulsi's flank, then, well, you knew it was all wraps, right?
Yeah, 100%. I think as well, the fact that it's like a double kill as well, and you get that advantage in, like from there on out, Novo should 100% convert. But we head into the next half, roles changed, that deadlock, I want to say maybe not find as much value. I guess we'll see what the initiation's like from Jellison. And the players of S2G looking to start the defense off with a little bit of aggression.
Yeah. Jellison could very soon be overwhelmed though. Currently 16-6. For the audio listeners perhaps. Just hanging on to the B space as S2G are looking to get aggressive on A, but Mulsi's dropped one. Agia's there for the trade. That's not where the pack is though. Like I say, Jellison playing to contain and doing a damn good job at it.
Yeah. And well, does create a little bit of delay, but the spike does go down. A very quick take up on the CT.
Yeah, S2G flooding into backside. Spike is down, but Evova's already found his first. He's going to need a whole lot more though. Jellison giving away the space on the B site, but only for as long as his teammates took to arrive. It was a strong retake, and that will be 10.
Finding 10, huge. Can kick on to 11 with an anti-eco, and that gap with 8 rounds feels like a mountain to climb if you're on Novo's side, has it?
It does. And it's kind of making you think that maybe they'll be opting for a force in this next round if they want to try and get into things. Spike plant there, but no, it's not attempted. Just pistol upgrades for the players on the Nightingale side of the server. 3 rounds from 6 at the end of the half. Early interceptor to stop people from challenging the main space, but the stun's already had its impact. It is not dissuaded by that utility.
Navova tries to find another gap by himself, and I like this from Novo in the sense that they're trying to divide and conquer, trying to find different gaps, but brute forcing their way through A has made a gap for them.
That's the strength with having the Euro in the composition as well. Mulsi can set up flashes off of the highway, I suppose it is, outside of A for those early engagements, and then immediately be on the other extremity. So that's what you're looking for, adding a little bit of lurk potential in here. Vito would be the standard Sentinel to do that. But as the barrier decays, S2G should have an idea that there's a gap in the setup now. But with how passive they are on A, it could honestly be either side of the map. It allows Novo to get into position in this 2v3. Timing. Oh my god.
Yeah, it's insane. Mosey, Wee takes the next engagement isn't ideal, and now Ryota identified and hit by the grav net is extremely unfortunate. So with that being said, all players in towards the end have got a gun in their hands and a sheriff in their back pocket. Making this next round one that certainly Novo will need to respect.
For sure. But, I mean, Novo are the antagonists here in the sense that they want to try and upset what we've seen from S2G so far. I think this map of Sunset is ultimately coming down to who has the better A main control, because S2G on their attack rounds built the macro off of taking the space there early, whether they wanted to develop it or head elsewhere. And this time it's just whether Novo have that space now, yeah, to control rotations. As Agia makes their presence felt early.
And not forcing Apex. Oh, Apex, sorry. Forcing
Steady.
Novo back. Agia does so with the rifle. And look, Rainsa's looking for more as well. That Spectre not as good as what was hoped.
Nova doing a really good job at punishing these overextensions from S2G, but Mochi can't find that one in tiles.
Oh.
Sane! Oh!
It's a blinder, and unfortunately the next shot isn't, but there is 2 players there to finish that one off. So Spike picked up. Mochi,
hang on.
Timing here? Oh, unfortunately, Jellison is able to react. And it will end up in 12-3. So S2G looking to finish that second best of 1 off in quick fashion.
Yeah, both pistols, both bonuses now, with investments made to top off the economy. Nice shot from Sane, sending it top bins between the eyes of Avova. And the rest picking up the pieces. So exactly what you want to see if you're S2G. And heading into the last round, I mean, Nova, where do you start? It's 1 round at a time, but I just haven't seen enough so far to be convinced. Little bit from Avova, little bit from Ryota, but neither here nor there.
Slower approach from Novo, respecting everything S2G has done so far in this game. Slow and steady does win the race, but at some point you will have to take an engagement against one of the S2G players, which so far Novo haven't been the most convincing at. The flash is good, takes Rainset off the angle, and the next layering of utility is even better.
Still hasn't dropped down from this boost. Ajaya and Riazi on the next though. While Mayusha has 1 in the feed, it's just not going to cut it. Novo a couple players away from losing their first best of 1 in the 5 matches that we have scheduled this evening. Mayusha trying to do a little bit more. Bullets whizzing past the head of Zena, and it's the deadlock ult to... Oh, ended all I was going to say. The Interceptor cancelled it. Nice counterplay from Mochi, but just not enough. Another 13-3, Cairo, as both of our BO1s wrap up to open.
Yeah, a very quick beginning to this tournament. That's the other thing you've got to consider, right, is that the way that things will go in the early stages is that they will be a bit quicker as we get through the phase and we start to get through the disparity between teams. It will get a much closer affair, especially when you think about the format and how those best of 3s will look.
Yeah, just figuring out what the lay of the land looks like. That Interceptor kept me on my toes at the end there, man. General, I didn't feel like it was all too thought out, at least in terms of its implementation. Yeah. Felt a bit more like a ranked pick, and if that is the rationale that Novo are bringing into this tournament, then you and I both, having placed them as one of our favorites to progress, can sort of be waved away fairly quickly. It's literally just taken Jellison dropping 22 kills in this to show that the talent sometimes beats all if structure isn't in place.
Yeah, 100%. And I think as well, that's where maybe FMCL will be a lot better placed with people like Alexander in the mix. And a good enough coach in the FMCL roster in GC3, nearly being able to convert a fairly great start over there, right? And with some nice additions of other players from the main circuit. Yeah, I'm excited to see what they can do. But overall, this group now seems a little bit lopsided in terms of the players that are playing, and I can't believe that we're seeing Novo, one of the teams, to drop down early.
Yeah, exactly right. But S2G, with the firepower they have proven exactly what they can do. Some debuts on the EMEA stage since we're live on the main VCT channel for players like Xena, Ajaya. I think it was cool to see what potential they have. Yeah. And how much further that can go, because S2G, not long from now, are going to be playing against the Falca side, which in challenges and beyond have sort of shown their own capabilities. So that's one to look forward to, as it being our next best of 1.
Yeah, the fact that we get that upper bracket game next is going to be exciting to see exactly what the difference is between these teams and the quality as well, and what the vetoes look like as well, as we start to learn more about these teams and their priorities in terms of agents and map pool as well.
Yeah, it's stories that we're following from their very beginning up until
the VCT rosters get involved, the international attendees, which is going to be very exciting as we head through the phases, I think. It's not often that you see challengers teams, VCT teams competing. There is obviously the asterisk of the Blender draft added to things.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think it's a nice taster of what is to come in the future, perhaps, and what VCT looks like in the years upcoming. But there you go. That is all from the first two games from Cairo and I. Cairo, closing thoughts before we hand it over to the next set of casters?
Exciting talent to look forward to, and excited to see how this group finishes out.
Yeah, absolutely. So I believe, without further ado, we should be able to head to a break. But when we return, we will leave you in the capable hands of both Affinity and Joby. They're going to go ahead and pick up and take you through the next three matches. We've got a winners match where we're going to see Falca play against S2G. We have the elimination match early on, best of one. It's tough to say, but that's the case as it is, that we're going to be seeing between Novo and Alcadzia, and then a final game of the day to decide who it is that's moving on into the semi-finals in sort of a week, a few days' time. So yeah, pretty exciting stuff. That's all from myself and Cairo, though. Once again, happy birthday to Cairo, and yeah, we'll see you guys tomorrow. But we've got plenty more action coming up, so stay tuned to Project Blender.
Welcome back, wonderful people. We are here for our next matchups. The preliminary matches are out of the way. We have victors and we have losers, but it is not done for them yet. No, they get 2 lives. Here we are once more with the Project Blender Spotlight. We got some new faces here. Maybe you were not here earlier, maybe a little bit confused, maybe you're audio-only listeners and you're wondering, maybe Azra and Kyra sound a little bit different, but I am Affinity and I have an amazing co-cast with me. You know what? I'll let you introduce yourself. I'm not going to take the limelight here.
Oh, hello everybody. My name is Zoe and I am so excited to be joining Affinity here on our Project Blender Spotlight. And like you said, Affinity, we have some banger games. We have the honor, right? Number 1 of following up Haza and Cairo while it's Cairo's birthday. And number 2 of being the one to promote 2 teams to the playoffs of this first phase of Project Blender Affinity.
Exactly. We are getting the first group out of the way and done. Of course, there are 2 groups. The teams that you have seen today are not all that there is and is available. But let's take a little bit of a look at the format because we talked about Project Blender. What exactly is this? You know, the Spotlight is the phase that we're in right now, but it slots halfway between some of these phases, doesn't it?
Absolutely. We're actually seeing some repeat players from Phase 1 now competing in these mixed gender rosters in the Spotlight Phase 2, which is super, super cool. But these are all 8 invited organizations that were able to make these 2 groups of 4. And like we said, it's kind of limiting things down right now. So I'm super, super excited. And like Kaz and Cairo said earlier, Phase 4, we get that LAN phase. Phase 3 is where we get a lot of those direct qualification spots from prior phases, from your Game Chasers events and such. So I do really like how integrated this is into the entire EMEA ecosystem in terms of all tiers of play. I think that is the most special thing about this project.
Yeah, and I think that the fact that each phase is very unique, that Blender is an amazing name for this tournament, right? Because everything's a little bit crazy, a little bit chaotic. There's a mix of every single phase having a different format. And then, of course, we'll get to it a little bit later is, of course, that draft format, the Blender style in which we will see the Blender draft, there you go, where there will be different rules about which agents you can pick on which maps. And I'm super excited. That's not going to be particularly pertinent today in the best of ones, of course, but when we get to the best of 3s, we'll talk a little bit about it now, is you and I are discussing in the green room how this might affect the veto process a little bit.
Yeah, it just depends kind of team A, team B. If you want to push it towards a 3-mapper, if your team has tendency to have slow starts, sometimes luck is on your side in terms of the coin draw. It's also going to really favor, I think, the flex players, and we may see some of those off-meta compositions or see them trying things out. I mean, we saw a Vito for one of the first times earlier today, so that was super, super cool to see. But I do want to touch on, like you said, today is best of ones, which I think is great territory because then the draft blender is not in effect, right? So you can start gelling with your team, you can get that chemistry early on while you still have that safety net of the GSL lower bracket, while you're still trying to figure out, okay, are we more on the ranked mentality? Are we more on the team chem locked in procedural chemistry? And I think that spectrum is definitely where these teams are going to kind of lean to and fro in between as they try to figure out also who's going to be leading these squads.
Yeah, and I think that the order in which maps come up is going to be hugely important as well. When you go into vetoes, it's already, it sets the tone, it sets the pace of what you're going to be expecting in the tournament. And ultimately, some series can be realistically decided from that initial veto. When you get into this Blender draft, you got to think not only about the maps that you want to try and push, but the order that you want to try and push them in, because you won't be able to play the same comps in back-to-back maps for some of these teams. So it means that if you know that you've got a particular comp that you're really, eager to play on this map, that you've either got to get it first, hope that your opponent picks into it, or leave it to the last, and then you got to pick accordingly. I think it's going to be absolutely chaotic, and I'm so here for it. But let's talk a little bit about the earlier games. We talked about how we've had the best of ones. We got best of ones today. Both games were 13-3s, and we got to watch a little bit of both of them. And I don't think they really lined with our expectations coming in necessarily.
No, not at all. I mean, you have this kind of 4 out of 5 player cohesive game changer squad that had a deep stage 3 run in Alcatia Corals that just kind of got bodied right there on Haven, a very classic map, against Falke Esports, a team composed of, again, some strong GC players in Annie and Lyda that we'll talk about later, but then some more no-name kind of puggy players in the tier 2 space in EMEA. And then on the other side of things, it was a very similar story, right? Novo Esports, very established GC roster, and mixed with tier 1 players from Apex, and they also get bodied by S2G Esports, both their tier 2 players mixed with also their game changers players. Like, it was surprises left, right, and center, and I hope that they keep coming, and we hope to see them surpass expectations, especially when we know what is like at stake, right? First place, you get 10,000 euro prize pool, and if you make playoffs, right, 3 out of 4 of the teams in playoffs will get a direct advancement. Second and third place to the next phase, and first place gets a direct advancement to phase 3. So like very, very high stakes just to make playoffs, and then you're kind of in a golden spot. Like, as long as you don't get 4th, you're chilling, right?
Exactly. And if you can skip out on a whole phase, that is, well,
Absolutely.
there's pros and cons to it, right? Playing in that phase 2 gives you a little bit more repetition as a team in an official setting, because you'll talk to any pro players and they'll say that how you act in officials and how you act in scrims and how you act in practice are 3 entirely separate entities. So going into phase 2 and having to play through that, you get a little bit more time with that blender draft. You get a little bit more of a feel for it. You get to gel with your team a little bit more and get that practice in. Alternatively, you end up running the risk of not making it to phase 3. So it's that, do you err on the side of, we got to phase 3, we've skipped out on the danger, we're 1 step closer to LAN, or do you look at it like, you know what, we'll take 2nd and 3rd place, because realistically it gives us a really good opportunity to get our teeth into this format and get the repetitions really underway there. But you're right, is that today we've seen completely expectations blown out of the water, which I think we've talked about how chaotic everything's looking. That really has just set the tempo, hasn't it?
Absolutely. And I mean, we also have to remember BO1s are so volatile, right?
Yes.
One wrong misstep, for example, for Alcadzia, they lost their second round 30. That snowballs into every other round and a half getting lost. Or if you can't get that early round momentum, you lose the 3rd round rifle to a bonus, like we saw out of Novo. The entire map can just be erased from the get-go. Best of 3, you have a little bit more leniency once we get there, but I do want to start focusing on our first match, this upper finals for group number 1, because we'll be covering all 3 of them, right? We'll jump down to the lowers and follow these teams all the way through, the benefit of having smaller groups and invited teams. And like we said, it is going to be first up S2G Esports versus Falke Esports. How about we meet the teams, Affinity, first?
Shall we meet the teams? Who do we want to see first? Let's have a look. Let's look at S2G first. Now, S2G just played, and we talked about 13 threes all round. They just looked unstoppable. And as you can see, more players listed here than will be able to be in the server at any given time. And that makes it a little bit dangerous, because it means that you can feel different players, different times. You can keep paces up your sleeves a little bit. But was there anybody on here that really stood out to you?
Oh, for me, it was definitely Selesun, just because they were having a really, really hard time dealing with that deadlock on Sunset. And I feel like, I think that Haza and Cairo mentioned it, like, Novo should have been a team that's very capable of handling that agent and knowing how to play around it. And I think part of that was just credited maybe to the composition that they were playing. They didn't have much to get around it. But I'm curious to see. We could see it rear its head here again. Other than that, I think, they were my go-to.
I really like as well, it was touched on by Hazard and Cairo, and we're not going to repeat everything that they said, but this is a team with a mix of their Game Changers roster, their Challengers roster, and their Academy team, which is a real, coming together all of the generations. And that's also something that I think this whole kind of tournament's ideal was, that it was pushing, is that it's bringing together all of the corners of the esports ecosystem to play together during this off-season. And I'm super excited about it, and I like that we're going to get to see this. It's an opportunity for some of these Academy players really to show the world, as well as their organization, what they're really made of. And I think that that's going to be quite an interesting blend of experience, and everyone going to be able to draw from their own ecosystems to bring in little infusements into how they play.
Absolutely. And on the flip side, a very, very similar, I would say, very different approach, I should say, for Falke Esports. They kind of pulled from all different teams and environments. I think even their debut match, they're talking about how ZT Monarch is super, super new to the space. Then you have Annie and Lyda, who've had quieter performances recently, but hit really, really high peaks with their respective teams. When Lyda was on Heroic Valkyries, right? And when Annie was on that Odd One Out roster. Now DVM Mist, which has done okay this season. And outside of that, again, it's Shinnok, it's Kamisek, who haven't had that kind of standout performance. And I think not just we're putting a spotlight on, again, the underrepresented players with these mixed rosters, but also just you getting your name out there, right? Getting noticed. This is the off season. This is where you take chances on rookies and are forming these next season of franchised rosters.
Exactly. It's the best way to get your name out there is to play on these teams. And if you can make deep runs as well, that just makes it look even better. And we said a little bit is that all of these teams to participate in the Blender Spotlight needed to have at least 2 or more women or non-binary players, which really gets a chance for us to shine the spotlight on an underrepresented community, and a community that I know both of us have been, eagerly following for a while. So that's really exciting to see. And we've been talking about the opportunities and advantage that gives for just the whole community getting to play in tournaments of this caliber. It's something to fill the calendar, it's something to really get the practice in, and it's a real opportunity to integrate all sides of the community together, which is ultimately what the end goal of the Game Changers initiatives are.
Oh, absolutely. And that's something in North America that I've been a part of because we have the extra added layer of collegiate esports being really, really prominent. So I've been so excited to jump over the pond and now see the full picture and scope of the EMEA region in the same regard. And I think we've already seen that on display here with some of the upsets in the first round of the group stage. We're probably going to see it even here or even tomorrow with Group B with 4 other teams that we'll be playing that we'll talk about a little bit later today. But I think, Affinity, it's about time we talk about what map we're going to see. Best of one, you can ban it down pretty far, can't we?
Yep, there's only one map, and it's going to be a bit of a tug of war between you and your opponent as to what you're going to get through. I don't think there's necessarily too much of a surprise when we announce this. I feel like we should have a drum roll or something, but it will be Bind that we are playing on. It looks like we are going straight into the Agent Selector, and I'm liking what I'm seeing, a little bit of variety already.
No, yeah, this is very, I still feel like traditional, right? We may even be getting a near mirror match composition, the only difference being that Gecko versus the Sky. But to touch on the map pool a little bit and how things went, I'm surprised. Falke Esports actually floated Sunset, and S2G Esports, despite their 13-3 dominance over Novo, decided to play Bind a new map over the map they just played. So we talked about getting reps on multiple maps while you have that safety net, while you're in the best ones over the best of 3s, and I think that is exactly what S2G is leaning into. Versus S2G, they banned Haven outright. They're like, we don't want to play that like you just did against, obviously, Katsuya, and now this is what we get. Vine, you are super excited for this map. What do you think of the return to old-style comps?
I have adored Bind since the beginning of it being in existence. I just love it as a map, and I know that's a really controversial opinion. That genuinely might be my hottest Valorant take, right? Is that I really love Bind as a map, and I think it leans into lots of options for how you can choose to play, especially when we're going to see it later in the Blender drafts. I think it could be a map that is floated a little bit later into the veto just because of the versatility. And I'm excited, as you said, that we're seeing, instead of choosing to lean into the safety net of Sunset that you've just shown such prowess on, right? That you choose something a little bit different, and that you get the opportunity maybe to test some stuff out to get your footing found a little bit more. Alternatively, there is a worry here that you're showing a little bit early on. If you want to play with that Sunset and people want to look back and they want to anti-strat and they want to make their notes on you, then they're going to have more opportunity to do so across a wider breadth of maps here. But I mean, it's never a bad day when we're on Bind.
No, it never is. And as we're going to jump into the action, obviously it is going to be S2G starting on the defense, Falke on that attack. And I will say, in these kind of puggier environments as they still come into their final form, I don't know why, but Bind gets super, super sided really quick. Like, you have like 10-2, 9-3 comeback ability no matter what side you start on, and it's kind of crazy to see. But also looking at this kind of, again, return to more standard compositions, we have some role swaps from the first time these two teams had. We have Stella Sun away from the Sentinel onto the Smokes. We have Lida also taking a step back, was a little bit slower on the Jet, so Annie's picking up the Duelist. And I also think that's a statement, having your GC player there trying to pick up the frag roll, that potential. And I've been waiting for a player like that to step up, and we'll see if it's here.
We will see step-ups indeed. A heavy lean over towards B early, and there is only one line of defense available. All goes up. It's going to stall them for just a second, but actually there's a little bit of a nosy that it's been a bit quiet over towards A. Rotate starting to come on through early, but here it is. It's going to be the activation. Annie leading the charge.
This is a pure retake angle. I really do not expect this Viper. I don't expect Reigns to swing at all. They're just going to calm that the planet is going down, call for their troops to rally over. And my concern is, the ZT Monarch lurk. Will it keep the players posted up on A? I was wondering if they were going to find a kill or a proper flank lurk timing, but this is a an interesting approach from Falke as well. They've gotten behind the lines, and because they didn't have that sound cue of the plan, because no contact has been made, I'm very worried for this Brimstone in spawn. Oh.
I mean, it's Salazar. We talked about how amazing they were earlier. Is able to get one and get away alive. There is going to be a pick on Terrain Sub, but there's the spike going on down. They can immediately get into the post plant, heal on up the team, and get ready to survive the onslaught heading their way. Flash goes in. It's going to give a whole lot of information. There's going to be a swing off the back of it. Aegea is going to get one, and there's Chinook just toying with the angle here, trying to hold them at bay. Another amazing flash comes through, but there has to be a reload, and so it won't be fully capitalized upon. Monarch and a little bit of a spray, but isn't actually really going to be needed. The rest of the team swings on out, and now it's just Aegea looking to try get out of dodge, but unfortunately even that is a far-fetched dream.
Wow, I mean, even if the shots were a little bit whiffy at times, those flashes and just the pure delay of that deep elbow control that came out of the early spawn fight. And I also like that they didn't overstay their welcome in CT, right? They got the kill, they got the trade, and they got out. And that's really all they were looking for. And in the meantime, right, they were able to still handle that hookah pressure, so it wasn't a late round concern either. So really, really effectively done, I'd say, into that regard. And it was just these consistent team fights, right? It wasn't one player swinging elbow, it was two. It wasn't one player swinging backside towards TC, it was two. And now as a result, Falke get the buy up, they get these aggressive tendencies, and we might get a little eco attempt.
Oh, shoulder spotted. Monarch actually not be able to find the pick. They're just going to let them slip away here. There's a look, there's a jump over by the dog. It is not quite going to tag up, and they're not going to be able to back off the back of it, but... Ooh, double down here from Camis, but...
Beautiful nade timing there, and then they're able to capitalize off of it perfectly as well. That is spike down, no weapons collected just yet, and that's why you see this mad dash as well from the remaining players to just try and prevent the sand control, prevent these weapons from falling over. But a really beautifully placed Sky Smoke allows for safe passage, now robs them of information that the Boombot's going to start re-clearing out here, but at this point, both have gotten away. There's 45 seconds left. What do you do? Yeah.
That was my worries. It was dropped slightly awkwardly, but the smokes allow for them to find it. They are just going to back away, but they don't really have the time to go over towards A and clear everything out. So it is going to have to be the push over towards this B site. But actually, as you can see, well, we have the hindsight and the X-ray here. We can see that they've all backed away. So a clear sight they will have and a clear run at the throne here.
I'm okay with this, actually. I feel like if you're trying to fight that 3v2 with sub-optimal weapons and half HP from that little TP play, regrouping and playing the 3-on-3 retake here, you can take TP, you can take spawn together, is really, really smart. I'm going to be looking towards Falcon to see how proactive they get yet again, right? I feel like they were a little bit shaken, I think, by the teleporter play, by the Hookah refight, but now it's just, yep, there it is, them as a squad rolling on through. We'll see what they're able to find here.
His retake comes on over. Oh, that smoke is going to be devastating in their attempts to try and clear this back. And he's just waiting for a jump on over the top. But there it is. Chinook finds the first. Last back dropped at their feet. No one's even going to be able to get close to it, however. Salasun has a look, but is immediately taken down. A three-piece there from Chinook. That'll be the second round claimed and secured on the board.
Yeah, it is just a little bit unfortunate that all of those kills so valiantly fought for out of the nade TP play from S2G didn't really reward them with any surplus of weapons, right? Even after they, again, fought for this deep control. You can see here, yeah, that was a Spectre deep hook guy thing, but they weren't able to recollect it and use that to convert in this situation. So as a result, they're going to keep it fairly clean. They did, again, drop a few weapons, which is nice to see, but all in all, this is where we need to start seeing that ball get rolling. S2G weapons in hand. And looking like they're confident on the shower fight. Visage is going to win that.
Lovely swing out there. Always worrying swinging into a scoped weapon, but alas, straight through the wall is going to be noted. Salasun's going to bide their time and then swing, and that's going to be the pick that they need. Two already. And you said this is the round that they wanted to step up, and step up they have. HP looking low, but it's only on one player. Now crawling on forward. Gotcha. Spam through the walls, gonna find Leroy Sane. And now Aegea on high alert. The only one here right now taken down. Lider. Clear through all of the site. Not gonna spot anything just yet. Oh, here it is, just in the last second at Lamps. Rainter. Yeah, nothing to be found.
Yeah, I really liked that setup though, right? You're thinking, oh, it's gonna be an outlaw. Psych, it's a hero, Vandal from Lida, just setting her up on that line to succeed. So huge out of Comisec, opens up the site. Now they know where one player's isolated. They're trying to take that engagement, but surprise! Celasun also made his way into U-Haul in the meantime, and now it's suddenly a 1v2. Comisec trying to weave and bob around the smoke to isolate fights, and doesn't look like either going to be given to them in the meantime.
There it is. Swing around the side. Xena to find the final pick. Loads of time in the world for this. They can have a little bit of a meander, see if there's any weapons they particularly want to pick up. Sidearms as well. The first round on the board, they convert their first gun round, and that's good to see. That's, as you said, that could be the tipping point, is that you can see really sided halves here. It actually can swing quite far, you know, 9-3s. But to keep it pretty early on the board and to not let them get away with that first real gun round is a really good sign here.
Oh, absolutely. And how this round in particular went, I don't think S2G's too happy with it, right? It was a bonus for Falcon. They only walk away with 2 rifles. And the early picks, like the one that Aji found, the one that Celasun found, were perfect. But then once there was that regroup from Falcon to fight together towards the actual site, I think that's when you already got the first blood advantage. You need to stop fighting. And speaking of fighting, Ajia, showstopper online after contesting that orb outside of B long there. S2G had the stack of players there, but didn't decide to re-challenge or fight for it. So we'll keep that showstopper in back pocket for the time being. Check to see what else goes their way.
Slow round here, very stark change of the pace here. Now it's going to be Lida clearing on through.
Destroyed.
It's going to be the call to start creeping on up. It's going to have everyone on this site on high alert. Initial contact isn't going to go their way, and that's going to be cause for even more pause right now. To smoke, not to smoke, that is the question currently on their minds to deal with long, but actually they choose not to, luring them, baiting them into this fight perhaps.
Yeah, we know. We've seen that S2G like to take fights, and this is why, because they can just win them outright. No utility, no nothing of support, it's just dry a swing, and you are good to go. Comisec says, I'm not having any more of these B fights, I'm gonna regroup with our double alert that was over towards A, right? And now they're just using initiative util to try and keep these players at bay. Flush players like Leroy Sane or more known as Reezy. A little bit at bay here, and it's just, again, S2G, when they actually get to these site fights, getting pieced apart just a little bit. And we get to see them gain that control back.
The line here. Ooh, spots a shoulder, dips out of there. Celasun finds a pick, and now everyone has to be careful. 1 versus 3 online. They do kind of line up there, but it is going to be the pick found. Defuse comes on through. Not really much you can do with so many heads and so many gun barrels pointing in your direction there. So 2 versus 2. We are going to line up the scoreboard, tie it up nicely.
There we go. And again, it's S2G take certain risks until they hit like a marginal point of no return, right? Like Aji here, beautiful risk, high reward, the 2-piece here. Even right here, right? Reezy or Leroy Sane taking this engagement. I think Rain swinging maybe was a little bit too much and was toying with the line, but still, again, 2v3, they're willing to play those odds on the retake, and it works out super well. Now, money reset for Falke, a little mismatch with the ults that are starting to come online, right? One off the Nightfall, you already have the Orbital Strike and the Seekers. So curious to see if they're going to save them for an all-out brawl in the next, and hopefully S2G maybe drain some of theirs on this eco, or if we'll see them try to use it to convert if they get a lucky pick or 2.
Ooh, a little bit of a spray. He's not going to find anything. Smoke's coming out. Suddenly this gets a lot harder there. Tether's going to catch Annie, and that's going to put... Oh, actually, it catches multiple of them. Chinook as well found. And that's going to hold them very firmly in their track. Showstopper comes on out over the top there. It is not quite going to connect. Chinook's found a pick, and Annie's got one with the boom bot, so the utility going to find something nonetheless, and a route into the site. But everyone's rotated on over. Xena's got the first pick here. Fighting for their life here. Prowler after Prowler coming their way, but they will hold on. And actually, it's forced to rotate over towards B. It's pretty quick, and they're quick on it as well. But Monarch, a lovely pick on the exit there, is going to whittle the numbers even further.
Bring them down.
This has been such an investment-heavy round. Falke need to convert this with a 2v4. The odds are getting more paramount with each pressing moment. Comisec through elbow as well, able to find the final Sheriff kill to put Falke back on top, right? Basically a thrifty round minus the 1 Guardian to complement the rest of those Sheriffs, and that's why you invest ultimates on eco rounds, right? It was a huge call as well after investing both these ultimates to rotate, and I think it's because the Seekers, none of them went flank, right? They were all going towards that CT, super close space, super early detection, and as a result, a beautiful call there. Whoever's leading is succinct and direct, and they even got that showstopper out as well from Agia, so huge wins left, right, and center to, again, try to make this a more decisive half here.
Yeah, it is. It's a good tonal set, right? It's really setting the pace here. They lost the first couple, but here we go. Chinook lining up, hoping someone's going to peek through this little bit of a gap. And indeed, legs spotted, legs taken down there, spraying away, just in case someone goes for a little bit of a trade. But alas, no one even wants to dare peek this. More smokes come out, and that is a stark sign. They are not welcome here right now, but they are just going to sit on the other side and wait this on out.
I mean, I would too. Last round on the Eco, they had a really, really effective flash to the wall, cleared out that space. The Seize combo as well, just kind of keeping those players back, but now here, you have Bayani with a full weapon can just be satcheling through. One kill, Showstopper will be online, but this is a different approach from S2G, right? You've lost Aja, you've lost, right, your top fragging individual, so it's more just appeasal utility. Incendiary, etc. Try to force them back without taking direct contact because you realize you maybe have been fighting a bit too much. So, Orbital Strike instead, they're just waiting for delay, waiting for the tap, but looks like Falky has other plans.
Strike comes out, it's going to take so much space. Annie there, Showstopper in hand, hoping someone's going to show face, but unfortunately looking the wrong way, will be taken down before it can be fired off. Kamisek is going to find the trade. Rain's a lovely pick to find there, and they've got them trapped on site here. Spike is down though, they're fighting for their lives, and with Xena going down, that does look like that is all over and done. But they've made it pretty effective with what they came into that round with.
Oh, yep. 3 players standing strong for Falke, and S2G, I'm starting to see that kind of switch up a little bit. Again, trying to keep more players alive for the late retake, but all in all here, I want to see how the rest of the late round went. That Orbital Strike was huge, right? They had no control over towards triple. They had no backside control, and that just threw off every form of denial that S2G wanted to go for. And without a Sentinel realization that the last was going for the flank, yeah, this is where you may want to start taking a timeout. We mentioned that snowballing. Yeah, we mentioned you can come back from it on a map like Bind, but you still don't want to be in that deficit. I mean, you are the one dominating last time in that first round of the group stage.
Yeah, and we saw it. They kind of just were left unchecked. They were allowed to build these rounds without too much of a timeout being called to really question it, to try find an answer to them. I believe we genuinely don't know who, if anyone, is calling this team, if there's even a set IGL, but there's a lot of voices with a lot of experience to pitch on in here, which I think in a timeout like this is going to be... There's a lot of opportunity for them to have something to say about this, and to really solidify on what they've been doing well and where they've been finding the weaknesses, hoping that it hasn't really been caught onto just yet. But timeout, a second just to pause, to take a breather as well, because we did see it a couple of times as when Kamisek was getting, really, really hot on the trigger and was just on a streak, was getting a little bit too aggressive and making some quite insane plays over on that Omen. So maybe a good thing to just take a beat.
Well, S2G, I honestly really, really mesh with this idea. I was thinking about on a full buy round, maybe trying to flip things through Shower, but again, if they're having issues holding down these sites, if they're having issues retaking them, it's best to nip it at the bud, at the source, at the execution. So super deep A-line show them that this is a pretty hefty B-lean, and now that's a rifle handed to your current top frag. Try and fight towards Fallon, but you don't want to lose his weapon, so Aja taking it careful, taking the sidestep approach. And just like that, they have the advantage they came for in twofold spades, and looks like Falke starting to have their backs up against the wall, have to make a decision, feeling forced into this B site where there's still a stack here even from S2G, despite the flank pressure.
Yeah, I mean, they can't really go back. They know that there's been so much push from the defense side here. So forward is the only way they can go. The flash is immaculate, and it's going to be picked all around. And there you have it. Quick as you like it. A thrifty on the board. Much needed from S2G to get themselves back in the game. Keep this gap relatively close. And, I mean, it's been a very back and forth cat and mouse game that we've seen coming out here. But I love the proactivity on that defense there.
Oh, really, really effective. And I kind of, again, want them to do that on the rifle rounds to obviously a respectable degree. Don't need to be overheating when you may have just disrupted the economy of your opponent. But all in all, and we're getting that back and forth. I really, really like to see it. S2G do have some ultimates as well to now kind of snowball into that comeback angle, but you can see already the modifications from Falke, right? They realize, okay, ZT Monarch needs to be back on that lurk so they don't walk down and get all that A space for free like they did previously, but stay disrespecting it nonetheless. This is what I wanted to see, that early pressure, just to get information, right? So you can frame, like, you know that they're coming A. You know that the stack is leaning this direction, and think that's why we see such a default approach from Falke. Like, you've seen a Fade A, you've seen a Raise B, and this is bold to try and refight.
I do quite like that Chinook was just holding for it, though. That they know that they got aggressive, and there it is. It's going to pay off. Patience is a virtue, and it pays dividends right there.
Oh, no. The timing! That is an insane kill from Annie. And now, yeah, you got a kill there. You're going to start leaning in this direction. Just try and...
You know there's no immediate pressure as well because you've just come over from A, so you've got that little bit of a safety net from behind you. Now Rainsa, probably very worried about what's to come. Is going to get tethered, is I think just able to nip round the corner though. Annie holding on, they've got the site. Can they take any space further than the site? Potentially, maybe not. The rotates are quick on in. Smoke, it's going to be flying through. It's a little bit of chip damage. So much information here though. 2 players spotted, and that's going to be all eyes diverted. Here we are. Salazar got a quick window there. I think spotted a little bit of Annie, but chooses not to spray and reveal their location. Rainsa held at bay by the molly. Finds the first onto Camisec. Now needs a little bit more to help alleviate the pressure for a team to be able to activate. Now that all that steam utility is gone, but unfortunately, by the time they're able to get a line of sight on into the site, it's all done.
Yeah, at a 2v3, I think is when they decide to invest at Orbital Strike, but just as it comes through, that's when we see Falke go for the kill, go for the fight. But this was the tipping point, honestly. When these 3 players regrouped, I think, and just triple swung Leroy Sane, punishing again this seeking tendency out of S2G that really did lead to their kind of dominance in their first matchup. And again, they are looking so insanely coordinated for only having one best of one under their belt, right? And that's super impressive right now, but that's why we see a switch up here. Agia, operator in hand, could be what they need to bring some stability to this defense to, again, push that first blood agenda through. In the meantime, yeah, they're not liking how Agia's walked through showers. Now they've had, again, Leroy Sane walk through showers. They're gonna fight for this control early.
Yeah, and they've invested so much into this. I see a Judge. I'm a big fan of the Judge, but I mean, in a round like this, we've got the lucky knowledge of having the mini-map, right? But we can also tell that this is gonna be a difficult weapon to try have impact later in the round if they continue to lean towards finishing A here. That's not exactly a retake weapon. That's a space holding weapon.
Okay. Once again, it's kind of a short group up. They really like scaling off this toxic screen. No, this is, I think, the latest that we've not had contact made. That's going to come in the form of the Prowler. Immediate answer back to clear this space, though, since the solo sky over towards Shower. I'm curious to see, especially with this Incendiary coming in. Shower, Xena has to perform this position, right? Is the support coming through? 30 seconds. This call and Nightfall. Only one player from Shower when the majority of the pressure is here, but this is where I said Xena can, and looks like she is going to deliver!
Lines up the first 2. Camisec does find a little bit of an answer in the 2 of their own. Molotovs immediately go out, and it's going to buy them the space for that spike to go on down. But now they've got to find a post plan. Actually, able to walk out a little bit of the way they came. Chinook still utility available to try and punish here. Bimbo gets taken down. Leroy saying there's a pick of their own. Leiden needs to step up, needs to make something huge here. Viper's pick goes out, and suddenly Chaos reigns. We talked about that Judge not being a retake weapon, but there it is. Viper's pick goes down. Leiden now left. One player jumps out of the smoke, now whittled down to a 1 versus 1. Switch over to the rifle. A tap on the spike there, trying to half it, but immediately going to get peeked out. Isn't going to be immediately taken down. And there's the fight, there's the swing, there's the victory. And the win comes on through the fact that you're able to isolate it that far. A well-earned victory. And there you go, paint shell for good luck.
Well-earned clutch, that is for sure. The first time we've seen Agia alive this late, and it turns up in spades. I mean, I need to see that operator kill from his perspective, because that was an absurd closer range shot to keep that 1v1 clutch hope alive, and they baited Chinook out perfectly as well after. Honestly, they should have been dead to rights from the first swing, right? The defusal tool completely blocking out the sideline as to what cubby they were tucked away in. Like, they got incredibly lucky, and then, yep, played them like a fiddle. There we go again, keeping things close, keeping things in this cat and mouse affair where, again, we've got a buy, we've got some big ticket ultimates. It feels like we're copying each other's work at this point, just round after round, but that's one way to shatter the silence, make a switch up.
Oh, immediately through the smoke. That's a pick to find there. Salsa on high alert, no one sure where. There was one likely more lovely find from Racer and is not going to stick around to find out if there's going to be a trade there. Salsa backs away, doesn't actually have time to get the smoke on out as they're being pressured. And there's the Haunt taken down immediately, throwing all of the utility at this one choke point, and there it is, the call just to rotate, but look at this position. They're already getting flanked. They're stuck between a rock and a hard place. They don't even know it yet. Annie needing to fight for this spot. Ooh, and there it is. Ina gonna find the final pick. A team ace, everyone shipping on in. And that's gonna tie us up 5-5. And this game, as you said, is copying the homework. And they're like, don't make it too obvious. Don't make it too obvious. So there's been some slight variation in it, but it's been difficult for teams to put together consecutive rounds here.
No, absolutely, and I do think it is because they're kind of changing the fundamentals of how they play. S2G, it took a few rounds of calibration, but they're doing exactly what I kind of said I wanted to see coming out of that timeout, which was to play interference instead of retake, instead of kill everybody from the get-go, right? And that's exactly what we saw with that entire TP play, right? As soon as you have a confirmation on where they are, where you've kept them at bay enough, you lock in on what your strength is, which is right now fragability and just aim, and you're able to disrupt. So I think that's where Falke is trying to be like, okay, what can we do here? How can we not fall into these traps? We're running a double initiator as well. We should have good information that this is coming. And I want to kind of go back to, I really liked their default look when it wasn't just ZT Monarch on the lurk, but it was like, okay, ZT Monarch's alone, like Hookah, you have the Rays belong, you know, you have a Sky Shower, then you have like 2 or 3 short. Like, I really like that because as soon as they see ZT Monarch alone right now, they're kind of assuming the stack's on the other side. And S2G's been right in that regard. So, want to see if they can do that. Maybe sell a fake with a Nightfall or something along those lines here. Looks like for the meantime, eco round, throw that idea out the window. You just want to group and go and see what you can do. And I mean, Hookah, Annie, Bucky, this could be a great way to get a nice upgrade off of Rainsa and see if you can use that to convert.
Yeah, Rainsa actually decides to back away onto site there, and we can tell definitely a good call. No fight going to be initially isolated here. He says he's going to clear them all out. I love the pace that we're seeing from here. It's going to cause some stall problems there with the snake bite. There we go, jump on over the top immediately, and it's a lovely pick from Annie, but it does not go without an answer. Rainsa waiting. Not going to be able to see anything here. It's going to wait till teammates come on over just to make sure that she doesn't fight alone in this, but the showstopper comes out, and it's going to go 2. He's going to find 2. And there it is, picks away Chinook 1 with the Sheriff, but that is all it's going to find, and that is a very stark way to put down a very nice attempt to trying to find something with the Econ.
Wow. And S2G keep themselves in that lead. And I mean, I was trying to talk about like very, very sided halves, and we have a really strong, I think, chance at anything on the 6-6, right? I mean, looking back at that, again, great attempt. Annie with the Bucky. Great entry there, getting past all of that util. And again, I do like these eco investments, but Aja just... yeah, not afraid to invest the showstopper on these eco rounds. Like they did it previously, it didn't work. This time it does. So now this is where we really got to see Falke and the timeout changes come into effect. And it looks like they're just keeping the ZT Monarch on a little bit closer to leash, a little bit closer so he doesn't get picked off. And in the meantime, we're just kind of waiting out this initial kind of refusal process, and then they're going to scale off of, again, what was a setup trap play. Really, really effective.
And that orbital strike causes so much disruption. It buys them so much room to work here. Orb's going to be captured as well, and that's going to be the showstopper online for them. Salasan needs to find the pick here, needs to do something to hold ZT Monarch at bay. The back away there, they know it's just not worth the fight, not worth losing your life. 4 versus 5, and we've got, oh, actually a decision here to rotate a player on over.
Okay. I like cutting noise.
It's really selling it.
Yeah, I'm a little worried about Celisson being in this fragile corner.
Face
being as low HP as they are. Nightfall's gonna confirm 2. Showstopper should clear out this corner regardless. The beautiful flash though. Get some chip damage at least for Celisson's efforts there, but all in all, the Nightfall, the perfect tool for solidifying this plant. Xena will force to respect it as well as finally the players come through. It's going to be very difficult. No showstopper this time at the hip to complement the operator. Comes with a turn in this retake, and 6-6 looking more and more promising with each passing second.
Very much so. All swing on out, and they're just going to sit on their hands here. spraying away, giving away so much information to jump on down. It's risky, but they had to do
Player
something.
standing.
Actually, it doesn't pay off immediately, but 1 versus 3. Zena's got to make a final stand, but Kamisek, beautifully played, just holds down the trigger for both. And 6-6
Switching
half, they've been
sides.
going back and forth. I can think of no scoreline more fitting for the match we've seen so far at the halftime.
And for that first spot in playoffs as well, right? And whoever wins this will be kind of that top contender, right, for that Phase 3 qualification in Project Blender overall, not just, right, for that 10K or 10K Euro prize pool, and I mean, here we go. 6-6. This pistol is gonna carry a lot of weight to it, and it looks like Falcus tried to just snowball the momentum they found by capping off that half. This is gonna be an aggressive A fight, and S2G is lucky that they are taking it no part in it.
Yeah, exactly. Salasan looking to go into that armor instead. Stim Beacon out, gonna take immediate long control. Smoke's gonna go out, so I might just have to hit pause for a second. Only for a sec though. Now they immediately continue crawling up long here. A little bit of a fight behind them, but at least, you know, a couple of players spotted.
Find you.
And once Rainsa goes down, they can at least be the early warning beacon. Actually, though, the players head over towards A, and now they've got a really long rotate to head back on over. Chinook hoping to
Spike
find
planted.
something through the wall. Here it is, gonna be up close. Immediately headshot. It's beautiful. Monarch slowly being forced back inch by inch as they conga around the corner. Here is the swing. It's going to be everything. The double swing on out. 2 picks found. Make that a third. And now the final player buried onto sight. And Salasun gets it done. The swing round elbow immaculate.
There we go. Again, trade-offs for having that super heavy stack towards A short. Gotta play that then hefty B retake here, and yeah, you get Reigns to the lurk player, but then the response from S2G here is perfect, right? While they know that that massive player is that was either gonna be flanking or is gonna be rotating back through CT, they take that elbow space, they take that CT space, and it felt a little bit disconnected there, right? You're like, okay, they're pushing us elbow, we need to push onto site, but then half your players make it out and the others are stuck in the choke. So as a result, S2G keep wraps on that super well. Again, playing the lead back after they've been the ones kind of trailing, it felt like, for the majority of the first half. And now, I mean, these are hefty weapons, right? Adja, standout player, I would argue, for this map so far with the Vandal in hand as well. The Gamble stack, once again, not going Falcus' way either.
It is not. But safety in numbers might be able to find a couple of picks. Exit maybe later in the round. But for now, poor Kamisek left with the horrible job of being the one player not in the gamble. And actually, there it is. Knows what is about to come. Paint shells over the top. He's going to put the smokes on down to buy a little bit of a safety net. Just going to get chipped away by the paint shells, though. The jump on out is going to be taken down. Now, the rest of the team can come on over and see what they can piece together with the rest of this. But the gamble stack falls through, and now the rest is just damage control.
Even in that solo site clear hut, it's double swing, right? Adja follows up the Guardian jump out of the smoke. So nice. And honestly, Falcon here don't even look like they're going for the retake. They look like they're trying to just die to the spike, right? Deny these early ult orbs. I mean, if Adja goes hunting with this Vandal, that'd be like 1-2 off probably from that showstopper. So, yeah. Looks like S2G, no real contest. Gonna go up to 8 here. Falcon gonna be leaning in to that rifle round to see what they can change. Unfortunate that both rounds where they go for the early A fight, the secret A stack that's been this B-centric lean out of S2G. I'm curious to see then if we're going to see the immediate change, though, into the next with the rifles in hand. Or if it's going to go just to more of a traditional defensive bind look. No, a little...
Has anything today
2-1-1
been
kinda.
traditional, though?
No, I wouldn't say so.
So, I mean, but I think that's quite nice. I think it's really setting the tone for what we're going to be expecting from these teams, not only now, but as you said, this is qualification through to stage 3 that they are fighting for. So, I mean, going into the rest in the later halves of the tournament as well. And there we go. Okay, looking pretty normal, things considered for now.
Okay. I do like this position from Annie here. Knows exactly where to look off the one way. Adja, though, Crosshair trained exactly where she is. See if they challenge it as soon as the smoke drops. This looks like they're gonna like 3, 2, 1, and it's gonna be a multi-swing of doom.
The multi-swing of doom. Well, we've got high expectations for it now. Whether we see that come to fruition, they've played out long, not heard anything. So players on a high alert. Here we go, Monarch. There's the first swing. Gonna be taken down there. And he forced off of the angle that we sung such high praises of. But Chinook, with 2 back-to-back, is going to try and stop the plant going down. It will be unsuccessful. And Annie still hiding on out here. Rainsa needs to take some space beyond the side. Almost catches the reload there. Chinook's been a pain in their side the whole time. And finds yet more. And Kamisek, I mean, they've got everything they want and more. They've ferried them in towards Lamps. Do still need to get on that defuse, though. Xena holding the line. All spots off the jump for the utility throw, but they're forced into Lamps. They're tethered as well, and now they will be also snared and taken down. And Celasun, it's a final stand. It's a Hail Mary, but it is destroyed by Annie.
That round was just I think revealed 2 things. One, it was a tale of 2 util combos, right? I mean, the Beautiful sees Dizzy to get that spike down and contest through that wall that set S2G up for success, and then I feel like a great util combo just to allow Falcon to get back onto that spike on the retake, and we can't understate Chinook's presence here. I feel like S2G's keeping things a bit too simple, while Falcon have a really, really strong map holistic view, right? And that punished them this time around, right? There was no lurk towards showers, there was no re-clear attempt once they took sight until it was too late, right? And that came out of Rainsa, who just didn't have a good enough weapon to counter the wall bangs from the Guardian in that really close angle. So now they remedy that mistake immediately, right? 3 fighting for the space. Chinook said, I popped off here, I can do it again. Not about sticking around and refighting it. Dog just gets confirmation that they're in fact just there for the orb. I like this. Look who's right back up on the line and creeping up now.
Oh, spots somebody and does not want to give this space away for anything. Actually does end up having to concede it. And now that suddenly looks a little bit more tempting to go for again, baiting out the utility. Battle of the Fades. And actually Chinook not going to be able to win this one on out. Used all of their good luck in the last round there. Kamisek now having to cling on the sole player on site, dancing between the boxes and the smokes. Tethered. Ooh, needs Monarch to help alleviate some of the issues that they're facing. Finds a pick of their own still going here, and suddenly the numbers dwindling to actually try to get onto site. Reinforcements called over, so they're not even given an easy pathway there. We get Wingman putting on the plant there. Spike goes down. They've just passed each other, the timing, but luckily Monarch is aware, is ready for it. Miscommunication just off the back of the timing, but it is dispatched of Celasun, hoping that they're going to swing, peek, go for a little bit more space for this retake, and they do indeed. 1 by 1, they peek, and 1 by 1 they will fall, and still has not been punished for it yet. Xena just tucks on in, doesn't even need to activate just yet. Rainsa goes down, Celasun gets another, and now Annie knows that there's a player there going to swing one out. Paint Shells to deal with the issue, but there's the 4K, and it doesn't even need Xena's position.
Wow. What a round. I really thought that Falcon was doing a good job reclearing that space. Again, we saw S2G remedy the mistakes of having this be a double-pronged exec, and that set them up really, really well for front sight control. But again, I feel like the laps and mollies, Celasun's position here, it was really, really effective, and they just kept swinging to their death one after another. And Celasun's had a quiet map compared to that deadlock they were hyping up in the pre-show from Sunset, and it's just like, wait for me, right? Like, everyone's stealing my kills, but when I get the opportunity to shine, I will. This spotlight is mine. That round, as a result, goes away. S2G. Now, a lot of weapons in hand, a little bit of an aggro, a little bit of a hopeful attempt down Sands that isn't going to go Falca's way.
Launching.
Yeah, distinctly backfires there. 2-player disadvantage. Jump onto site, and that will be able to... Spike getting down pretty early. There's nothing that Kamisek's going to be able to do to get back into that utility. Bullets are blazing. Now Zeti Monarch hanging around. Going to get spotted there by the Prowler. So location now known. Has a player that's managed to get into elbow, but they're not unaware of this possibility. Smoke's going to go down, and actually that's going to be their sort of commitment. Not really care too much about it, but there's going to be a little bit of a push, and Chinook's going to find a way to escape, but I think that is going to be it. The mercy of escaping.
Oh, Vandal collected from Chinook. That's a little surprising, but all in all, I'd say decent they were able to find that kill. Now only 1 off from the Nightfall for Chinook. We'll see if that comes in effect for the last 2 rounds, but again, that was kind of a half-buy situation there out of Falky. So all things considered, I wish they maybe got another ult or two out of S2G because we're starting to climb into that grind time where, again, a round or two make this hard to turn around. And yeah, that's exactly why the timeout comes through. It is that pivotal moment. And it is just unfortunate they don't really have too many ults right now to fight S2Gs because they have been so dominant at the start of this half.
Yeah, and I think it's interesting. This is, of course, the most we've got to see from either of these teams, both of their matches earlier being a little bit speed run. So we're really getting to see a little bit more from both of their sides. We're talking about Falca as their attacking side. They were so dominant that every time it felt like they got that spike down, it was kind of just done after that. They would go hunting, but there was no real challenge for that. And that was kind of their win condition, was once they got onto site, it was done and dusted. Now, not really felt the same on this map, and now they've got to do a little bit more on their defense side and actually got to put that into a little bit more work, and it's showing some more signs that need, you know, little areas that need tightening up. But as we said, this is the place to do it. These are the rounds to do it. They both won their first matchup, which means they get that safety net. It's whoever hits 2 wins or 2 losses first goes forward or goes home.
Absolutely. This round, again, that time had to be taken because it's going to be like your last is 11th. You're going to be broke on the 12th, so it would be huge. We've seen both of these teams get really strong thrifties, right? In peak moments that kept things close in the first half. We're demanding one of those kind of out of Falke right here, where they have zero room for error after the fact, and it feels like they've called, I'm going to say, maybe an aggressive fight, possible season 8 combos in the works, but now with just, oh yeah, you have to respect it. You have to completely disengage and back off.
Bomb buddy out. Yeah, they tried to fight previously and it went badly wrong, so the call to sit on their hands to get the rotates over quickly, I think the right call to be made. Ult Orb is going to be secured there, and that is going to be the Nightfall online available for them as well, but a round where you've already shown your hand that it's Guardians, and that's the best that you're really going to have, is whether you even want to invest it right now. It doesn't look like they're particularly too eager, but again, pivotal rounds.
Okay. I do like this, just contacting up, trying not to invest too much util over towards Hookah. Bombot's cleared out mostly the front side as well, so it is just some of these problem areas. Right side hut that the Showstopper should just be the one to clear out, and the Dizzy gets confirmation instead, so Aji should be able to send this sailing into CT off the Incendiary, or, okay, Refight Elbow works as well. In the meantime, yeah, they've gotten every box checked, every angled cover, but if Z-Team wants to win the fight anyways, things could get dicier. It's a 2v4. But 2 players a lick away from death. That's why Aji's gonna take the forefront. But the other 2 heavy HP players will take the back line. Ooh, these are nice kills, but with so much HP loss, probability Verdinus dropping.
Yep, and there's the angle being held, but the swing is immaculate. Now suddenly 2 versus 2. They've got a little bit of an option. The smokes are going to fade, but the timer, that's what's really going to put the nails in the coffin. Selasun actually wants to be the one to close the lid. And now it's looking dire. Nothing really to be found. Xena's going to find the kill. Ooh, going to be able to get away just about in the nick of time there. Selasun unfortunately unable to do so, but at this point, you got the 11th. We talked about that being the pivotal round. That's basically, you know, win or overtime secured for you here, and you've got that huge buffer to work with. So, yeah, can't get away alive, but they've done everything they need to.
Yeah, great attempt. I have to praise Falke there for trying to convert again a thrifty round, but that's again S2G. We saw this in the first half. We're seeing it continue here more successfully. Not afraid to invest just a few ultimates to make sure that these pivotal rounds get through the line, even if it means they're investing them against a half buy or no buy situation. Showstopper saw the thrash, and now it should be next over trying to close out. Hopefully, lock in that spot, that overtime you mentioned. Oh.
Lovely fly on in there, but it is only able to find one before it's immediately punished. Lighter gonna go down as well. Now hiding in the smokes with the shorty. In a sec. They've still got a little bit of a handle on the back half of site, but that fight's going down on the other side. Prowler through the side. Chinook high alert on their tiptoes. Kamisek waiting, now holding the angle, but the issue is you can't just hold the line. You need to take this space on back. That pink shell's going to force Selasun into the fight with Annie. Annie going to capitalize, finds a second as well. Showstopper back on out once more. Spotted someone, going to fire it over towards Lamps, but the issue is still need to get on that defuse, and Xena is just not going to give you the opportunity. Going to try and half it, but that smoke is doing so much heavy lifting. Pros go fake, and there it is, an 8 grasped from the jaws of defeat.
Wow. super interesting round there. I mean, Falke, I like again how they played the retake, how they got someone on the spike immediately using that util for sectioning, but ultimately, I mean, the entry was so clean, but they almost over-invested, right? So they didn't have too much to rely on, and they were over-peeking dry into what they didn't even know was an operator Vanny, right? 2 players die here. It didn't feel like there was effective enough communication, because then, yeah, right there. I don't know if that was intuition or they saw an elbow peeking out, but that second kill was everything. And just strong util combos, a little bit late molly delay, and suddenly, yeah, Falke might be right back into this. Money, not yet gone for S2G, but it's getting closer.
Lovely pick there from Annie. It's super aggressive and it's going to pay dividends. Chinook pulls back. Sixth sense tingling that something is amiss, but actually looks like maybe looking to pivot away, but the issue is their pivot point. Oh, if they go down, if Leroy Sane is unable to keep fighting, alas, not the case. And now the opportunity to work back towards A has just been opened up even more.
Ooh. They already used a lot of that delay util over towards Showers. The ZT Monarch just has to be a passive bystander. You're listening, the wingman listening to the boombot, communicating. There's 2 at least here. This is an interesting decision. Fighting solo, the Nightfall not in time. And ZT Monarch somehow avoids death and gets another on top of it. Pit not having to be invested. But oh no, not Ajay. You can't do it again. ZT Monarch is the king in this server this time.
Yep, and we said that a round to get them onto 11 could have been everything. That could have been game, set, match. Alas, still something left in the tank here for Falke, and they're making it work. It's very scrappy and chaotic, and it's coming down to a lot of individual multi-kills, but it's working really well for them here. And Monarch, you know, activating there for the last. It's just so cohesive, which we've seen a lot of today unexpectedly, I think.
Well, last time on regulation. And they just want that 12, right? They just want that overtime security for the time being. Do not want to drop down to the lowers. You chose, right, to play this map as well, instead of the one you just won on in dominant fashion. Again, they have such clean execs. It's just small mistakes here and there that are adding up, right? Overswinging an operator. Overplaying your hand, and I think if they just kind of hunker down, I'm hoping that's what Mavira is reminding them of, is just, again, you guys are finding the advantage and you're letting it tip back in the favor of Falke. And this round, again, they have a very similar, I think, Flood approach, I'd say, for a retake game, where you can pop an orbital strike, reclaim that space, and Hyperspit's only going to add the complication of even getting onto the A site, which is what they're kind of primed for. Because I don't think S2G's been denied the A site once this half, have they? It's always been the retake.
Yep, they've very much been, you know, they've never really been off-site completely. It's never been a full retake, but it's definitely been the half that has been planted on. And here it is. Oh, Hyperspit comes out immediately, but forced out of the angle, and they couldn't manage to cross over. There it is, the orbital strike finds a pick, 2 already, and they're not even going to clear this. Oh, it's a disaster. Still is unaware. There it is, finally the trigger discipline comes to a halt. And the Viper's Pit really cuts up and leaves these 2 sets of players on an island, and we're saying looking to try meet back up with the team, but now will be unable to do so, just holding the line with this operator. ZT Monarch going for the flank here, just with the classic in hand.
This is interesting. The amount of respect Falke is showing here, right? They know that Leroy Sane slipped the net. ZT Monarch on this wrap could put an entire disaster spell. They were trying to respect the poison cloud, and ZT Monarch responds with disrespect, right? From fighting demons to slaying them there. From round start to round end, and what you hope to do is convert off this operator you collected from Annie. They are 2 kills away from it. You know exactly where ZT Monarch is. This pesky sky that they still have to locate, and they have to recover the spike on top of it.
Unfortunate, and to do it all with the operator as well. Wide out in the open for the taking, and there it is. Lighter with the final pick, and that closes up the scoreboard almost entirely. And momentum is something that we've talked heavily about today, and it looks like it has shifted foot here. That 11th was meant to be everything. It is not, and Monarch, you know, not always necessarily at the top of the scoreboard in the frags department, but my gosh, have they been impactful.
Oh yeah, impact frags for sure. I mean, there was the multi-kill outside of U-Haul. I remember that moment right there with the re-wrap after. Again, they needed to invest the orbital strike, right? Just to keep the pit online. after Aja comes satcheling through. A lot of moving pieces, and honestly, this round could decide if we go to overtime or not.
I mean,
Or if even Falcon maybe
I was gonna say
11 for all I know.
I was gonna say the winning in regulation is still an opportunity here for Falcon.
Yeah.
They've denied that 12 very adamantly.
It would come down to the 12-11, definitely money-wise, I'd say, for Falke leading. So you really want to win this, and that's why, yep, ults on the table, invested simultaneously for this reset.
Oh, and Nightfall's not going to find anything.
got
Thrash,
both.
though, has got both, and that's going to give so much space on the site. Actually, going hunting for the
Tier
picks
one.
as well. Not going to find the second, and going to be counting your lucky stars about that. Kamisek still alive, now available to get back into the fight. Annie's got this long angle here with the op, but they need to retake, and no one's going to be showing their face just yet. Celisson the first to peek, but Chinook as well finds a pick, and the retake, oh, it's so on. Annie looking for a little bit more. It's an awkward angle to work with here. Kamisek finds the first pick here. Flying out of the window is going to get taken down by Xena, and there is a final stand being made here, but it's a 3 versus 1, and Xena, now the last left alive, once more, will not, gets the isolated fight, but it's not going to win it. Defuse comes through, and it's 11.
I got flashbacks again. When they have all this focus on one avenue of entry, they forget about the other, and you can see the pings immediately coming through as well to start remedying that issue, right? They had a really strong BXX off the ult. They had really deep control as well, doubled up elbow. You saw Xena as well trying to fight alongside Leroy Sane there, so it wasn't just a one and done. And even again, a beautiful opening from Agia. It falls apart because they don't clear enough space, right? The backstab here is unfortunate, but the group up between Annie as well and this operator was just perfection. Just Falke looking like the more cohesive team right now, and S2G thriving off of, again, aggressive site takes and maybe individual heroics that aren't going to carry them through. A broken buy, an 11-11. I'm afraid they won't even have money. This might be them like going for OD or giving us up 13-11 style.
Yeah, there is so much weight on this round especially, and that's going to be a huge stall found by the Tether. Shells go over, and Chinook finds one before they can even get through the smoke. There's gonna be the... Oh, you're right. Celisson's got one. Showstopper's not gonna find anything. Chinook desperately just trying to spray. They won't really be able to deny the plant, but they've been the legends of retake. So one more. What is that to ask of them? A little bit of presence shown, an elbow from the dog, but... Here we are. Paint Shells to go over the top. There's going to be a swing off the back of it. Celisson forced off position. Actually taken down by the snake bite. Rainser needs to hold the line. Satchel to try and clear out the position. They're tucked a little bit too far in. Annie's found one. Showstopper of their own available. And there it is. Goes deep. 1 versus 3 available. It's Xena one more time. Finds the first pick. That, though, is going to be a defuse that is so hidden. Finds the first, and they're just going to stick it. And there's 12.
That is so unfortunate. You saw the red light. You knew they were sticking, but you're out of bullets. There's nothing you can do. Your pistol won't get through that wall. And that is a nasty kill as well. Like Leroy Sane's just probably kicking themselves. Getting shot through the smoke in that fashion. But you said it. They're the retake masters. And it's showing why this is the classic composition. You cannot stand your ground anywhere, right? You're avoiding mollies that forces you out in the open. That's where Annie's able to find impact with this operator. She's had a turnaround game once they got on the defense. This team has just looked again so well-rounded here. Again, it felt like S2G adapted so fast. They fixed so many mistakes. Come round around, and it still might not matter.
Oh, it's... And you look at the utility, you look at the buy. It was meant to be. Everything was theirs, was promised to them when they got that 11th. Alas, they have just not been able to seize the opportunity. One more chance here. Chinook has caused them so many issues here. Isn't able to dodge, but there it is. The peak on through. Chinook goes down, and he's going to fall as well. Monarch needs to be the hero here. They've already got the player disadvantage, and actually been forced pretty heavily offside. Monarch still kicking around, and retake once more. Not being able to keep hold of the site, but they've been good at getting it back. But now disadvantage in the numbers, but the health bars, a couple of them are looking shaky. Are they going to be ready for this? Monarch needs to distract the attention here.
Down to the wire. Little flank attempt there, finally capitalizing off a missed angle off the lack of a sentinel. And it's all down to one player, Lida in the 1v1. Celisson on the elevated position, just over peaks. Oh, you expect them to do that?
No,
Just like
you
that, we were
don't.
headed to
Switching sides.
overtime.
Overtime.
We have gone from back-to-back landslides to overtime on the precipice of greatness. And, I mean, it was so back and forth at the start, but I was convinced that, Falke, that they surely this would be theirs 13-11, right? But no, the opening picks there, and that was something that Falke were really good at, was winning the early rounds over on their game earlier. And this time they lose
complete
the early
opposite
round,
now.
and yeah.
Yeah, it feels like Falke has been thriving in the retakes, right, in the late rounds. And I did notice a lot of X's their backside. It felt like S2G just, like, again, weren't happy just sitting with their crossfires on side, are starting to understand that, yeah, they're just gonna get dumped with utility on them, like, really raining down Hellfire. So they have to take the initiative in the space where it's granted, right? They start disrespecting Falke. We'll see if it serves them well in OT. Sides swapped once again. Reminder, it was 6-6 both sides now.
Enemy down.
And that's a huge opening kill. And again, third turn with the mollies. Sequential order, keeping these players at bay, punishing Kamisek. Super low now.
Yeah, lucky to be alive even, and now they've got to consider other options, but I like this little bit of a proactive push here over towards Link.
It's huge info, yeah.
Because they know there's
rotate the
nothing
fade.
fountain, there's nothing long, they can rotate the fade, and even if, you lose your player in connector here, doesn't matter because it's an early warning signal for the rest of your team to be able to get over, and that's a quick rotate. So
Absolutely.
if you can find a multi-key here, Rainsa, then even better.
Just get one.
Just
Get
one.
one.
One's all
Give
you
us
need.
one. Oh, and Dizzy Monarch so aware. The clearance, though, isn't good, and Rainsa says, I'm gonna get out of here. I know the entire team's probably coming off that contact. Let me try and get a safe kill if I am on the exit. Little clip in the corner, costing the life. Little trade back, controller for controller.
30 seconds
In the
left.
meantime,
Bring them down.
not quite sure where Ajay got picked. Sorry, where Andy got picked off. But, like I mentioned, they've gotten back to the site in time anyways.
Hiding in the tube, Chinook is gonna go down. Celason waiting on the other side.
10
Retake
seconds left.
is on our hands. And that's gonna go over, and there it is. The play. That's gonna buy you so much time, so much space as well. And now, Aegea needs to step on up. There's the first.
Last
Whittled
player
down.
standing.
Lines up for the next, but Lyda's got the angle. Xena again, last player left standing, and always with so much to be asked of them. Random corner, Chinook's holding the angle, but unfortunately distracted by the player jumping on up. And there it is, a 13th round. Okay, in the lead once more.
Switching sides.
When Lyda and this, again, duelist level confidence these last few rounds has been through the roof.
Enemy down.
Just clutch kills, aggressive, proactive kills, and it's difficult because I feel like S2G has had such creative and on-the-fly adaptation, and then they still are just losing. Like, it's frustrating, I think, to be losing in this fashion after, again, you almost had this map put away, I think 10-7 at one point. And now, you're heading in what really did snowball into this OT for you. Attack half once again. We'll see if they've learned all their lessons and they can put forward around to keep this upper final attempt alive.
See the Odin come on out now. Overtime, maybe the time to be innovating, but still first time we're seeing it this map. Jumping around the corner with a little bit of a jump spot, not gonna find anything just yet.
Bring them down.
Not gonna hear so much, and Chinook there with the Prowler. Oh, caught blind, and that's a problem. There's no escape. It's a clunky weapon to maneuver. Monarch is getting heavily punished. Is not going to be caught by the Prowler, so that means there's going to be no expectation by Leroy saying that there's going to be someone there. It's a little bit messy, but still manages to find the kill, and now clear on through. Odin picks back on up there, but Snakebite's going to hold them off on this angle. They're just buying themselves as much time. Aegea hunkered down in the smoke, hoping that no one is going to come their way. This is so perfect, and the peak on out spots 2, spots 3, and there it is. We're going another overtime.
That is the perfect counter. Like we said, they've been respecting Falke on these retakes too much, sitting back, setting those crossfires, and Aegea finds the perfect time to slit the net and just completely disrespect this team. And again, S2G, they've never had problems with execs. This was a funny moment to me just because they both have the same brain with the corner clear that Shorty, but Wow, the fact that that's crazy bullet accuracy, by the way.
Straight
Missed
bullet.
accuracy into the, yeah, that should not have happened, but I probably would have been the same outcome regardless there. I mean, beautifully done. Again, I mentioned I wanted to see them fixing the mistakes of the past, and that's exactly what we're seeing, but S2G now, all their plans. Again, First Bloods, where they shine, and you can probably hear ZT Monarch saying, guys, I don't know how many players have just pushed out short, and they just learned.
That's a lovely hold there. And S2G, they're making it happen. They've managed to hold off at least the initial plan. And actually, they've bought themselves so much opportunity actually just to deny any having to do retake here. Ooh, Agia spotted somebody around the corner, takes a chunk of their health as the price. Now just has to be careful. He's going to call over a little bit of help there, but unfortunately help's not coming. Help's been taken down. Needs to do this alone. There's the first fight. Satchel goes on out. He's going to get shot from mid-air. Lines up the shot. Doesn't even need the showstopper, but has it anyway. And they've bought themselves a huge advantage back in the driving seat once more. And now Falke, they've got to do it on defense.
Wow, I mean, upgrading from their permit to their full license after that to lead this series, and this was perfect. I mean, I think they finally and caught a rare time where Falke players got splintered, right? ZT Monarch's always been on that lurk. I don't think that's too much to write off, but then us also having the Fade get pieced off solo, it's just it's definitely rare, I would say, for the Falke team. And I think that's, I was gonna say, I was expecting this to be a Falke timeout, but it's S2G actually. They want to put this away, right? Again, you lose this, you have to play another best of one. You win it, you're done. First you going into playoffs, you're happy. So, you can see what the switch up is here. I think this is more a reminder of everything that they've been learning with each failure of a post plant. And again, it's going to be looking for that opportune moment to flip the site, to get aggressive, or to see if we can convert a successful lurk play. It's another ideal. What else do you think we got to see here, since this is an S2G timeout after they just won the round?
I want to see early round casualties, right? Because we talked about the retakes from Falke. I think you need to stop them being in a position to mount them, right? If they have enough players, if they have enough utility online to do it, they will. They've shown us that very, very clearly, right? So you need to draw out as much utility. You need to bait out as many players as you can early round. You need to give them nothing to work with when you get that spike down.
And
I think would be my main one.
Falke is the one that gives them nothing to work with in terms of finding those opening kills, right? They risk one player at most, and with the operator is the threat of why you can't dry swing everything yourself. And they save all those mollies for the retake, right? You may invest one, I'd say, for keeping the chokes capped off, whether it's a Snakebite or an Incendiary, but then you have, you know, the CDs, you have two other nades. Like, it's crazy what these compositions offer. They're going back to their tried and true, the eggs. I can see how far they take it this time around.
There's one, and immediately the Page Shell over the top to do as much damage as possible as they try and capitalize. Annie not going to get line of sight in. They've got to be careful not to overextend here. Chinook, face full of bullets there. Annie's got a second. They're feeding the picks. 4 versus 3. That spike's still yet to go down. Smokes. That's the final one expended for now. And now Rainsa looking to take that space back, hoping that nobody is hiding around here. That orb's not been taken and raises some questions, but everything's going to come to a standstill for a second. They've not got enough room to be carefully planting that spike. They've still got warriors, and it's going to be a matter of timing. Gun not pulled on out. Monarch's going to find that pick. Spike will go down, but suddenly there's a whole other dimension to this retake. In fact, they've got people coming from all entries onto site.
They have no control, and that's exactly what Rainsa was trying to remedy. Again, the reminders that were probably, you know, shouted out in that timeout. They know that Falke has these deep deposits that are so hard to get players out of. Annie,
Last player
down,
standing.
but it's again Zeta in an unwinnable situation, much like the past.
First lines up the second. The Defuse, however, has a bodyguard, and their name is Kamisek. And that will be another overtime that we will be seeing. And I think you make a good point. There's another team that will have to play what will be their third best of one today, which doesn't sound like a whole lot necessarily, but with a new team, with, you know, new roles for some of these people, it's going to be a lengthy day. It's going to be a stamina builder, but I think it might be good experience. You don't want to be on that knife's edge of elimination, but
Yeah.
it's repetitions at the worst case scenario. You got to see the silver linings, but the longer this drags on, the harder that final series is going to be.
I mean, not just that, but right, sitting out for a map, you're not as warmed up, you're not as rearing to go, right? I mean, yeah, you can hit the DMs, you can hit the range, but it's not the same as having just played a match. So, like I'm gonna say, like S2G did, right? Coming right out of it, Falke was sitting back watching the Novo Nightingale game as well, but now it's Falke the one to use the timeout, so no more until this game is over, until we have our first playoff spot filled. Again, these two teams are such polar opposites. If they feel so perfectly matched, though, like it's super entertaining to watch just how they've been playing these maps, and it is just unfortunate that Annie was able to shut down Aji on that exec because again, they have number one plus 30 kills, number two they figured out how they need to fix these post plants. So it's like Falke is just playing stable, like unwavering, right? And they're just like losing first blood sometimes, like some trade fights. It's S2G that's been having to change. And speaking of change, Yajia operator set up in the corner. Either early fade haunt towards Fountain. Maybe even toying with the idea of pushing all the way down to the sand line, which Kamisek is holding, but we've seen some insane op shots from Yajia. I wouldn't push past them to win this engagement outright anyways.
It depends on whether the barrel is going to show and give enough opportunity. It doesn't even matter. Around the corner with Mark speed. And there's one, Chinook, ooh, just backs away. I mean, the wall is going to deny any vision anyway. Selason, ooh, there's a bit of contact. He's got an answer. They put the smokes on out there. Give themselves a little bit of room to work with, an angle to toy with. But there's still a lot of angle on the left-hand side. If you swing, still a lot of vision there. But they are just going to take that as a deterrent and fall back for now.
Okay. Okay. Going for the shower clear. Nice group up as well. Split off your Xena, that is unfortunate overwhelm, and so they're gonna start sinking their teeth in.
30 seconds left.
They are. Rain Cert cleared out. Selason is going to have an answer to the aggression, though. There's two. Dodging the flash, but that is going to be the Horn finding it. Lida, though, finds two with their own, and that's going to be not only the advantage, but the spike plant going down here as well. Just Argia left, and they know exactly where they were. They heard the shots, they saw the damage early round, and that's going to be the Seeker trying to find them. Now has to push on forward. Awkward angle switches over to the sidearm, and there it is. Lida finds the third pick in the round and gives them an advantage. Now Falcon going into the second half of overtime with a point on up here.
Wow. I mean, I'm just having, like, multiple epiphanies. Like, the fact that Selason and Lida are, like, the parallels, and that they're, like, when you put them under pressure, they are performing. Literally, Selason with this multi-kill, Lida with this insane transfer. And also then, Agia, just the amount of pressure he's under as the Academy player, by the way, that was promoted. With over 30 kills right now. Putting in insane work. And was asked to clutch out that 1v2, but Falke following the timeout, reclaim the lead here. Could be another tipping point, we'll have to see. Kamisek, vulnerable position, but Cindy, quick escape. You know no one's following you along. We're good to go for this time being.
Oh, so much information there. And immediately throwing a little bit more in as well. Gonna tip in. Somebody hiding on in the teleporter for now. Oh, ready for Annie. No, they are not. Wraps all the way around. Actually can just back away scot-free. Non-committal here, but it's the B site. But they've realized that there's no further aggression. They've not heard any footsteps or anything. So A site, they're probably looking at, thinking is clear.
I do like this play, right? If you've cleared out all of the shower side space, keep two players there. You think someone could have slipped through short, right? Obviously no Viper Wall for the lurk, but it's just smart, right? You'll be able to there to contest it. They take TP. You have a stack on B. Great setup in theory. Let's see it in practice.
Chinook with one, Lida with a second, and it all comes crumbling. This is it. Spike out in the open, the worst possible position it could have felt. But Selason doesn't want this to be over just yet. The flash is amazing. It's going to deny getting that spike even longer. 20 seconds. It's going down to be pixel perfect. Lida finds one more, and Xena the last left alive, the last to fall. And alas, finally, we have a victor. They juke it out. It goes overtime after overtime, but there we have it. Just at the end, they're a little bit of a pull away. and Falca's gone and done it.
Yeah, your first team in playoffs for Project Blender Spotlight. Insane performance, insanely well fought as well. I mean, if you're Alcazia or Novo and you've been waiting, like, sorry you had to wait so long kind of mentality. But again, that is when two teams are meeting each other blow for blow in that regard, against switching things up as much as they have to, like, you could see the visible arc of growth for both of these two teams. And again, Falke just feel like they had a more well-rounded view. They felt more stable. And it was, again, them consistently asking, it felt like, S2G to make these changes, to step up when they needed to. And I'm excited to see them in lowers and hopefully in playoffs as well. Just because, again, I feel like we're seeing the growth of some of those players we want to see more from. And we're seeing really strong performances from, again, academy players like Agia. So 60-14, 30 rounds of back and forth action. I mean, look at how even across the board it was for Falke, and I think that was the big difference.
Yeah, and it's kind of been my buzzword lately is sustainability, right? Is if you're relying on just one player to step up in the likes of, Agia, that's not sustainable, not even necessarily just within a map or within a series, but in the long run. You need a more, as you said, holistic view of what's going on. You need to have a more holistic kind of approach to the map, and you need to have the weight evenly spread amongst the team. It's not sustainable to be like, Agia, we need you to step up and get every opening pick. Whereas on the side of Falke, it was a little bit more evenly distributed, and that's going to give them the edge in the long run, in the longer series, and in the longer maps like this as well.
Absolutely, and I kind of put Lyda and Annie on this pedestal with the role swaps that they were going through, handing off the duelist, and boy, did the role swaps deliver. Lyda was just as aggressive, even more clutch, I would argue, and Annie, once that operator got in hand, just felt so comfortable and really put a major wrench in some of these execs that we saw were really a shining point for S2G. So overall, a very earned well spot from Falke, but Affinity, we have another spot to give away and two more best of ones in the lowers to get there, don't we?
We do, but that was a lengthy series, and I think that we need to let you guys go and refill your snacks and drinks, because I know that mine got depleted throughout that as well. So go and grab those, because the next series, I'm sure if that was anything to go by, will also be a banger. We'll be back very shortly to bring you the next match.
Still waiting, clouds roll and then fade away, hiding from what you wanna say, all the games you play. I'm still waiting, evening fades into the dawn, lights go out but you don't come home, I'm still alone. Still waiting, clouds roll and then fade away, hiding from what you wanna say, all the games you play. I'm still waiting, evening fades into the dawn, the lights go out but you don't come home, you're still alone. Still waiting, 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 waiting. I'm still waiting, still waiting.
Welcome back, everybody. That first map, or at least of ours, went the distance there, but we have still got 2 more games lined up, curated just for you guys, kind of. Well, it has been a matter of eliminations here. The way that today is working is, of course, double elimination brackets. So, to dumb that down kind of simple terms, layman's terms, is whoever reaches 2 victories before they reach 2 losses will go on forward to the playoffs for a chance to get a spot in Phase 3. If you hit 2 losses, however, before you hit 2 victories, that is you done and out. And here we are in the lower bracket, teams on the do or die right now. And I'm quite excited for this one. You and I had a couple of thoughts about how we thought maybe this one was going to go.
Honestly, I feel like with how strong Falke has been and how strong S2G has been, to me, I think when we actually get to the lower finals, S2G are going to be heavily favored. This match, I could see going really either way. I could see an Alcatsia blowout, low-key, just because they were a little shaken, I think, in that first series up against Falke. And also we kind of saw Novo just got off to a really bad start, but their aimers, their tier 1 players from Apex, Molzy, Vovo were still aiming. So, but I could also see it being really close. Again, we've talked about how Alcatsia, it's literally 4 out of 5 of the core players. They have the reps. They are just getting out of stage 3 EMEA game changers. So I really want it to be a close matchup, though.
Yeah, and to be honest with you, we would love to see a little bit more from either of these teams, because the way you don't want to go down is, of course, 13 threes for both of them earlier. You don't want it to be another 13-3 again. You want to get those reps in, and you want to be able to show what you're made of, right? Because for a lot of teams, this is a really good opportunity to showcase yourself to the rest of the world. Now, for one of these teams, we see them in the form that they're in a little bit more often here, and maybe we were expecting a team that has been playing together for so long to be a little bit more cohesive, I think. Maybe just a warm-up game. We talked about how volatile the best of ones have been. Do you think maybe that's something to do with it, or was there something missing from that first game for you for Alcatraz?
Oh, I don't know. Because we both kind of caught some of that Haven game, and it just felt like S2G was running them over. It reminds of how they played Bind, but they were getting away with it, really. Like, they didn't have a very cohesive retake. Every time they took an engagement, they were winning it. And before we talk about the maps themselves, because that will become very relevant later on, we should reintroduce these teams. Like we said, for the side of Alcatsia, it's all of their entire team and their coach, right?
Yes.
Playing for this team. So again, a player that knows their playbook, has built their playbook inside and out. So you can call something and they're going to know immediately. It's not like you're trying to integrate a third-party player, right, from a separate organization. It's not going to be as Puggy or Ranky vibes like some of these other super teams that have been built are. And I think that just speaks to, again, I don't want to say some level of predictability, but I think it does also can work against you in that major as well.
Yeah, and I think it's also interesting to note that Anita was added to the roster very recently, was an addition that they'd made literally less than a month ago at this point. It was the very tail end of September. So I think that it raises some questions in my mind, because with a lot of these teams, it's a big mix, right? You're integrating new players, you're integrating, for some teams, Academy and Game Changers and Challengers teams all together. But the way to integrate into a team being this tournament is maybe in the long run for the team outside of the tournament might raise some eyebrows, but alternatively kind of put you on a little bit of level footing with the rest of the competition that haven't necessarily had as long as a core together.
Absolutely. Nova Nightingale is that team that you mentioned, that it's not okay. It's like it's still a very, very piecemeal squad.
Yes.
But it's just it's the most recognizable names, I would argue, from tier 1 out of these 4 teams in group number 1. And I will say, even though Nova's not like a deep run main stage Game Changers team, Mochi, Ryota, they're not to be trifled with in any favor either. And I do like that it is a more GC-centric team as well. Ryota had, even though they lost in 3-13 fashion on Sunset up against S2G, had some really good shining moments, I will say. So super excited to see what they can do when they maybe get off to the right start here. And speaking of starts, as you can see by our little tidbit at the bottom, we have our map affinity. What do we think of a Haven run back for Alcatsia?
I think that it is an opportunity to right the wrongs of earlier. It's an opportunity to, and I think it's good that they've got the same map again, because they're a team that we expected a lot from, I think. and we still are. So it gives them an opportunity to have sat, had a look at that map, realized what was going wrong earlier, and really adapt. And that's going to be the thing that we want to see. Is we talked a lot about it last map, is adaptation is going to be the name of the game in this entire tournament, especially when we get to the likes of blender drafts and stuff. I think adaptation is going to be through and through and through the theming that we need to see.
Well, how about instead of adaptation, some evolution? Vito once again getting picked up, was picked up over on Sunset, actually, by Mochi. So handing it off to Molzy here. I think it's nice. It'll get maybe a bit more of a comfortable pick. And I think Hazan Cairo put it very well. I think it was Cairo actually that said he really wanted to see it run in kind of a double sentinel, because Molzy, all he has, right, is that chokehold, that singular kind of tether style, but more triggerable, not having to be chucked and immediately triggered. So I don't think it has as much grasp power, but you couple that with a swarm grenade or something, and it is going to be absolutely lethal. But on the other side of things, look at this. We talked about unpredictability and righting the wrongs of the past and switching things up. Q80, full departure away, I would say, from a little bit more of the stock standard. And we're going to see... I was hoping we'd see the Waylay Yoru, but a Yoru Neon as well, and a Clove as well for Anita. Super, super strong, I would say.
It is. I'm going to be curious to see how this kind of actually plays out a little bit. With Clove not really being used as one of the top examples of smokes on Haven. A little bit more of a niche pick.
Big map.
Yeah.
I think it's very, very rank like mentality. So is the ISO, but I'm excited to see that with the Yoru. I think it'll just be Anita's gonna have to be playing Garage, gonna have to be playing backside B a lot just to be that rotate player. But I think the medals can be really, really good for setting up the team for success if you are worried about the aim. But speaking of setup, look at the matching player cards. Can we give a second to shout out Nova Nightingale for that? I love the player cards. Outside of that, though, one thing I did want to mention as well is going back to the map video and how we landed on Haven. Alcazia got the choice between Haven and Sunset. Sunset being the map that Novo lost 3-13. So they had the power, okay, do we conquer our demons or do we fight them in their hellscape? And this is exactly what they chose to do. So if it's a blowout, it's kind of like the ball was in their court and they missed it.
Yeah.
So I do like this, though. Starting on the defense as well for Alcazia gives you that opportunity, again with the double duelist in particular, to take that initiative, to take those fights early on. You can guide the tempo as you please, but I am a little bit worried because unlike how Bind started off in our previous best of one, this feels like it's going to be a head-on collision affinity.
It does appear to be a bloodbath in mid. Just what we ordered, and immediately Felipe, lovely pick there. It's a little bit more. Vova is going to be the one to find the, at least not equalizing, but kill to try and get them back in and stop this spiraling too far. And actually hasn't really dipped too far. Still hanging around in a very dangerous position here. Very volatile. Needs Forcugs to kind of step up a little bit here. Gonna fall back onto site here. Molzy holding for the angle. So much to do there. The scan, though, is going to come on through. Doesn't quite get killed off the back of it. But there's a lovely find. Molzy with one of their own. And it's Bloodbath kills back and forth. 1 versus 1 here. Both kind of have a rough idea. And there it is. The immediate flick back over. The low HP is going to be really damning. But there it is. Reaper going to find the defuse and put a round on the board for them.
Yeah, I mean, the Vito utility kind of ate away at the clock a little bit. They really did respect the util grab of the interceptor, but that's the only form of respect that they were giving the side of Novo Nightingale here. Otherwise, it was just aggressive to the start and in to the finish. I mean, these kills as well from Anva, the follow-up, it was perfect ping-pong action, and while the backside players were able to hold down the fort for the time being, it was just too much HP lost, and Felipe able to get that round through. We get the buy up here. Oh, no. This is disrespected at Novo. A Bulldog and 2 Stingers? What are you hoping to do with that?
Well, hoping for something aggressive, I'd imagine. Anva spots all of this going on forward and has to just fall back off site. That's so quick onto the site there. Trying to get ahead of this, though. Spots somebody jumping across, and Crosshair is distracted for just a second there. Forcugs does find one Felipe as well, but unfortunately being chased on down all the way off the site, and there's no one even remotely near the B site right now.
And honestly, I'm surprised that we're actually seeing the Neon fight this. Medusa just had to hold down the A-Link, but again, they're like, we pot up the weapons, we get the second round thrifty, we're taking the fight to you, and this is interesting and kind of PTSD because Alcazia won the pistol and then lost their second round up against
Yes.
Falke as well.
It was almost the case. And I remember Hazard asked was, has
Yeah.
anybody ever won both pistols and then lost 13-2, I think it was.
Wow. I think they lost 13-3 at least, you know, because Alcazia won both. Oh,
But
anyways.
then that's bad because it's not quite history making either, you know. It's a loss,
No,
but it's not even.
Yeah. What was I gonna say though? But the thing is though, Falke didn't force though. I'm pretty sure. So the fact that Novo did here is insane, and the fact that they're this prepared as well for this aggro A fight, even designing the crosscut TPs around it, and it still is getting dismantled. Look at this. Oh,
They're not doing Mochi minis. Oh, and they do successfully do so. Mochi fights too, and then Sandra's now.
enough.
It is enough. Sandra finds the kill, but that's gonna be the spike going on down on C. It's gonna be a frantic rush on over. But regardless of how you slice this, success I'd argue, and still the opportunity for a little bit more. Avova though has already managed to cross on over. Sandra knows it might be an idea, but there's the timing. Peeks on out, finds the kill. Actually can go forward and collect an upgraded weapon as well now. Felipe.
Standing ahead.
So much weight on their shoulders. Nothing going to be spotted out by this. Taken down long range there by Ryota. And a second round. It is converted, but it's not inexpensive.
yeah. I mean, from the opener, again, really strong, like we saw in the pistol round. It was just. Again, the heroics, the bait as well. Ryota backing off, Mochi saying, I got this, and gets it back to the 2-on-2. I was worried because the Bulldog in Sandra's hands, most deadly weapon. But I really liked how Avova played the timing there perfectly. Trusted in Ryota to hold on to the garage angle, since that's where the drone came from as well. So swift communication between the 2v2 allows Nova to stay ahead. Evolution online as well, and so yeah, Katsuya again want to go for this mid challenge. Working with pistol, can it work again? Not the same luck this time around, Yoru.
Not quite. They are still funneling in towards mid to try make something of it. Unfortunately, they make a mess of it.
Again?
And Felipe, paranoia, you just want to back on off, but unfortunately jumped on up. There is going to be no escaping from that. And now Sandra, oh, clean as you like it. There's the final kill to come on through for the round.
Yeah, a little difficult, a little reminiscent of the first Haven, where it's just Novo taking fight after fight. And you can see that Alcazia, they're also just like giving them those fights back. Like they're willing to play into them as well. And it's just unfortunately the trades right now are so strong on Nova's side. The util, I think, is more oppressive as well. I mean, just looking at the composition difference, right? Like you have rare labeled stuns, you have paranoias. The only thing I'm really scared of util-wise on Alcazia's side is that metal, right? You can even turn a Yoru flash. So like, to me, it's not too scary to fight out in the open with. And that's exactly what they're winning.
There we go. Turret going down is going to alert Sandra. And now getting ready there. They've got a lot of space. Proactive towards Garage. They're not going to have heard anything, though. Now players filling in from A to take a hold of that B control, mid control. Make sure nothing's funny is going on over there. Because they've got so much presence taken by A. They've got all of the information, but they need to find the kills. Or at least not be found themselves. Avova with another. They've already got this site on lockdown. Mochi looks back, takes down Borkux, and there it is. There's the Hunter Fury coming on out. It's good. It's getting a little bit of information, but unfortunately now is the last player left alive. Investment of it, and you're not going to be able to get the full force. And now Felipe, walking blind into Mochi. And that round won and lost off the back of such an early ironclad grip on C.
I mean, it's not even that, right? Like, the fact that there's only 2 players execing, maybe 3 if you count the late Sova, onto the C site. They have double Sentinels to handle any of this aggression, right? They have, obviously, the Veto outside of A. The Killjoy locking down grass and window. It's an insane pre-round setup, and then they're just trusting in their Spear and Avova to set them up as well on this Yoru, and they still get the site. They still overwhelm the Sandra anchor. And then the Hunter's Fury exec on an eco as well in a 2v4. It felt a little bit miscalmed, and now, I mean, with the confidence, with the sheer number of ults, yeah, you can definitely get up onto the B site really quick, especially with a crosscut.
And there you have it as well. Evolution online. Mulsi hunting for more there. There's the first pick and a tip on back there as well. Spike planted for them to fall on off. It's the kill contract. Unfortunately,
can't
only
pull me to
finds it can't pull in Mozzie and Evolution. Unfortunate there, and Mozzie's gonna hold down the trigger,
What a
gets too
one-way.
gifted. Sandra's got one with the judge, now peeks around the corner for a fourth, and Mozzie single-handedly does it all. Sandra, what more can
Give
you
him the
find?
ace. They're trying to give it to him.
Ooh. Gonna
They've
be
figured
spotted.
out where she is.
Funneling, there it is, lines up the shot, and the ace comes through. The rest of the team just shepherding Sandra in the right direction.
Wow, and this is something else that I love about off-season events, right? Like, yeah, there's money on the line, yeah, there's glory, but it's not as like serious pedal to the metal as tier 1 is, right? You're not taking these risks in tier 1. You're not setting up your teammate for the ace unless it's like, you know, 13-2, 13-1 or the vice versa territory. So this though, every teammate doing their own, right? From the shock dart to the paranoia, just to set Mozzie up for success there. And Mozzie as well, not getting pulled into the kill contract. We saw that evolution in full swing, and boy, oh boy, was Darwin's theory proved right. But here we go, Philippa, early challenge. Nita could get an effective wrap here. Nobody was handling short. Now the players are rotated back, and they have handled it in stride.
Very much so. Philippa's wondering where the rest of the team has melted off to, and is now being pressured on all fronts. There's a slide on out. Distraction knows that it's going to be a kill one way or another, but it's Multi that finds it. And now Spike can get planted without a shadow of a doubt. And now
Spike
Forgo's hoping that someone's going to peek. Someone's going to give him the fight away back in, or a weapon, or just something to work with here. But alas, not going to be allowed. Avova holding on here. It's very messy. They're both doing a lot of damage. Neither able to find a kill just yet. Clone goes on out, but Avova finds the pick. Sandra with one, going desperately for another. Does a lot of damage, but it's not quite the pick, and Ryota will capitalize. A 6th round in a row, taking that early lead. And yeah, it's the attacker's side, but you don't want to let them get much more than this.
Yeah, timeout taken. Feels a little bit late out of Alcazia, assuming that's who takes it here, but desperately needed nonetheless. I mean, just feels like they're playing very individualistic. They're playing very separated. Other than those kind of early first round like aggro plays, right? And to correct a little bit as well, because we thought that Schwader was going to be in the server, is in fact in the coaching seat. And to shout out for Borkix as well, they were kind of retired for 3 years and then came out of nowhere to return to 7 State Esports, and they made a super deep run in the Red Bull Homeground EMEA qualifier. They made it to quarterfinals. So coming out, aiming, even with the Sheriff, the movement has thrown Avova off a few times. They almost got the better of them there, had to call in the reinforcements, but that's exactly what Nova's thriving in. Even though they look very ego heavy in terms of the fights they're taking, even though they're running over Alcazia, as soon as things get dicey, they group up. They take the team fights. And that is, I think, speaking to, again, the team we wanted to see on Sunset that we didn't get to, probably because of how clean we did see the squad of S2G playing.
Yeah, and I think as well is that in those Stomp matches, it's very difficult sometimes once you've started down that slippery slope to get off of the slippery slope, right? Which makes it there's a lot less that you can read into it. Now an opportunity around here would stunt Novo pretty nicely. They've gone for some early aggression out A, and they've not heard anything, which is good information for them to back off of. There has been Mozzie left just to do a little bit of damage if they choose not to. And no one's clearing that. No one is expecting Mozzie there. Luckily, it's only one pick. There's not more of a hunting party gone on out, and Mozzie will go regroup. But still, it's a player disadvantage, and it hurts to see so early. And now the world is their oyster where they can go, gearing up here to go Garage, and Sandra has got so much that needs to be done here.
I don't like the window angle. I'm not gonna lie to you. I mean, you have a turf for when they're in that mouth of garage, but here all that util will drop, your Yoru will be unsupported, and they don't have a gate crash online either, so they can't get out. They have to perma-anchor the C site. In the meantime, I do really like this Mozzie A side fake. It's gonna pull Sandra to the B site. It's gonna, again, put this heavy pressure with only an operator, by the way, no gate crash on
30 seconds
the Yoru. But, ooh, they just sold this fake even more so. From the shadows into A heaven as the Vito falls. The turn, it's too late. Look who's already knocking on your door in garage window. It's Mochi.
Spike planted.
Spike goes down, and what can you even try? Fumble together to get this round back
Get
in
the op,
control.
get out.
Get the op, get out. But even that might not be certain. You know the Mochi probably still hanging around the corner. They're good for more. Returns to life and actually needs to find a kill pretty quickly here. But Felipe's found the first, and that's going to put a little bit of weight and pressure on. Ryota's got one, Felipe with another, but now it just has to be Felipe round the corner, and there is the pick. A 7th in a row, and it's all off the back of that garage control. That garage pop does everything and more.
The fake, though, was so beautifully layered and crafted as well, right? From the Molzy utility, which you can hear, right? From the site to from the shadows when they didn't think they were quite selling it either. So Mochi here, just a huge round. And we're seeing that trend continue that we saw in the last best of one, that these well-rounded teams that have strong players both in the GC, both in the tier 2, and maybe even the tier 1 like this team, are the ones that are going to shine. And, I mean, boy, oh boy, has it this series so far. Looking similarly dominant. If we get the same exact score development, I'm going to cry. But 7-1. Again, they're overwhelming these aggressive attempts out of the double duelist to take space on A. So, hey, Dimensional Drift, yeah, nerfed, no flashes, no nothing, just confirmation on how many are here. How do you use it this time around?
Lockdown's gonna come on out, but no immediate response. Hanging around a little more, want to do the damage ahead of it. And there's gonna be a peek on out from Nita. Will get punished, but they're doing so much. Not gonna be able to get out of that lockdown scot-free, I don't think. One player getting detained, but the issue is they've done so much damage whilst that lockdown was activating.
Okay. Little flank, I think, has gone undetected here, actually. An insane double tap active, looking for the second onto Evola. And in the meantime, they try to flip the map, and Medusa has done it. Hunter here to try to keep a lid on this round, but with the overdrive pop, they are brimming with energy. And just like that, a 1v1. They know exactly where Felipe is playing because of the Hunter's Fury. Can they play down this clock?
Gonna have to. There is a recon bolt, but Felipe just too many angles to clear. Too much to get done there. But the recon bolt on out, but Medusa is not gonna be juked, is not gonna be fooled. And there is a beautiful 4K, a clutch to secure themselves an 8th, and they've conceded one round, and they said that was more than enough.
Oh, that's frustrating. The smoke from the Clove exposes exactly where you're on the spike from, and Medusa's just reaction time here was perfect as well, right? They realize there's a flank, they realize they're a threat, they realize they're no longer safe as their teammates fall around them, so the scale of the CT find 2 and then still pop the overdrive to get the remaining 2. That was an insane 4K clutch for the team. And this is, again, going back to this entire team is aiming. Sandra, again, gonna be tested here. Again, we're seeing maybe the Killjoy nerfs in play or the Sentinel nerfs in play, because I'm not seeing much util here. And I'm waiting for her to just respect the take and play reason of the team, but when your team's dying everywhere else on the map, that becomes difficult as Multi found another multi-kill.
Okay, there's some sort of an answer on site, but it's short-lived there. Vova's going to put a halt to Anva's attempts to try and bring, stop them realistically. The 9th looking almost certain. Molzy's already done so much. You really don't want to be poking the beast like this. Paranoia is just going to be so on the wounds. Sandra tucking on in, but they are all looking this way. There is no getting out of this alive. You might as well face your death with dignity. And there's a 9th on the board. And Molzy and Mochi, the two of them, the dynamic duo. Just so clean. And you're right, we're not really seeing much utility. The death there onto Anita, I'm a little bit confused because you've just lost 2 players over towards A, but you're not suspecting anybody window. It's a little bit unfortunate, but alas, just a show of dominance.
Yeah, I feel like we talk about, okay, how night and day this is from their first best of 1 on the side of Nova Nightingale. And again, I think that's part of the composition, like I mentioned, right? Like they have such a suppressive utility on the opposing side with Deadlock, with Celadon. Here, there's literally nothing that they're scared of. And especially with the evolution active again for Molzy off that 3K, just gonna try to repeat the B success. I swear if they pull in, they try to save Medusa by there getting in front of it, but unfortunately it does not work. But it doesn't matter. It's just 1v1, you win it.
It is certainly starting to fall apart here once more. Early round doesn't go their way, and by the time we've got a minute on the clock, 2-player advantage. And the fact that not a single point of damage has been done to the side of Nova is It's difficult, it's unfortunate. Now they are just going to have the safety in numbers, more bodies than you have bullets. They're going to overwhelm the C site and actually smoke onto the back there. They're ahead of anything, and you don't really want to push this if you're Anita. You've just got to sit and pull back here. Let them have the site.
Yeah, Swarm Grenade, Shock Dart, you're one like a death away from both. So I am waiting to see Alkazi have a more cohesive retake unit because it has been very staggered, it has been very individual. They're gonna try it this time around even if they don't have full weapons, and it's looking cleaner already.
Ooh, they found the shots here. The issue is lockdown, not really the site to try and get this done when they've planted it, so they can try and back away down long, but Foreguns, they're just getting it done with the weaponry. We said the utility is not going to matter. Smoke in the way, but the issue is Hunter's Fury is online, and that is going to stop anybody defusing. Bova's got the Odin online here, and there's the counter put through the smoke. Are they expecting it? It's already been half, though. Needs to get back on it, 2 versus 1. Getting back on, but I don't think they hear it, just sticking it. But there it is, just at the very last second. And I think they just about got the defuse. It is a hair away from being a kill, and it comes through nonetheless. But a second round, a mercy. And mercy is absolutely the right word to use there for that round.
And I was holding my breath like Sandra was in that moment. I mean, we've praised the late round quick pivots from Novo, just like they did there, handing off the Odin, supplementing with the Hunter's Fury, and they just thought the smoke would fade in time, right? They maybe didn't even expect it to be halved there with that combo. So again, a huge liberty taken by Alkazi to get a second round on the board. So they're not gonna have the same blowout they did the first time they played. Might even be a nice little confidence imbue for Sandra as well. Tucked away short. No clearance this time. It's Streamblade fast lane through A main. And there's no Sentinel follow-up just yet. They're just going to calm this, get these players back in back sight. One-step coordination we saw last round, and it's starting to fall apart.
Spike down.
Rule on site is going to once again go the way of Novo there. Locked out, Spike goes down. They've not really got much opportunity to take space beyond the site though, but there is a flank. Mochi needs to be huge in this lockdown. They're trying to take it down, unfortunately, but it's not going to happen. So much utility expended just to get this lockdown online, and actually, the issue is they've got the whole of the site. They don't know where this last player is, but Mochi's so far removed.
It's not even really planted for CT either. They're going to hear the running. A bodyguard posts up, and Sandra delivered for the second time in a row. Wow. That was a beautiful round from Sandra. Staying alive there, like we said, that lockdown completely counters the Mochi lurk. And also, it's bold there. I think it was from Anita as well to fight even while the lockdown is still going there. Realizing, hey, they're trying to fight me short. I need some help. So she puts her life on the line, and though she gets traded, it's just enough to win out the 2v1. So little 9-3 curse action here for Alkazi fans as a side swap. We said they're pistol masters. They got 2 out of 2 in their opening match here for Project Blender Spotlight. Let's see if they can make it a quadra.
Would be nice, full house. I'm liking the frenzy on Sandra, something a little bit pacier as they head over towards A, but we've got the luck, we've got the knowledge of the mini-map, and we know that it's maybe not necessarily going to be the easiest fight ever. Ryota, there's the utilities go out early on, and the fact that 2 picks come through immediately, the fact that Ryota might be able to find a little bit more there, and Multi can activate, they're just going to crunch down on them. The hydraulic press shuts its mouth, and 10-3. The 9-3 curse only really works if you get that pistol, and that is the full house denied. First pistol lost today for Alkazi, and it's just so well done. The crunch down on all sides.
Like we said, this composition just brings so much utility-wise to the table. It sets them up. That's 2 out of 2, by the way, that we had just like off the barrier rip collisions as well in the pistol rounds. And I'm surprised that we don't see an Alkazi Stinger Force, like we mentioned. 10-3 is a little hopeless for a long-winded comeback to overtime, but their movements on the Zico speak confidence, and fortunately Mochi is ready for it. Is that a shotgun? That is a shotgun.
It is a charge. The best weapon in the game, and it's good for 1. It might be good for a little bit more. Make that 3. Has to reload, and that's going to be the weakness, but Multi's immediately there to fill the gap. You take 1 down, and just like a Hydra, 2 more heads appear, but it's Multi to chow down on both of them in the 11th now. 11-3. And you said difficult to come back from, and we were seeing confidence from them. Unfortunately, the best way to shut down confidence was pure, brutal aggression there in Garage.
Wow. And honestly, like between this map and the last one, I got what I asked for, right? The first few rounds of the group stage, we kind of were seeing the challengers, the VCT players kind of lifting up the teams here. I mean, we saw Mochi this map, we saw Lida last map, Mochi's 15-7, and just the support she gets from Molzy here as well. This double sentinel. And this could be the move, right? When Vito's playable in franchising, but Mochi, they handed the judge back. Fellow Kill is not having any of it. The backstab though, the paranoia is perfect here, Affinity.
The reload is messy out in the open, but here we go. Molzy wants a bit more, but Anita actually stands their ground. Medusia needs to find something here. That spike's going to go down. The shock dart just slightly ahead, but it is going to find Anita, low HP.
Take flight.
And Ryota, there's going to be the drone going over the top. Just a little bit of information, see what they can find. And actually, it's going to be allowed to get fairly far onto the site. They know there's nobody backside right, so now they push on board. But Sandra ahead of all of their expectations. Good for one there, but it's a trade. And Felipe just knows where this last player is. The slide on out though. Medusia, it's perfect. Pixel perfect. And that is going to be map and the series point for them here.
Wow, and it feels like every Novo GC player has had their time in the spotlight this series with that match point coming through. Insane coordination in this trio. The way Mochi's again been able to integrate perfectly with Molzy as well. Like, this has been super, super fun to watch. And QAD, they're finally cleaning up the mistakes a little bit later than I wanted to see, just in terms of the coordination that we expect from this tier of the game changers. But honestly, they look like they've been having fun, right? They switched up the composition, there's more ranked style. And that's also what the offseason about, is just, again, taking the time to play together. Fortunately, though.
Not great.
Yeah,
And
exactly.
history, 13-3.
Oh, not again.
They can feel it. It's super aggressive, but Medusia able to pull out the gun in time. However, over-aggression is going to get punished, but not for Molzy. Sandra is going to find another one with the judge. Weapons upgrade galore. 3 versus 2, but the issue is look at where Nova already are. They already have your name. They've come knocking. Spike goes down, and now trapped. Stuck here. Sandra goes down, and 13-3, 13-3 is how this will go for Alcazar. And there it is. Map point done.
Absolutely dismaying to go out in this fashion from a Project Blender Spotlight series for Alcazar. 0-2 eliminated. There is still other open qualifier phases that I hope to see them bounce back in. But speaking of bounce backs, Novo, Nightingale, your victors, insane. I mean, from getting 3-13 to then 13-3, they're probably counting their lucky stars that Alcazar picked Haven over rerunning Sunset, because boy, this looked so nice, right? They were run down, they were pressed by Util, the solo Mochi, Vito, not enough on the defense. Here with this double duelist setup, like this, I really could see this functioning at the highest levels of Valorant.
So could I, but I gotta pose you a question that we kind of briefly touched on at the start is, do you think there would have been much difference here if we'd seen it go to Sunset instead, given what we saw from Novo in this match?
It depends if they changed the composition or not, which I feel like they would have. I feel like they might have done, like, taking Kara's advice, going for like a Cypher or Vito, then things could have been different, but ran the same comp, I think Alcazar would have had a lot easier of a time, because right here, they just looked like they were getting oppressed by Util. And again, the confidence Nova was imbued with, what spoke volumes. And I'll say right now, they're gonna need the confidence, because they got a rematch versus S2G in the cards as well, already!
Indeed, the rematch that was foretold, and I think they've warmed up a little bit. This was
Absolutely.
a confidence booster as well, I think. First match, your first time in the spotlight, you know, speaking not only metaphorically, but in the spotlight tournament here, right? And now you've had a little bit more opportunity. You've had a couple more reps. You're going into your 3rd game of the day, which could be maybe a little bit of a tiring one. You know, it's been a lengthy day for them at this point, but you're feeling a little bit warmer. It's looking a lot more gelled than it was earlier in the day. So I think they're definitely going to be able to put up a little bit more of a fight than what we saw. But Alternity going up against S2G, who's just gone, you know, triple overtime. They're no slackers either, but I'm excited. I think it's definitely going to look a little bit closer, especially if Molzy is playing anything like they did in this map.
Absolutely. I mean, we might have found his new agent there, but I agree. I think they're looking a lot more revitalized. I think it is going to be closer this time up against S2G. I mean, both of them got to watch as well during those downtimes a map of each other as well. I'm hoping that we don't run it back on Sunset. I'm hoping we get a new map for both of these two teams, honestly, because I think that's where we'll have the most level playing field affinity.
I think so indeed. But, I mean, you said it. One last match to kick off the inaugural day here for us. And we're going to go to a little bit of a break to go get that ready for you guys. Go put the finishing touches on. So we'll be back very shortly for our final map of the day. welcome back, wonderful people. We have got one more series lined up for you today. We've seen both ends of the spectrum, really. We've seen quick games, we've seen lengthy overtime games. Now, what are we expecting in our final series of the day?
I was like going with a good old Goldilocks, like 13-8, 13-9. That's where I want to be for this matchup. And I think it's reasonable with the form we just saw Novo Esports in, dominating over Alcatzia Corals. But S2G and that dominant 13-3 on Sunset speaks volumes. And that's where we kind of agreed it was going to really come down to the map that we're going to, I think, for this best of one. But like the bracket is showing here, there is one more spot in playoffs on the line. And a reminder that 3 out of 4 teams in playoffs get direct advancement to other phases of Project Blender, right? Second and third to the next phase, and you get to skip all the way to phase 3 if you win it out, and you also get that 10k or 10k Yoru prize pool. So all this to say, stakes are super high. We mentioned that safety net you had in the uppers, that is gone. One elimination, you are out alongside Alcatzia Corals with no hopes for this playoffs run next week.
Exactly. And best of ones, we talked about how volatile they can be.
Yep.
You get a bad start, there's no real way to adapt across a series like you would with a best of 3. But luckily for these two teams, I think the caveat is that they played each other earlier, so there has been time. It's kind of like a prolonged best of 2, right? Is that you had one match earlier, you've got one now, which, by the way, best of 2, weirdest format I've ever seen. I don't know why people do it, but we've got best of 1 here, second time. They've had a little bit of an opportunity. They've been able to watch each other's games, and there was a lot to watch from S2G's games versus Falke. That went 3 overtimes. It was absolutely wild. So there's a lot to kind of read into there, and you can notice, you know, the fact that the ability to retake maybe wasn't as strong, but retakes against them, you can lean into that a little bit. But flip side, S2G, you've played maybe a little bit less. You've had a little bit of a calmer couple of hours here, so more of an opportunity to have relaxed, had a little bit more of a conversation, because you're not being in-game to quite the same extent.
Yeah, I was going to say, I think out of the server factors here are definitely going to be the big hot topic, right? I think in my mind, it personally favors Novo Esports in that regard. Like, number one, right, usually the team that you're facing up against second, that lost the first time, has the upper hand. You see more, I think, like upsets in that regard than, again, just the first time meeting. Second, obviously, I think is just the fact that they just played a match, so they're still warm, right? We saw Molzy heating up. We saw Mochi on fire back on her primary role. I think that's a factor versus S2G had to sit out. But it is just, again, that counterbalance with, okay, they got to watch that map. If they try to pick into Haven here, they're going to know how to maybe counter things. But again, it's so hard when it's a 13-3, right? Because you've seen teams that, yeah, map 1, like you mentioned, in a best of 3 format, they can get bodied and then they come back and do the same on their kind of map picks. So I'm so curious to see, but I will definitely say the double Sentinel looked so much more comfortable for Nova Nightingale than this double duelist that we saw. And I will also say, Medusia also heated up there on Haven as well. A lot better than that 7-16.
Yeah. I think we saw a lot more activation from players that we hadn't really seen earlier, and I think that Molzy just felt way more comfortable on that veto. And if they're going to lean into it again, I'm expecting, I mean, unless they pass it out, unless it's like this accursed role where somebody else has to have it every single series, which I wouldn't be necessarily surprised with. We said that this best of 1 phase is a real opportunity to innovate, to gel with your team. Maybe not in the lower bracket here, especially with that being do or die right now, but it's still an opportunity to play around with it a little bit more. I think, though, the Molzy looked so much better with it, and those slight adjustments that we saw even between, you know, their first and second series, if they stick with what we saw last time, it's looking good. Maybe they adjust again, maybe they're ramping up, but again, realistically, it's going to depend on the map. And I think also that Nova Nightingale, they're not going to have cooled down, I don't think. It's been a very short, you know, 5 by the time we get into the server, probably 10 minutes at that point break. I'm assuming there will have been people, you know, in training, getting the practice in, and in the range, just getting all of that sorted and staying warm.
Yeah.
Whereas for S2G, they've had a little bit of a break. They've had a chance to watch the games, but they've not been in the server. They've not been necessarily in the headspace of battle for that whole time. So a lot of factors that are going to sort of compound it. But I'm expecting a lot closer of a game than we saw earlier.
Yes.
Now that we're a little bit deeper in.
And I feel like we've talked a lot about Nova Nightingale, specific players that we expect to see step up in the server. Talked about, okay, what we're seeing continue over since they were just in that last best of one. But we were here for S2G Esports, right? And that 30-round game up against Falke. So we kind of know what to expect and what their win conditions are. And to me, it's Celasun, Agia. We talked about how, yeah, the teams that are well-rounded have been favored, right? Look at Falke, look at Novo. But this team was super, super top-heavy, right? It was a player stepping up that set them apart, both of their best ones of the day. So if somebody's not online, if they're getting suppressed by even a veto pick, for example, then I think they're going to have a lot harder of a time. And that is where my concern is, that I'm going to be asking, I think, a lot more from some of those players that have been just kind of coasting along, right? They've been doing their jobs, right? But I want to see them fragging out, right? We talk about Xena, who was in unfortunate 1v3, 1v4 clutches time and time again. So there's not much you can do and you can't really fault them for it. But even, like, I'm hoping, again, that they got warmed up. Players like Rainsa, who were in really, really good lurk positions, right, and timings, and were handling these flanks, and especially on the bind map control-wise, but then would just lose out in some of these angled fights. So, again, just get back online, lock in, zone in, and aim for playoffs.
I think something that's also going to be quite important for S2G is that one of the really heavy factors that weighed against them is the moment that Annie got on that op, right? The moment that the op was online, they really, really struggled to kind of work around that. And the op wasn't a particular centerpiece that we even really saw last map for Novo. So that is one of the big factors that they struggled against in their last match. Not eliminated, but certainly not something that initially jumps out to us as a threat. So I'm curious to see if maybe another problem's going to present itself, or whether one of those really big barriers that stopped them getting over that finish line has now just been taken out, and whether that's going to be them running rampant once more.
Affinity, I've gotten word we have our map pick.
Go on, lay it on us.
Well, they each banned the map that they played in their previous series, Haven and Bind.
Okay.
And somehow we've ended back up on a Sunset rematch.
Another
That's
Sunset.
right. Okay, and what's interesting is S2G this time did pick it. So we look back at the previous series, right? Alcazia picked into the map they got 313 on, didn't go their way. This time S2G looking to once again repeat that success. I will point out, and I'm going to double check this right now, that last time they started on the opposite side. No, S2G started an attack. S2G is starting on attack again. So hey, you asked me how I thought this was gonna go. I said it depended on the maps, and if it was Sunset, I needed to see a composition shift out of Novo. What's the composition shift you want to see if we do see one? Because I'm predicting one. I'm gonna say it now. I don't know what it is, but I'm guessing we're gonna have one.
I genuinely don't know, because some of the shifts have been a little bit out there and a little bit unpredictable. So I don't think that there's anything that I could say that I would back myself with. I think this is genuinely, it's going to be whatever happens. I think we're going to continue. I don't think we're going to see Mochi back on the veto, for instance. I don't think that's going to be happening again.
Maybe a double
it didn't
Senti.
go well. I think the double Senti might come on through.
What would you pick for Mochi then, in this case? I don't know. I feel like the Cypher is overkill.
The Cypher feels like just a little bit too much, but maybe that's what they need. I think maybe you step over the line. Maybe you go with the Cypher and you go, yeah, it's overkill, but we need to give ourselves that insurance. I think maybe that would be the case, but also No, you know what? I think it might be Cypher. The way that Mochi was playing
starting
last map.
defense too, so that makes sense, right?
It would make
Some
sense.
teams will purposely pick a composition that allows them to have that strong start, even if they know it's going to be rougher on the second half, right? You get a 10-2, it doesn't matter how defense-sided your composition is once you
win
get
the
the task.
pistol, it's
You win the
done.
pistol, it's over. Exactly. And that's, I feel like, a very like G2 Fnatic mentality as well at times. So excited to see if that's kind of what they go for, which then, yeah, our double Senti agenda gets pushed through. But outside of that, then looking at the composition that we saw run from, obviously, S2G as well, they're going to have to figure out how to get past this deadlock and Celasun. So if we do get to see Molzy on that veto again, looked really fluid, really comfortable for being a new agent. That could be a key player. And I'm also kind of look towards Xena to get rid of those Cypher strips if we see a Cypher. Again, all theory crafting here, all spitballing, guys, because this is mixed gender Project Blender spotlight. So these teams aren't constructed teams, right? We don't know how much they have preparation or scrim-wise. We don't know if they're coming in fresh. We don't know if they're treating this like ranked or not. So I'm excited. I hope they cook. I hope we have a close match.
I hope so as well, and I think it's really exciting. We talked a little bit about this earlier. Is that I think it's super exciting that not only the tournament, because the whole point of Project Blender is to bring together, you know, all quadrants of the Riot Valorant ecosystem, to bring them together for Project Blender for this off-season tournament, and that is bringing in, you know, the tier 1, the tier 2, the academy teams, the game changers teams, and the fact that one of the criteria to play in this highlight tournament, this spotlight tournament, is that you had to have at least 2 players who were on game changers teams that were women or non-binary. You know, you had to have that element, and that's going to be really good for the overall ecosystem as well. I mean, you and I could talk for days about how important that is for integrating this community into the wider ecosystem. But also, it's the fact that so much trust has been put in a lot of these game changers and women non-binary players, is that we've actually been seeing on a lot of teams this lean over towards that side, which is super exciting to see. And actually, we've been seeing them really step up and show what they're made of.
Absolutely. And speaking on that as well, right? We have basically 2 like majority then GC player teams, right? Guaranteed to be in phase 3 of Project Blender, right? One, whoever wins this tournament with this mixed gender one, and then one out of the Game Changer Stage 3 champions, right? Obviously it was touched on previous in the day, but between Twisted Minds and G2, whoever wins that LAN in Istanbul gets that direct qualification spot. So that'll be, I believe, a little bit, I would think, after Game Changers champions. I would have to double check the calendar. But yeah, I think that also gives you pretty consistent reps, which is super, super nice for these GC teams, right? Up against challengers players, up against tier 1 players. And I think that's what is really, really strong about this idea and this Project Blender.
Exactly, and I could talk for ages about how much I love the format. Like, it's genuine, it's an honor and a privilege to be part of the casting team for this, just because I'm a huge fan, and you'll see glimmers of, I mean, if it wasn't already obvious, but you see glimmers of it, like my pardon the pun, affinity for the judge. I absolutely love a shotgun play. I love when a team, you know, accidentally locks in 5 duelists and has to play with it, you know? I love when we have a little bit of anarchy amidst this. And the fact that Project Blender has 4 stages, all with different formats, and then we bring in the Blender draft, which, you know, for those of you who may not be joining, may not have heard us earlier, or maybe you've just tuned in and you've gone, oh, the EMEA channel is live. Let's have a little bit of a look at what this is. And wondered what's going on is that when we get to best of 3s, it gets somehow even more crazy than different schedules and systems and formats for each section. We have Blender drafts, which means that whatever you picked in the first map, you may not be able to pick the same agents in the second, which is going to cause so many teams to be playing, you know, off comp, which will leave vetoes a little bit more important, will leave all of these leave all of these questions sort of unanswered, and we may see some truly wild and out there picks. So the next couple of months, because it's going to be running over into November, and then of course that LAN final over in December. For those teams who get to stage 4, the top 16, the best of the best, the creme de la creme, quite literally, I mean, we're going to Paris, aren't we? So that would be exciting. But I think that this is going to be a very chaotic tournament, and the teams that are coming in, the fact that we've already seen so many of these more rigid teams that have cores that have been playing together for forever and ever, already seen them sort of fumble out a little bit and struggle. The fact that we are seeing these mixed teams really thrive in a tournament called Blender, I think it's ironic, it's perfect, it's amazing.
Yeah, and honestly, I think 2 good contenders for that kind of Blender draft format right now are the team that's already qualified, Falke, because we've seen them already have some role swaps between Annie and Lina. And honestly, I've been checking out the chat. Novo seem to be fan favorites, obviously, since they're the only team really today that's had this strong tier 1 player presence. But they've also shown some really good composition swaps. So I think their flexibility as well can be praised. And if they make it through, sported on by chat, then we'll get to see them duke it out against our Group B players. And speaking of Group B, right, we have 8 invited teams. We're only seeing 4 today, and tomorrow we completely reset the bracket and go to Group 2, which features team I am super, super excited for, which is FMCL Spotlight.
Frick my Chungus life. Yes, I love this team.
I was so sad that they didn't. I was so sad that they heard an early departure in Stage 3. You have no idea. But then we have Zeta Crew, we have Alternate Attack Spotlight, which I'm also super excited to see, just, again, how foundational them as an organization has been and their support for the DACH region. And then Rafa Esports as well. So we'll get to, again, learn about all these new faces, see who they've dragged out of the darkness into the spotlight. But, again, all right. We should be getting it ready soon. We're waiting on one more player. But again,
There's always one.
rematch central. S2G Esports versus Nova Nightingale. The pressure on Novo here more than anything. Lost in the uppers to this team in a dramatic fashion. 3-13. Alcazia couldn't erase the sins of their past. Do we think Novo will?
I think they're going to do better. And of course, they've got the crowd behind them, as you said. Twitch chat seems to be rallying heavily behind Novo. And I am not a stupid enough caster to bet against the Twitch chat. They know their stuff probably better than I do at this point. So I trust them. I trust that Novo is at least going to make this better than a 13-3. Whether it's a victory, again, it's going to come down to what the agent select's going to be like. It's going to come down to those early rounds as well, because best of ones, they go by so quickly. You don't get a footing in, that is it. You are one slip away from elimination. So I think there's so much up in the air here, but I mean, it's going to be closer. Surely it's got to be closer than what we saw earlier, because we've seen them have another game. We've seen some role switches. They looked a lot more comfortable. They've had a little bit more time to play as a team, to gel as a team, which is never a bad thing. And hopefully they'll get even more time to gel as a team in the next phase. I say that hoping that, Twitch chat will let us off alive for supporting that team. But I'm just here for some good Valorant. At the end of the day, we're here for a weird and wild tournament, for weird and wild plays, and we've seen that. We've seen aces coming out from Mosley, and now that they're on the Veto, I really like that we actually get to see Veto, because I was convinced that it was going to be ages and ages before I ever got to cast a Veto pick, because I thought it was going to be one of those characters that was like gentleman's agreement. No one's going to pick. No one's going to pick it, and then actually, it's not necessarily been too disruption. Yeah.
They having regen on top of the util nullification, not needed.
I mean, we saw it earlier with the kill contract. The fact that it can utilize very expensive ultimates like that, it's like.
And you can did you notice he was trying to be Madam President, get down, jumping in front of them, because if you're the basically the front one in that kill contract, you get pulled into it. So I haven't even tested all the veto tech, but I'm assuming it would have just nullified it and protected the neon from the ultimate. I don't think it would just pass to the next person, right? I'm guessing. I need to test that, guys. But that's he was running in front of them like it seemed like that was what was gonna happen. But we'll have to test that out maybe here on Sunset. But speaking of things that we probably won't see for ages, unfortunately. I really want to see a Pearl or Abyss. I haven't personally got to play with the Abyss changes just yet, but it looks like the B-side changes have completely obliterated the off-the-site post-plant mentality. Pearl, I think, is still leaning that way just a little bit. Just obviously cuts off right side of pillar versus left side of pillar, but that does, I think, help the defenders on the retake just a little bit. But a team, when we're not in the best of one territory, maybe give it a whirl. I want to see it. It's off season. Get some reps in, guys.
I've played the new maps and the new changes on them, and I'll be honest with you, I don't think I'm a good point of reference. The lobbies that I was playing in were not exactly anything to sing about.
I was getting carried by GCNA players, so.
But I think I like the change. It didn't change the fact that me and my team got absolutely rolled, right? Let's not kid ourselves. We still got rolled, but there were lots of things that felt like a lot nicer about playing, especially Abyss. I think the Pearl changes a little bit less impactful necessarily than the Abyss changes. I think it has fundamentally shifted how you play that entire half of the map, which it's really huge. And the fact that we're seeing teams kind of be thrown into this like this is certainly going to be interesting.
Well, we've talked about, map changes, veto changes. We've expended our entire checklist of topics to cover, and we're still waiting on this game to get started. So we are going to throw it to a quick break, but when we come back, our last best of one, our last Group 1 playoff spot on the line between Nova Nightingale and S2G Esports.
welcome back, wonderful people. Sorry about that little bit of a delay. My co-caster, the excitement of the rematch, it got too much and had to take a quick second, but they'll be joining me any second now as we head in towards sunset, and we can see a couple of switch-ups coming on through. mozzie going to be sticking with that veto, super exciting. The deadlock still online, deadlock online for both sides, and we talked about it from Salasun, was absolutely brutal in that first series, and I like that we're getting some switch-ups, and we said gonna be necessary if we want to see some innovation, if we want to see some change from the 13-3 that happened in the first time that these two teams clashed, the first matchup of the day, or the first set of matchups. But here we go. Into the pistol round we head. I'm liking the Sheriff from Medusa. They were firing on all cylinders in their match earlier, so exciting times, but it's time to get into the action. 10 seconds until barriers drop, and then we will be all guns are blazing until the very end, I have no doubt. Here we go, opening picks. Oh, it looks like there's going to be a little bit of a test. mozzie stunned immediately, but has a bodyguard. Actually doesn't even need the bodyguard. Going to find the pick, the cosmetic stun, one would say. But mid-control completely forsaken. There's going to be a little bit of a nosy here. Mochi going to see that there's a bit of a problem. Mesh going to go on over, removing the net. mozzie's going to find another pick there, and that's going to be a bit of a problem because they've got all of this control. Yeah, they've got all of this space, but they've not really got much manpower, firepower, should I say, to get this done with. Actually, another pick found on through, and this goes from bad to worse here. 2 versus 5. Gonna give them a bit of space, but with sensors on both of these sites, they've got to try to find a way to get on through. The stun is going to get destroyed. Mochi with one. There is going to be a trade on Salasun, but immediately Avova is there to activate trades in the pistol round for Novo, who didn't necessarily have the great time on pistols across the day, but have found themselves a first and immediately getting themselves into the game. Now, very clean round from Novo. Need to replicate it. No spike going down, no nothing, which means that the buy here from S2G is going to consist of light shields on Salasun and the Sheriff on Argia. Whether they can get that to do much work. Nobody going to be spotted in the corner there, but early util's going to give the information. mozzie gonna have a little bit of a look here. Immediately falls back though. Does not want to catch the smoke. And destroy the utility there. Gives them the opportunity to execute a little bit more cleanly. But unfortunately, Medusa has that Marshall online and ready for the first already. And that is going to be the call for them. Just a back away here. And decide to head elsewhere. A bit of a conga. Actually, they leave to head elsewhere. They've decided to switch on back. No, forward, back, forward, back. Little indecision going on here. Drone going to come on over, forces them away. Actually, they're not going to get spotted. Maybe a little bit of faux information to go on. But mozzie's ever diligent. Oh, Ryota, got to be careful. Gun back out just in time. They crunch on down. Medusa with 1, Ryota with 2, and that's going to shut them down. And Xeno, we talked about them being the last player alive in so many situations last map. It seems the history has not only repeated itself, but it is hurting. And Novo with a second round flawlessly, not a player dropping, and only realistically 1 player taking much damage. Already putting themselves in good stead to correct the wrongs of history and find themselves a victory here, or at least something better than 13-3. Third round, gun's going to be online. Bonus round here for Novo, so they going to be working with what they have. They didn't lose any weapons, so nothing realistically they can justify buying up here. They're just going to have to get it done with this, but it'll be good money in the back pocket, saved for a rainy day, perhaps. mozzie going to go and join over. They know that they've let mid kind of run amok for a while, but they're closing in on this. They want to get them trapped here. Fights going on, pushing out A here. Rainsa Are they ready for the fight on the other side of the smoke? Argia gets tagged and spotted, has to just fall on back. Funneling over towards A here. Fault line is going to cause Avova just to have to leave this alone. Leroy Sane with the first, Avova just teleporting out to safety. Actually going to regain vision here, and that's going to be the site remaining pretty stable. They've not really capitalized on this opportunity to hit a site, but hoping that they've drawn enough attention away, they're going to pivot, turn on heal, and run towards B, where Mosey's got all of the utility in the world set up, and now actually they've realized the plan pretty early on here. Scepter active, should they so desire to try and force this one, stop that spike going down. Unfortunately, we have to plant safe. Retake comes on through, and S2G, they were particularly fallible to a good retake earlier today. Sane forced off the angle. Oh!
This is definitely an interesting start, both for me and my internet and this game. Nova up 2-0. The switch in the composition we asked for, and this is exactly why we wanted to see it. The forward pressure on the choke. Four players standing strong against Main, and they obliterate S2G again!
I mean, you said that you wanted a little bit of a switch up of composition, a little bit of switch up of pace. How's this for style?
I mean, I asked for double senti, we got it. I didn't expect Mochi, I'm guessing that's who's on the deadlock, to match them blow for blow, though. Like, how do you fight a deadlock that was insane against you and went 22-6 on map, or on the last Sunset? You fight them with another deadlock. And S2G, as a result, calling a quick timeout. Now, okay, if you are just tuning into the broadcast, right, Affinity, give me a synopsis on what I missed about the pistol in the follow-up round. Was it close? Was it really, like, stompy? I mean, the score right now
It was not particularly close. It was not particularly close. The B site was on lockdown. Mid-control, they were allowed all of the control in the world that they ever could have wanted, but couldn't really find much beyond that. And the reads from Nova have been really good. They've been really quick at rotating on over, having just enough aggression to pick up on any sound cues, or to not pick up on any sound cues and to be able to adjust accordingly. So realistically, all things considered, looking very good for Nova, and already tied up the number of rounds they got in this, well, against this team earlier on this very map. So already, worst case scenario, they've tied with themselves, but that would be a really, really bad scenario. That would require them to lose 13 rounds in a row here. So they've set themselves up really nicely. They've done a lot of economic damage here as well, because they destroyed that first buy round. So it's just going to be the Sheriffs and a single Stinger coming into this one.
All right, well, I mean, STG has some steam behind them even on the eco, but Mosey shuts down the high gear. You know, take it back to Park real quick, and in the meantime, you can see the players trying to redeposit themselves in the space just lost by their Neon. No contest either. Like Novo, just kind of waiting reactively. They don't want to waltz into any of these eco fights, except for Majusia might not have a choice. And I mean, now you don't have a choice between life and death, at least. Molesy now rotating back over, just trying to track if they in fact were trying to go Boba. They're trying to end A. Molesy keeps the lid. That's not good. That's Spike down, and another player about to peek in the open. Oh no, are we gonna get another Molesy ace? Is that what I'm gonna see here? Or, all right, Avova, are you gonna steal his ace? Maybe.
I think it's too early. If Molesy manages to get on over and find the fourth, I think they'll try and bait the ace again, which you love to see. And, you know, there's still lots on the line for this tournament, but the fact that it's a little bit more chaotic, it's a little bit free form, has meant that teams have had a little bit more fun with it. And no complaints there from me, but that, as you said, Spike goes down the worst possible position.
I think it was a questionable decision to fight Spawn, right? You would have had a sight with an Avova alone main. Obviously, they don't know that, but even then, like, what were you hoping to achieve? You're donating one kill rifle there and Spawn.
Shot down.
All right, Xena, I asked you to step up between maps, but 10 seconds and a Sheriff 4K to clutch. Fortunately, although 2K is flashy, does not get the job done. And well, Nova maybe scratched a little. It won't leave any scars on this record. Still 4-0 at the moment.
I think it's a question that we had a little bit of Xena, is that Xena was left in so many situations alone in the maps that we've seen. But that raises a little bit of question. And I hate to play bad cop. I despise playing bad cop. But in my mind, if you're left as the sole player in so many rounds, maybe you need to be getting your name in a little bit earlier into the kill feed and into the round, right? If you're the last player left alive so consistently and having to clutch so consistently, maybe trying something that gets you involved a little bit sooner and play to the strengths there would help on an individual level for Xena.
True. I think that's a little bit of an interesting situation because it was just an eco attempt. And
True,
right back to
true.
the spike in
Not the best round for
opposing
the point.
spawn. Yeah, but I do agree in some of these latter rounds, especially when, ironically, she's in that support position right on the Sova. Like when you're worried about deadlock sensors, when you're worried about info into the site. But speaking of info, look at how deep the deadlock is. Look at the line the Neon is on. They are almost certain that this is going to be an 8 follow-through, and that drone only solidified things. So that's why you have the 3-stack here. That's why you have the Interceptor, I presume, ready to go at a moment's notice as soon as elbow contact is made, likely from this elevated position from Avova. This is an insanely strong setup here on the A site.
It is, and so much info over
The
towards B.
Evolution,
They
too.
can just put all of it. Yeah, Evolution's online. Hasn't had anything really to do or say just yet, but I mean, with Annihilation online, we could see another, get down situation, jumping in front of teammates if it comes on through. And there it
speaking of
is,
jumping down.
Interceptor goes on through. It's going to make it so difficult for them to push onto this site, and actually difficulty they've had. But unfortunately, Mosey goes down, and that means that Annihilation is ready and raring to go, but there's no one to use it on right now. They've taken the side, and actually, Novo just waiting for that to come off of line. Mochi gets one immediately traded, however. Now 2 versus 3. They're making no attempt to keep themselves quiet, no attempt to hide themselves here. Salason just waiting for the opportunity to swing. Fast lane to come on through. Peek on out. Ryota's going to find one. Ryota gets another. Ryota finds a little bit more, and that's it. The triple kill to secure themselves a 5th round, all the time in the world, and then some for the defuse. And it looked so perfect. They managed to deal with all of the major heavy hitters on this site, but alas, it still wasn't a match for Novo.
I'm lifting my jaw up off the floor. If we're comparing initiators, I mean, Ryota to Xena, right? We talked about being in those kind of interesting, tricky situations. Ryota just delivered, right? An insane 3K clutch. So nicely done. Even Mochi hit this backside. You can see that's what the 2 players that were still rotating were waiting on, right? Giving her that opportunity. This fast lane as well kind of reminds me of how they were playing around the bind Viper wall really brilliantly, too. So that was an insane clutch to keep things flawless. Not anticipated in any regard after they dismantled that A-hold, right? I mean, they realized, okay, maybe A is easier to get on than we thought, or at least I can fake it until they break it. Juicia, in the meantime. Again, another deep B line. We've seen this previously. Has the sonic sensor to get away from if they're trying to high gear it away. So there's options here.
They are, and there's a little bit of a dimension towards this lean. I'm assuming over towards B it will go. They showed a lot of presence. Rolling Thunder to give them the space. Unfortunately, Mochi completely unaffected, and that's going to be the issue. The Hunter's Fury traps them in that far corner. And now there's so much to be done. Barrier Mesh is just going to go on out. That's going to stop them retrieving the spike, and this gets catastrophic quick.
You still have the operator even deeper now on the B line. At this point, yeah, you have to fight into the veto utility. So Ryota has support in this situation. Even has a Vova, who I'm guessing still has a Paranoia in his back pocket. And that should be, I was going to say, a guaranteed trade. At least it's a lot of damage. One time being. And, I mean, that wall, it's transparent, it's see-through, but seemingly so is S2G's attack side right now on Sunset.
6-0, right. I know it's crass to do. I know it's too early to call, but are we seeing a 13-3 in the other direction?
I thought you were going to say 13-0.
Oh god, no, I'm not. I'm stupid. I'm not that bad though. Don't worry, I promise. But I mean,
let's
if this
see.
keeps up,
They've already used one timeout. This is
and this is not going to be a good buy, so it's going to be 7-0 probably. You don't want to jinx it. There's still opportunity for this to be,
I'm
you
feeling
know, an
13-4,
upset.
13-5 territory, unless something drastically changes right now.
And
Something
it'll
like
have to
2
be
this
next
half,
gun round.
3
Yeah.
half, maybe the pistol. Anyways, hey, we've seen some really like proactive plays on these ecos. Like look back to like, oh, if they found the kill on Demolzi, right? Majusia there, like a completely different round. So I've liked the idea. It's something I've always liked from S2G, even over on their bind. I feel like they are one that can change things up really fast, and they learn from their mistakes really, really fast. But seeing them like this, a little stale, you know, down 0-6 with not like a solve. I think they might have picked this being a little overconfident coming into it, just knowing how they steamrolled this team on the last time. And now that they're meeting them toe to toe, blow for blow, I mean, they're struggling here just a little bit. Sorry, it's odd.
Yep. And they keep trying to push and poke towards A, but they're not being given anything. They're being denied. They're being scanned by the recon pretty quickly. So then they're shuffled over towards B, where they know the setup is immense. There is just util upon util holding this, and they've got to try slowly pick away at this. And they've got a slight issue right now. Players tucked in backside, and there's Mochi peeking out for the first. In a bit of a sticky situation now, trapped in that corner, but Annihilation to come on through. Not gonna find anyone somehow, but it doesn't matter because the guns have found all the picks instead. And we said needed something special. This semi-force by Eco is not gonna really be the answer. They find 2 kills, and I guess that'll have to be enough for them coming into this. But I want to see the replay. I want to see how this Annihilation missed.
I think it was supposed to bounce, and I just don't think it bounced for whatever reason.
Yeah.
It was supposed to grab the person in the cubby, and it just didn't. But outside of that, I'm really impressed as S2G take their second time out with how Novo is able to utilize this utility really well, just zoning wise, right? It pushed them all into that corner, it pushed them onto the line of Mochi, and she just swings and obliterates with the better weaponry. It's very familiar to how they had market control right off that Net Hunter's Fury combination. Just less flashy, less, I feel like, decisive in the ult department, but it's still just as effective and really just limiting the option of S2G, limiting the escape from S2G. And that's where it's an eco round, so again, I understand the like just W key it and see what happens, see if we get lucky on some of these shots, which they got some trades in, but I think we've got to see that kind of slower, methodical approach, which isn't, I feel like, what S2G thrives in. Even on Bind, again, they were really good at, okay, exec, get on these sites. They almost were never stopped on an exec reminder. Like, I need to see that, like, performance report where it's like, okay, how many out of the 12 rounds did they get the spike down? It had to be upwards of 12. It's closer to that, for sure. And here, I mean, I wasn't here for the pistol or the follow-up round. I mean, they've gotten the spike down, what? Since I've gotten here? Once?
Yeah,
Twice?
it hasn't been the
Twice.
focal point. It's not really been something they've been able to do. Getting onto site has actually proved very difficult for them. Because by the time that they get on site, half the team has been decimated. And again, here they are. They're struggling to get onto site, even with the Hunter's Fury. Oh, Juicia gets one. Ooh, they don't clear Leroy. That's a little bit of a problem. And Bova needs to be the one to step up, but a double down there. Leroy can continue taking space. That smoke's gonna fade, and Mozzie has to be careful not to give away their life. Gonna try and get them out of this corner. They line up, but actually ends up in a 2 versus 1. Leroy fighting still hasn't managed to get that spike on down here. Tapping away, trying to bait out, isolate these jewels. Isolated fights, you shall not receive there. Trying to escape, even escape has been blocked.
Oh,
Luckily, wall fading has
they
been
know?
a blessing.
Do they know? They got the timing. It seems like they have the scent and are tracking it hand in hand. Joint hunters. Moldy taking first contact. The double back not in time either from Reezy or Leroy Sane. And as a result, Novo 8-0. Okay, if this ends, okay, at what point do I become a 13-0 believer? Because you are believing in a 13-3.
I'm
and
a
you said
copium
we're
fan of-
crazy. I think, I'm gonna say if it's 10-0, 10-0. No, because I feel like the last round tendencies are so strong. It's usually safe for the last round. You know what? I'll call it. If they get 11 rounds this half.
11.
If they get to 11,
you know what? I like that
think
you're
it's gonna be 13-0.
skeptical. Because it's quite nice, you know, like balance here is I'm big on the copium, you're big on the being realistic.
Look at them, they're supporting each other and their IRL well-being, if not in game. Looks like we may have a little bit of a tech pause going on. We'll get that sorted out. But hey, I mean, I will say a breather at a time like this when you're down 0-8, not a terrible thing to have happen. Eco round as well, so things are again going to be super quick. May be facing some interferences from Mother Nature. I had some Mother Nature happen this morning.
I was gonna say, I kind of
multiple
lied a little
ways.
bit about where you were. I said that the excitement got to you and you needed to go take a lie down. I'm sorry I lied about you. I didn't know if you were going to be back, so I was like, what can I get away with?
Guys. This is the perfect time for story time of how my morning went, guys. So it's
Oh, gosh,
it's been a huge storm going on. It's raining, it's hailing here a little bit. Not too intensively. That's why my internet went kaput probably, but it came back pretty quick. You know, shout out. But I went to get coffee this morning, and trying to balance an umbrella and coffee and getting out of a car, not a great combination. I had to take 2 showers this morning because I spilled coffee all over myself, guys. So yeah, stay safe. Mother Nature is a force to be reckoned with. We'll put it that way.
Yeah. I mean, I'm quite lucky that I live in the UK, which is like the most non-committal country for extreme weather. Like, we don't get earthquakes, and we don't really get too many major storms, and we don't get, you know, tornadoes. It's kind of,
feel like
I'm
the
sat here and I'm like, we're just kind of
Yeah.
bored. We just get rain, and it's kind of sad.
Yeah, I feel like here where I'm in northern Georgia, for context, for any of the fellow Americans out there. It's in the southeast of the U.S. We're like in that sweet spot where we're not north enough to get a lot of snow or like south enough to get a lot of hurricanes, but we do get like decent rain, and that rain apparently today had hands. So, but speaking of having hands, Novo, no, they are the storm to be reckoned with right now as we get some readies up, and we're probably going to resume the streak of dominance here looking at the buys. But, I mean, I feel like, okay, out of all of the options we listed in the pre-show of what was going to happen here, I don't think any of us expected it to be one-sided towards Novo.
No. we
Like, yeah,
we said
they were
more
heating up.
competitive.
We said that we said like they were heating up, you know. We said like, yeah, S2G had to sit back. They might have like cooled off a little bit, but this also, wait, I think I have just gotten to the center of it. Do you see what I'm seeing at the very bottom of the scoreboard?
I
0 and 8.
am.
Didn't we say that you can't and 2 and 8? We literally said you cannot rely upon players like Celeson,
We
like
did.
Ajia, to drop 30+ kills like Aji did on Bind, or Celeson to go 22 and 6. And this
It's
is
not
what happens
sustainable.
when they aren't in peak form. It's not sustainable. There's your, what did you call it? A cheat word or something like that?
Buzzword.
Buzzword.
It's one of
that's
those
what it was.
marketing words, you know, that they use, and it's like most of the time they don't mean anything and they're flashy. But you know, I'm sticking with this one. I'm trying to make it a thing. I don't think it ever will be, but you gotta try sometimes. You know, it's like fetch. You know, you're not gonna make fetch happen. It does look that we've got the timer back in the clear. It's ticking away, and now back into the server we go. And back into the action. Will the reign of dominance continue? We'll find out. Argia.
overdrive.
Oh, straight away. And oh, even though blinded, still managed to find it with the information gathered by the team. And now they've carved themselves a path. We talked about how few times we've seen the spike actually get planted. Now they have the chance to do so. Xena wanting to have a little bit of a look early. Doesn't really want to overcommit to this peak, especially knowing the danger that might lurk on the other side here.
Spike planted.
Ooh.
Spike gets planted, but Morsy's found the equalizer.
Oh, I like the zoning here with the wall. Oh, I like the setup, but now they're getting antsy. They're getting
Last player
desperate to find
standing.
fights if they're not gonna win. Oh no. They're the Rolling Thunder! But look, they have popped the evolution! He's not
What a
Guys,
round.
that's them not realizing they're playing against a Vito. That is like prime Vito. They're like, oh, they're both stunned. I'm gonna swing. I'm gonna commit. And he's just there like, yeah, guess what? It's now not just as the Breeze Stun cosmetic now, it's inconsequential.
That's, and we talked about this when Vito got announced, and we were all like, "This is going to be crazy." A lot of people don't realize the muscle memory of
Yeah.
Rolling Thunder. You know they're both there. There's no way that they both won't tagged, but sometimes you forget in the moment that that's not
That
going to
they popped
mean
the ult.
everything anymore. Yeah. It's the same with the kill contracts as well, is that you're going to suddenly have a, yeah, but I fired it off where I know that there's people. If it does in fact like work, that we have theorized that if you're the first person and you are in that, you know, evolution mode, it's not going to bring anyone. Suddenly all of this muscle memory goes down the drain.
Also, if you think about the ISO information-wise too. Sorry, this is me going on a tangent. You might think that there's nobody there. Too. I have to test. We need an ISO to test this now. I'm gonna be thinking about it all day. But for now, all S2G is thinking about is getting onto this B site once again, fighting Mochi. And Mochi, I do like this call. Net it, wait for the rotates, go for a reflood here, and trust Nova to hold down the A site. And looks like S2G has other plans. This might be the beginning of their first round on the board.
It has to be, surely.
Spike
Medusa
planted.
can't even fight that angle. It's going to get swung by
Last
3
player
people.
standing.
Don't line up. And there it is. There's a dink, but that's not going to matter. Avova, this is done. This is out of your hands. You're going to have to concede that first round, but you've got an 8-round buffer, so you're not exactly mad about it. Ooh, gun barrel spotted. Rain to the lovely adjustment. Manages to find it. A flawless round for their first. It's a statement, and that's the kind of round that you need after losing 9 in a row. That's the kind of round you need to get yourself back mentally in the server and in the game.
Yeah, I mean, I will note, not to discredit what S2G just did, but the site itself was kind of given up by Novo, right? And it's more that S2G took that as an opportunity to fight for that backside boba control, to poke and prod, and no smokes and placement, that they could just win the outright gunfights, right? And it felt like Novo maybe was expecting them to just respect that space, and they didn't. So that's the S2G mentality that gets their point on the board. But also Novo, right? It felt like maybe we're playing to not to lose, right? You're trying to defend that 13-0 possibility, so you don't want to make any mistakes, and as a result, they overcorrected. And now, speaking of overcorrection, they're fighting for it, be made! But look at the relabel! Stuns are cosmetic.
Stuns are cosmetic. We've seen that a lot.
Veto or not, it doesn't matter.
It does not, and it doesn't, and they're forced away once again. This is the issue, is that they have been denied any ability to get onto the site very early on, bar last round, of course. Now they're going to go for mid again, and actually, we see Nova, they're just happy to let them have mid. There's no point in fighting it, no point in risking it. Too many angles, too out and open exposed. You've still got to get them towards a site eventually, so just sit on the extremities and play them safe. And, I mean, back towards B they go.
And they still have full veto util here, right? Like, it's up, ready to go. I'm wondering if we're going to see this cross get come into effect, right, with the paranoia combo, so you don't know he's steeping behind you. This would be absurd, and I really want to see it in action. Please, please. Avova, get the angle, get the paranoia, please.
My rules.
Oh, Annihilation to force them back. You have to respect that. You have to play the retake again.
Once this Fury comes on out, Molzy's going to use it as an opportunity of chaos to go and distract. They all swing on out. Xena, the last left alive, finds two. He's going to tap the spike. Doesn't know how many more players are lurking, though. But only 12 seconds. It has to be now. The spray is so messy, and the second player pops their head on out. And time your worst enemy, barring the Novo lineup here, who've just come along and absolutely wrecked you.
Yeah. Nova went from too passive to too aggressive there in the early round, right? And I feel like players like Rainsa took advantage of that. Beautiful trade there over towards Tiles, but it was this moment where they try to fight it into CT again. Nova this time understanding that, yeah, they're going to do this, picked up on that tendency from the last. And Xena, again, this clutch curse feels so bad for her, right? She makes headway on all of them, but they're unwinnable situations. 15 seconds left, a 1v4. Like, come on, she gets two. And that net was brutal from Mochi, and the team fight made it history. That's double digits, 10-1. Last round of the half. Let's see how it goes. Avova under early pressure.
Paranoia, just to stop themselves getting pushed too early on, is still trapped in the corner here, but is calling over reinforcements in the likes of Ryota. But they're going to check whether they are sure that there's somebody still here, because they very much acted like they forced off this angle, but there it is. Avova taken down. Ryota wants the trade, will not be allowed it, and actually the Hunter's Fury to chase them on down, desperately ducking and weaving around it, will be allowed to live, but will not be allowed to find any more picks off the back of it. Medusia doesn't even know where to begin with this, and now 5 versus 2, another round slips through the net, Spike goes down, and that is going to be it, done and dusted. Not really any way to get back into this. Mochi just holding the line, has to swing eventually, unfortunately not quite looking at Xena's head there, and Molzy is not getting out of this alive one way or another. Lines up the first. Ooh, you see a world where it's a second, but it is not, and even then it is done. 10-2 is the half we have been given.
Sides.
Ooh, that is a rough one to say the least. When you talk about the pivotal pistol, I mean, it's as dire as it gets, but I do want to highlight some of the S2G players. I mean, players that we asked to step up while they're stars from maps, or best of ones, I should say, 1 and 2. Like the pressure forms diamonds, and I feel like we're seeing that out of Xeno. We're seeing that out of Rainsa here, which has been really, really cool to see. I mean, Xeno's 10-10, the only player positive on the team right now. Multi-kill after multi-kill. This game becomes so different if Agia and Celestine get online here. And so I'm just kind of waiting for that moment to come. And in the meantime, I mean, Molzy, bro, this veto is scary. 19-7 after what we saw in the last map already.
Hiding, waiting for the early fight. Will not be given an early fight here. Gonna take a little bit of a foothold into mid, but it's non-committal. It's just to hold the space to allow them to rotate here. It's over towards B. There's a little bit of a lean, but I like that they haven't gone too aggressive here. They leave the waiting, hoping that maybe they can find something, and find something. Molzy will. There's an opening pick. Actually, needs to be careful. There might be a trade. Argia waiting for this. Spots the gun barrel up top. It will punish another push there, but the drone to come around the corner instead is not what they were expecting, and now the rest of the team can move on over. Spike still leaning over towards A, but they've got presence everywhere.
Oh,
No charges.
I mean, this kill, now the deadlock sensors are down. They're going to take DB control and basically just terraform this site. The later colonization of Spike, I mean, you try to fight forward, and even that's punished. Again, feels like they picked up on every tendency that we pointed out from them on Vine and have carried it into the perfect counter game plan
Spike planted.
for Nova Nightingale. I mean, even here, they're not fighting until they absolutely have to or are set up well for it, right? Recon, Relay Bolt, all of this to handle one person, their hero player of Ajia. And in the meantime, when you think you're safe, there's a player right from your own spawn backstabbing in to Boba.
And now Zeno, what can you really do? Answer nothing. Stand there and accept your fate as Avova, the final pick. 11-2, another pistol on Nova. They've been making these pistols pretty expensive. They've been getting the job done on them. And now, are you a believer in the 13-3 yet? Are you a believer? Because it's getting dangerously close to reality here.
I mean, it'll be what, 11-2, probably 12-2. Oh gosh, I guess it is, because the first rifle round for Novo. You know what? No. It's gonna be 13-2. You know why? Because they're gonna win their bonus. There we go. No Stinger Force except for Selasun. Yeah, I'm gonna say 13-2. No, I just want to be different, you know. But we'll see. we'll see what comes true.
You got
We'll
the
see.
other way now. You've got. I was like expecting the 13-4. You have seized.
No,
I'm here for
13-2.
it.
With how they're playing right now, I can see a bonus in the cards. Just, I really can. S2G confidence looks shot. Players haven't come alive that we needed to see here. Rainsa, again. This set has a one way to play off of, but with this early paranoia investment and no follow-up, no Neon Ajia in position to scale off of it, like it feels like Nova is checking all the boxes for early round eco denial, right? They've gotten a lot of util out. They're being very thorough. We've Mulsi. You want to scale up? I think that's a TP on the minimap set to go if need be. And yeah, there's no trades. It's all solo play.
It is solo trades, solo fights, and unfortunately that is not the way you're going to win against the bulk of the team here. Now, they're actually just going to fall away. They're going to head mid instead. They've got all of the presence they need to rotate, but as you can see,
they're tracking
it's going to be a race over towards that B site. And unfortunately, it looks like Nova might just get there ahead, but actually a little bit of utility in the way could give some cause for concern there. Locations get revealed, and it's going to be a bloodbath. Leroy with one, but Avova with the answer. Selasun, the only stinger, and it's not got many bullets in. Needs to be quick, needs to be now. Does manage to line up too. 13 seconds, they could just deny this. They got to try stop the spike plant. Medusa needs to be it. The rat there, the spike doesn't go down. Has one last opportunity trying to bait this out, though. 1 versus 1 has to be now. 3 seconds, and Rainsa finds it. It will be a third round, but it is a breath away from going the other way.
Running headshot with the Sheriff. That's the GC Sheriff for you. Beautiful job out of Rainsa. I mean, you realize time is low, but they're still pushing you, so if you flee, they're going to chase you down with the high gear. That was the best decision that could have been made here. And this is why Breach is still relevant in the meta. Like, even if you are, like, worried about, like, getting stunned, even if the stun is cosmetic, it'll still cause you to, like, scramble, right? To scatter. And that's exactly what happens. That normal, like, succinct, synchronized swinging out of Novo gets dismantled. And maybe I should have gone for the 13-4, because now, I mean, they're broke. This should be an S2G 4th, and then it'll be money and rifles for Nova to get back on track. But in the meantime, Novo back. This is just a defaulted start. We saw it on Haven. We're seeing it here on Sunset. We've yet to see S2G able to punish it off the get-go, but this time we're also seeing Ajia. They've sharpened the tip of the spear, going searching here with this outlaw. They come away in spades with the duelist of Novo.
Cover go.
Okay, Cover Go now is going to cause a little bit of a problem for Ryota. They're the one way just to keep hold of this entire leg of the map there. Drone goes over the top, Rainsa immediately the paranoia as an answer, keeping it for now. Round the corner, oh, it's a lovely shot, it's crispy, but it is punished by Avova. Now they push on forward slowly but surely. Rotations are far away, and there's going to be weapons picked on up here. Smoke's coming out for back sight, but Ajia has to be dealt with, does in fact get dispatched of. They have a way on in here. The breach, the fault line is not going to find
Spike
anyone.
down
Xena lining
A.
up the shots, but they're going one
That's Evolution.
for one, and
30
unfortunately that's
seconds
playing out well for Nova. 30 seconds through the smoke. Leroy has been doing so much, and there it is, the double down. Mochi caught gun, not even out, and a fourth round found now. 11-4 is where we have now managed to climb back to.
Yeah, that round was a little scary as it tipped back in Novo's favor here. Again, went from really clean, proactive team fights to then solo antics there, just being lost out in the open. This is also just unfortunate timing there over towards back calls, but all in all, that is the fourth. I am worried though now with weapons back in hand and this evolution paired up that this is going to be a dangerous entry tool. You can see it's popped off the rip, so any to that might come in. Not going to do much here on this B crunch. I am a little worried the Deadlock solo main here. This market pressure has to land, and unfortunately with double stuns, Multi can run through both of them.
It stuns actually genuinely just cosmetic right now with the evolution, but unfortunately short-lived. Ryota and Avova though, they step on up. The plant's gonna come on through and that's gonna cause some problems. That breach spotted on out. And that's going to stall even further. Now waiting, Rainsa needs to find this here. Finds the first, and actually falls over all of the attention, but not ready for, well, I was going to say Ryota, but it's Mochi that finds the pick. Both off back sight there, hoping desperately just to get this on. Bait them out into the fight there, but baits both of them and cannot deal with the double swing. 12-4, map point, series point, and qualification point here for Novo.
Ooh, that was played beautifully. I mean, this trade, gorgeous. This double swing, just perfect. And that was the tipping point, I think, was those two backside kills, because, again, that breach re-clear utility from lane is been insane from what you were saying. And I mean, even just the main swing. Rainsa did not expect three players main, and there weren't a very different situation, but again, them being able to fall back, play off site, and now, I mean, look at this. Yeah, you have an annihilation, but you have a broken buy against this full weaponry. You're trying to rely again on this heroic player, Agio, who had a slow start just to get you closer to that finish line, but Nova's not going to give you the direct line of sight, direct fight here, by any means.
No, this is going to have to be Fortooth and Neo. Agio the first to go down. It is a harrowing omen. The canary to warn of impending doom here as Rainsa has to find something. He's going to switch over the weapons, but greedy hands in the cookie jar get slapped away. 3 versus 5. There is an annihilation online, but realistically, it is sweet nothing compared to what you have to go up against. One player defending the bastion of A-site here, and is taken down after only a pick. 2 versus 4.
Yeah.
Spike goes down,
Fortress.
players so far away.
Fortress falls, and Nova sets up camp in its stead here. This is the difficulty with the Sentinel, a double Sentinel. As soon as you get the space, you set up shop, double sensors, a barrier mesh. There is no way to get past these gates.
Hold them
least
to their
visibly.
grave. My territory. My reeling them in.
Immediate the counter there, and it goes from bad to worse. Xena stunned as well, and now it's over. The only player left is in the cocoon, and 13-4. You have to just watch your hopes, your dreams of qualifying slowly reeled in. And there you have it, Novo. We said, can they do better? Can they do better than the 3-13 earlier? Well, yes, they can.
Wow, I mean, it just took, one map of calibration, a little wake-up call to reality of getting knocked down to the lowers, and then, fan favorites. I feel like broadcast as well, like bravado.
They've won my
call
heart.
them.
They've done
like we thought that they were a front runner team, right? The only one out of this group that had tier 1 players, but honestly, even the GC players have been super impressive to me from start to finish. Like I think this and Falke are undeniably the two teams deserving here of being in this playoffs now for Project Blender Spotlight. Again, it's not like, okay, one player is fronting the entire bill, right? It is truly a team effort, right? Yeah, it helps when Multi's dropping this many kills, but even when Avova was having a slow map, right? We saw major players like Ryota here step up, right? Majusia was also an insane entry there to set up Multi for those trades. So, again, And Mochi, I think maybe a little fumbly around the deadlock, but that killjoy on Haven, so clean as well. Like, this team is one that we mentioned with these best of 1 reps and going into the Blender draft format is going to be dangerous.
Yeah, and I think, you know, the difference being that first map, we had Mochi on the Vito instead. The moment Malzi's on it, they are unleashed. They are unchained. Yeah. And they've just been unstoppable ever since that first match wasn't amazing for them. But ever since switching over to this Vito, it is, I mean, it feels like it was a character made for them.
No, absolutely, and I'm excited to see it hopefully run rampant for multiple more maps to come. But to speak on S2G, who unfortunately will be joining Alcatsia Corals as our 2 eliminated teams here in the group stage 1 of Project Blender Spotlight. I mean, I definitely saw some players, right, get that screen time very well deserved. Hopefully we'll get that recognition that they deserve from any scouting, from any other opportunities, right? Agia, Callison, like just insane performance here across day 1. Definitely deserve to have some eyes go their way. We talked about, again, deep run, able to make, like it's, they are impressive when they are at their peaks, and it is unfortunate that we only get to have 2 of these teams advance in this group stage.
Yeah, it is, and it was unfortunate because we saw, you know, Sellerson was such a key player earlier, but we highlighted it is that it felt like there was a dependency on Sellerson at times to be this monumental fragging output, and when it wasn't, it kind of fell flat a little bit in some areas. But also Novo, just on the defense side of things, they controlled the narrative of every round, especially the early rounds on that defense side, so heavily. You were exactly where they wanted you to be and nowhere else. And I think that was very difficult to work with, and other teams are going to have to take note of that.
Yeah, and I really want to know who's calling over there in the Novo Nightingale camp as well, because those fights and knowing when to give up that space, when to play retake, when to fight forward, they felt so seamless, no matter what Haven or it was this map of Sunset. But there you have it. Day 1, Group 1 of Blender Spotlight is complete. We have our 2 teams, Falke Esports from the uppers, Novo Esports from the lowers, and boy oh boy, like, this is a day, like, so many one-sided maps, and then that just 16-14 upper finals. Like, it's absurd, and makes me just more excited for what we have in store tomorrow for Day 2 Affinity.
Exactly, yeah, that little bit of an oddball in the upper final, but it's the lower bracket run. You love to see it though, don't you? The underdog story, they had a difficult first run, but it was revenge, and we talk about this when teams go up against each other. The fact that it was revenge, and it was stone cold there. But these are the 2 teams progressing. Of course, we've got the other group tomorrow, couple of teams that we highlighted, you know, Frick My Chungus Life. We've said that we say it as much as we can, because honestly, it's just a joy to say, being one of those teams. And we'll be the same format tomorrow. You'll see it. It'll be double elimination. So first team to 2 wins before 2 losses will be going on forward to continue in the playoffs, where 3 of the 4 teams will be able to see later stages of the tournament, with first place going all the way to phase 3, and teams 2nd and 3rd place will be going, of course, to phase 2 there, which is super exciting. But, you know, any closing thoughts from you?
I think just for the 2 teams eliminated today, like, yes, this may have been a quote-unquote easier path to qualification since you are an invited team and there is a little bit less just, like, reps you have to go through to get to that final stage. But I really hope we see some of these squads come back, even if they are the mixed gender ones that were put together for some of the more open qualifier phases, because I want to see that growth, and especially for Alcatsia Corals, we know what they're capable of, and we kind of mentioned this. They didn't look like themselves on that second best of 1 either, and even best of 1s aren't a true telling of your strength or your nature, because they are so one-sided. Like you band down to 1 map, so you don't get much wiggle room, and I do want to see them bounce back, Affinity. I think that's all I really have to say about today. I feel like the matches spoke for themselves.
I think they, and I'm super excited to see, especially Novo, when we get to those best of 3s with those Blender drafts, where they've got to be a little bit dynamic, because they were by far the team that was forced to adapt the most. I mean, S2G maybe in their map versus Falco, but I think that over the sort of elongated duration of, you know, 3 best of 1s for them today, across the group stage, I feel like it was Novo that had to adapt the most and most dramatically, and they did really well. So I'm excited to see what they bring with the Blender draft. But I mean, I don't think there's much more we can say on that today, is there? I think that is us done and dusted with day number 1 of the Project Blender spotlight there. But thank you so much, everybody, for joining us. It has been an absolute blast to be here. And we hope to see you all tomorrow because we've got plenty more action lined up just for you. So go get some rest, go get some sleep. And you can look forward to this incredible set of matches tomorrow. FMCL versus Zeta Gaming, Alternate Attacks versus Rafa Esports, and then, of course, whatever matches lie thereafter. But from us over here at the desk, we're going to bid you farewell, we're going to bid you good night, and we will see you bright and early tomorrow for plenty more Valorant.